Koichi Otakura carefully goes about his day as a high schooler, strictly maintaining his cover as a totally normal student, while keeping his massive otaku obsession entirely under wraps. His extreme secrecy stems from a traumatic middle school experience where his classmates relentlessly mocked him for being a gloomy kid, obsessed with drawing, forcing him to adopt the ultimate plain guy disguise just to survive high school in peace. Discovering that a highly anticipated new series release just dropped today, his inner nerd flares up, and he instantly resolves to rush straight home so he can get to work on a beautiful new paint job. His grand plans are abruptly derailed when a cheerful classmate casually calls out to him, boldly dropping the dreaded otaku nickname right out in the open. She completely shatters his peaceful afternoon, repeating the nickname and directly demanding his attention. Completely caught off guard by the sudden interaction, he stammers out Narumi's name and hesitatingly wonders if she is actually trying to talk to him. He nervously double-checks if she is seriously referring to him with that specific title, prompting her to bluntly point out that everyone else has already gone home, leaving him as the only possible target in the room. Utter panic sets in as he realizes Narumi Yua, the gal who sits diagonally behind him, somehow knows his deepest secret, despite the fact that they haven't spoken a single word to each other in the 6 months since the entrance ceremony. Desperately trying to salvage his plain guy persona, he awkwardly attempts to deny the accusation and play dumb, but she easily prepares to cut right through his incredibly weak defense. He internally screams as the horrifying reality sets in that she actually found him out, and to make matters worse, she probably caught a glimpse of an incredibly embarrassing drawing. He curses his own blind spot, realizing that despite his careful efforts to block the teacher's view and shield his immediate sides, he completely forgot to guard against a diagonal angle from behind. He admits his massive miscalculation was entirely based on prejudice, confessing he assumed a typical gal would just sleep through class or mess around on her phone instead of paying close attention to his desk. Desperate to escape the terrifying conversation, he awkwardly tries to derail the topic entirely by asking what she actually needs from him. Narumi surprisingly lets the otaku comment slide and enthusiastically shows off her dark painted nails, asking him if he thinks they look crazy. He is utterly baffled by the twisted, messy design sticking out in odd directions, completely failing to understand what she actually means by crazy. He silently thinks that randomly calling a stranger an otaku is the real crazy behavior, though he secretly admits a gal saying it isn't completely awful. Brushing past that, he points out the messy pattern and asks if she meant crazy in an artistic way. Struggling to find a polite compliment for the chaotic paint job, he nervously settles on calling it a rather peculiar design, which she immediately validates, as if she expected him to say exactly that. Completely confused by her knowing reaction, he cautiously asks what she means by that. She reveals she totally failed at copying a specific nail design, completely ignoring his personal space, as she leans in dangerously close to show him the reference post on her phone while casually using his new otaku nickname again. He is completely stunned when he looks at the reference photo on her phone, realizing the design she was actually aiming for is a gorgeous sparkling pattern that looks just like the Milky Way. Narumi beams with excitement, completely thrilled that he finally grasps the incredible aesthetic she was trying to achieve. She enthusiastically agrees that the original concept is totally crazy, while he silently concedes that the intended starry design actually is amazing. She explains that her attempt to follow a tutorial ended in total failure, leading her to ask people for feedback, which makes him internally sweat with relief that he held back from calling her botched paint job a witch's cauldron. Just as he attempts to politely excuse himself from the terrifying situation, she suddenly remembers her main objective and abruptly invades his personal space once again. She corners him with her phone, bringing up his artistic talents and directly demanding to know if he can recreate the intricate starry design for her. He completely loses his cool, loudly yelling out in confusion as to why she would ever ask him to do something like that. She desperately clasps her hands together and begs him to save her life with his skills, completely ignoring his frantic excuses about how drawing ability does not automatically translate to good finger dexterity, as she sneakily peeks at his jacket. Pure lightning bolt, panic strikes his soul when she cheerfully announces that she can see something highly suspicious poking right out of his uniform. Terrified that his absolute worst secrets are about to be exposed, he violently deflects the observation and hastily drags the conversation right back to her nails. Tapping into his extensive plastic model painting hobby, he analyzes her botched manicure and deduces she used something similar to lacquer paint, leaving her completely bewildered by the technical observation. Assuming his technical jargon means he cannot actually help her, she instantly deflates and dramatically whines that her dream nails are impossible, after all, catching him entirely off guard. Unable to just walk away and leave her hanging, he caves in and boldly declares he will try his hand at painting her nails, instantly reigniting her excitement. She immediately closes the distance and tightly squeezes both of his hands in pure joy, praising his absolute craziness while completely short-circuiting his brain with the sudden physical contact. Snapping back to reality, he hastily lays down his ultimate condition for helping her, demanding she swear never to breathe a word about his in-class drawing habits to a single soul, which she cheerfully and instantly promises to honor. She happily thanks him again while continuing to hold onto his hands, forcing the deeply flustered otaku to awkwardly try and steer the conversation back to the actual task at hand. With a casual little grunt, she starts effortlessly popping the black nails right off her fingers one by one, sending him into an absolute state of sheer terror. He screams in utter horror at the gruesome sight before she calmly clarifies she is merely popping off artificial nails, causing a light bulb to go off in his head, as he realizes he can just paint the detached plastic pieces like tiny model kits, instead of working directly on her real fingers. Taking charge of the logistics, she pulls up her phone and announces she is going to send him the starry reference photo so he has a proper guide to follow while working on the pieces at home. She smoothly asks for his Instagram handle, completely unfazed when the ultimate plain guy awkwardly admits he doesn't have one, effortlessly pivoting to grab his texting contact instead and locking in their brand new digital connection. He internally marvels at the crazy reality that a full 6 months have passed since the entrance ceremony without him exchanging contact info with a single classmate. Yet against all odds, he manages to seamlessly connect with the popular gal as she cheerfully confirms that their contact exchange is completely good to go. She happily places her full trust in him to get the job done, cheerfully using his new nickname as he stammers out a nervous agreement while silently sweating over the massive favor he just accepted. After she casually bids him farewell, he heads back home to his computer, fully realizing that this completely random interaction has suddenly spiraled into a surprisingly huge personal commitment. Getting right to work in his bedroom, he decides to start his unexpected project by researching actual manicure techniques online, noting that his very first practical task is to completely strip the ruined paint off her artificial nails. He experiences immediate sticker shock upon discovering that standard nail polish remover and high-quality fake nails are absurdly expensive, prompting his thrifty hobbyist brain to pivot and grab his own plastic model paint thinner to clean the pieces instead. Half an hour later, he soaks a tissue in the chemical thinner and gets to work wiping away the messy black polish, gaining a newfound genuine respect for gals, as he realizes just how much hard work actually goes into their daily beauty routines. Exhausted but victorious, he successfully finishes scrubbing off the stubborn layers of polish, fully restoring the fake nail to a sparkling clean slate. Planning to use his personal art supplies for the new design, he quickly realizes a major catch, noting that his specialized hobby paints will be nearly impossible to wipe off once applied. Knowing he needs her permission before making any permanent changes, he grabs his smartphone to consult Narumi directly. He drafts a highly polite text explaining the permanent paint situation, but immediately stops himself, worrying that his wording sounds way too stiff and formal for a casual classmate. Overcorrecting, he rewrites the message to sound super casual and familiar, only to instantly panic again, terrified she will get creeped out and accuse him of overstepping his boundaries. He completely loses his mind over how to phrase a simple question, frantically realizing that he will be agonizing over this text until sunrise if he keeps overthinking every single syllable. Desperate for guidance, since he has absolutely zero real-life experience talking to girls, He nervously grabs a light novel in hopes of finding a conversational reference, stressing out as the clock ticks past 10 at night. His frantic research is abruptly interrupted when his phone suddenly starts ringing right beside his face, giving him a massive jump scare. A notification pops up on the screen revealing a direct message from Yua, casually checking to see if he is still awake. He stares at the glowing screen in pure shock, completely stunned that she actually reached out to him first before he could even figure out how to send a single text. Another message from Yua pops up immediately, casually announcing that she just got out of the bath. He is completely caught off guard when she boldly follows up with a cute post-bath selfie showing herself relaxing in fluffy loungewear and flashing a cheerful peace sign. He lets out a massive involuntary scream of pure panic, which instantly prompts his mother to yell at him for disturbing the entire neighborhood in the middle of the night. Completely short-circuiting over what a gal sending a bath selfie actually means, he hyperventilates on his floor, absolutely terrified, because the read receipt proves he already saw the message, and now he is trapped into responding. Realizing he has no choice but to reply, he furiously taps away on his phone with shaking hands, desperately trying to construct a safe and normal response. He ultimately confirms he is awake and completely ignores the selfie, instantly pivoting straight to the serious question about whether she is okay with the nail paint being entirely permanent. He violently cringes at himself for sending such a painfully boring and robotic reply, but he internally reasons that completely ignoring the picture is the only logical move to avoid coming off as a total creep. Back in her own room, Yua reads his rigid response and happily texts back that permanent paint is actually for the best, enthusiastically telling her favorite otaku to just go for it. Relieved that she approved the plan with a barrage of encouraging stickers, he formally confirms he will proceed with the painting, which prompts her to ask exactly how long the whole process will take. Glancing over at his specialized workstation, he confidently concludes that the drying process won't take very long at all thanks to his heavy-duty plastic model washing and drying equipment. Reeling from her sudden message, he confidently shoots back a reply promising to have the entire project finished by tomorrow, completely blowing her mind with his unexpectedly fast turnaround time. She instantly floods his phone with an excited barrage of glowing stickers and praises his absolute genius, prompting the overwhelmed otaku to politely excuse himself from the chat so he can actually focus on the job. Fully locking into his element, he busts out his specialized hobby lacquers and airbrush clips, seamlessly transitioning into full model building mode to tackle the tiny plastic canvases. With the intense precision of a seasoned craftsman, he masterfully applies the intricate cosmic details and sparkling layers needed to perfectly recreate the complex Milky Way design she desperately wanted. While she happily waits on the other side of the screen, he pours his absolute maximum effort and intense focus into perfecting every single detail of the manicure project. The hours completely melt away as he remains totally absorbed in his meticulous craft, pushing his work deep into the quiet hours of the starry night. The intense all-nighter instantly catches up to him the next morning, leaving him absolutely exhausted and yawning his entire commute to school. He sleepily reflects on how his total refusal to compromise on quality kept him working straight through the sunrise, forcing him to catch an unusually early train just to make it to campus on time. Fully expecting the classroom to be totally deserted due to his crazy early arrival time, he lazily slides the door open, only to instantly freeze in confusion. To his absolute shock, Yua is already hanging out in the room, leading to a clumsy and highly flustered exchange where they both awkwardly try to brush off their unusually early schedules as totally random coincidences. Narumi internally confesses that the real reason she woke up so early was purely out of sheer excitement to see the finished nails as soon as possible, keeping that slightly embarrassing detail completely to herself. Not wanting to waste a single second of their quiet morning, Otakura immediately gets down to business and asks for her highly anticipated verdict on his custom handiwork. He reveals the meticulously painted pieces, leaving her completely breathless as she stares down at a stunning set of sparkling galaxy-themed fingertips. Completely overwhelmed by how incredibly cute they turned out, she praises his unbelievable talent and eagerly asks if she can put them on, prompting him to calmly remind her that wearing them was the entire point. As she desperately scrambles to find her double-sided nail tape, he quietly watches her pure excitement and lets out a massive sigh of relief, feeling totally satisfied that his stressful night of painting was a massive success. Fully equipped with her dazzling new aesthetic, she enthusiastically shows off the final look and asks if they are crazy with him, finally understanding her unique slang and wholeheartedly agreeing that they are indeed amazing. Struck by a sudden burst of inspiration, she decides they absolutely must commemorate the milestone with a picture, and forcefully drags a deeply reluctant Otakura over to the window. She happily snaps a cheerful selfie to capture her flawless new nails, leaving the painfully shy otaku totally wide-eyed and paralyzed by the completely unprecedented social situation. While she completely focuses on admiring the fresh photo, his heart races out of control as he internally hyperventilates over how unbelievably soft she was when she pulled him in for the shot. Their secret early morning bonding session naturally wraps up as she casually notes the steady stream of students finally starting to flood into the school building. Narumi's attention is suddenly grabbed by a friend from another class, prompting her to cheerfully excuse herself from their little bubble, while Koichi nervously bids her farewell. Watching her jog down the hallway, the intense social pressure finally evaporates from Koichi's body, leaving him to release a massive sigh as a heavy wave of pure exhaustion instantly washes over him. His brief moment of peace is immediately interrupted by a sudden chime from his phone revealing a brand new message from Narumi, overflowing with genuine gratitude for everything he did. Before he can even process the first text, another notification pops up containing the incredibly close selfie they just snapped together, paired with a super sweet message praising his kindness. Reading that simple, enthusiastic compliment declaring him to be a genuinely kind person completely short-circuits his brain. Utterly overwhelmed by the warm praise he absolutely never expected to receive, he freezes in place as the emotional weight of the entire crazy morning finally catches up to him. That single adorable photo perfectly seals the deal, marking the official start of a highly confidential and utterly bizarre alliance between the school's most popular gal and its most aggressively plain nerd. Unfortunately, their grand secret pact doesn't even survive until the afternoon, completely blowing up during lunch when her friends compliment her amazing nails, and Narumi instantly blurts out to everyone that the class otaku made them for her. Following the whole fake nail ordeal, the two of them suddenly find themselves getting a few more opportunities to casually chat at school. Even with this new connection, he quickly reminds himself that they still are not actually close, firmly believing a plain guy like him has no real business hanging out with the absolute center of the class. He assumes things will just stay the same, but his quiet expectations are completely blown away when she suddenly stops by his desk to get his attention. Looking unusually flushed and serious, she nervously admits that she has something incredibly important to talk to him about, sending a jolt of shock right through his system. She shyly confesses that she spent the entire day just waiting for classes to end so she could finally catch him completely alone. Catching her nervous upward glance, his imagination instantly spirals out of control as he completely misreads the heavy romantic tension of the moment. With his heart absolutely hammering in his chest, he awkwardly braces himself as she nervously prepares to drop her big question. The romantic atmosphere instantly shatters as she excitedly slams open a fashion magazine to show off some incredibly cute hairstyles, leaving him silently sweating in relief over his massive misunderstanding. She admits that she completely fails to understand the complex styling instructions in the article, perfectly teeing him up for another major beauty-related favor. Recalling internet advice that agreeing with a girl is the ultimate conversation strategy, Otakura immediately puts the theory to the test when Narumi hits him with another massive favor, begging him to help her try out a brand new hairstyle. She specifically asks for his assistance again, desperately arguing that since he did such an amazing job making her nails look beautiful the other day, he is the only person she can rely on for this. Hitting him with a devastatingly cute head tilt, she asks if he is actually going to reject her, completely short-circuiting his brain and forcing him to mentally vow absolute dedication to the task, just as she cheerfully thanks him for saving her life. They consult a magazine together, as she points out a specific half-up style modeled after a popular anime heroine, completely baffling him when she casually explains she struggles with a technique called a Kururinpa, leaving him wondering if she just chanted a magic spell. Analyzing the reference material, he points out that the model in the picture clearly has curled hair, prompting her to casually admit she avoids curling hers simply because it is way too thin. She adds that her heavily bleached hair loses its curl almost immediately anyway, leading him to internally calculate that he can probably pull off the styling since he used to practice by tying up his little sister's hair when they were kids. She completely gives up and concludes that the gorgeous hairstyle is entirely impossible for her hair type, but he immediately shuts down her despair by pulling out his phone and declaring he just remembered a perfect trick to safely curl thin hair without causing any damage. He proudly presents his phone screen and suggests they use a specific item for the job, instantly causing her face to light up with pure joy as she loudly praises his absolute genius. Fully energized by the solution, she enthusiastically demands they go buy the supplies together right this second, so they can strike while the iron is hot, leaving him completely flustered as he awkwardly agrees to the sudden shopping trip. She dashes off down the hall to quickly dismiss a friend she kept waiting, happily ordering him to meet her at the school gates, while he helplessly tries to remind her that running in the corridors is strictly forbidden. Narumi apologizes and ditches her friend Riko for the afternoon, explaining she actually has plans to go shopping with the otaku, and telling her to head home first, which her friend easily accepts. Her friend, Haimno Ruriko, pauses to process the unexpected information, asking for clarification on whether Narumi is actually referring to that specific nerdy guy named Otakura from their class. Ruriko bluntly remarks on his sloppy appearance, noting that he perfectly fits the exact stereotype of a typical nerd. She takes it a step further, completely dismissing him as a total mismatch for Narumi and casually labeling him as straight-up gross without a second thought. Unbeknownst to them, Otakura is trapped right behind the nearby lockers and hears every single harsh word, realizing he is completely stuck because he needs to pass directly by them to reach the school gate. The brutal insult loudly echoes in his head, completely crushing his spirits as the painful reality of being called gross sinks deeply into his mind. He quickly tries to rationalize the harsh criticism, miserably accepting that society naturally views his kind that way, while entirely convincing himself that hanging out together would only make him a massive nuisance for someone as popular as Narumi. Deciding to completely bail on their plans, he silently drafts a hasty text to Narumi with a fake excuse about sudden urgent business, so he can secretly make his escape just as a stern voice abruptly cuts through the awkward tension. Much to his absolute shock, Narumi suddenly speaks up to firmly defend him, telling her friend that she is being way too harsh on a guy who has not done a single bad thing to anyone. She fiercely doubles down on her defense, sternly pointing out that carelessly calling him gross crosses a major line, causing Ruriko to instantly panic and awkwardly attempt to backtrack her rude remarks. Otakura nervously tries to backtrack, stammering that he definitely did not mean his words to sound like that, as the tense atmosphere between the classmates completely thickens. Completely overwhelmed by the awkward situation, Yua's friend Riko abruptly apologizes and makes a mad dash to escape, forcing a startled Otakura to brace himself as she sprints directly toward his spot by the lockers. He quickly flattens himself against the metal cabinets in pure shock as the flustered girl storms right past him to get away. He catches the absolute fury in her expression as she shoots him a fierce, teary-eyed glare on her way out, leaving the plain guy utterly paralyzed with fear. Watching the completely unknown girl flee down the corridor with her other friend, he internally panics over suddenly becoming the target of such intense and terrifying hostility. As the hallway finally clears and Narumi silently walks past him toward the doors, he cautiously calls out her name, still deeply rattled by the heavy confrontation. Mentally kicking himself, he reflects on his absolute lack of real-life social skills, and concludes that based on internet advice, he should have just blindly agreed with her friend to keep the peace and spare Narumi all this unnecessary drama. However, a profound realization hits him as he processes the unbelievable fact that despite them hardly being close acquaintances, the popular gal actually stood her ground and got genuinely angry on his behalf. Despite her surprising defense, the harsh reality of their massive social gap totally crushes his spirit, making him acutely aware that a gloomy outsider like him simply does not fit into her complicated world. Left completely speechless and overwhelmed by his deep-seated insecurities, he quietly walks away in somber silence, convinced he is only causing her trouble. Otakura finally arrives at their designated meeting spot, where Narumi is already waiting and enthusiastically greets him with his familiar nickname. Narumi gets things moving right away, eagerly prompting them to set off, while Otakura reveals his helpful preparation by assuring her that he already researched the best shop with the most stock. During their train ride, Narumi is bubbling with pure excitement, which brings a massive wave of relief to Otakura, as he is glad to see her acting like her usual happy self. Even with her cheerful attitude, Otakura cannot shake off the lingering guilt of knowing she fought with her friends, because of him, leaving him highly determined to make himself as useful as possible to her today. After a brief journey, they finally arrive at their destination in the bustling shopping district. Upon entering the specialized store, Narumi is immediately blown away by all the vibrant displays, completely losing her mind with sheer joy over visiting a hair extension shop for the first time. She showers him with immense praise and calls him an absolute genius for finding a clever solution to a problem that had been constantly weighing on her mind, though a highly flustered Otakura quickly tries to play down his success as a simple lucky search result. Upon stepping into the specialty store, Otaku-kun finds himself completely overwhelmed by the rows of mannequin heads and hair displays surrounding him. To keep his intense social anxiety in check, he tries to calm his nerves by mentally pretending that the unfamiliar shop is actually a friendly anime goods store like Animate, allowing him to focus on searching for the right extensions. His quiet search is suddenly interrupted when Yua spots an item on the rack and excitedly points out that the color looks exactly like her own hair. She excitedly asks if that piece will do the trick, but he instantly cautions her that finding the perfect look is not quite that simple. Instantly switching into his passionate hobbyist mode, he begins lecturing her at lightning speed, explaining that she should use gradient colors to create a unique look and detailing how different shades would contrast with her natural hair. He continues his rapid-fire analysis by diving deep into the character design of the Night Princess. She wants to cosplay, leaving Yua completely speechless at his incredibly detailed expertise. To his immense relief, his intense fast-talking rant does not scare her off at all, and she simply bursts into laughter, finding his finicky and passionate nature incredibly funny and endearing. The two of them proceed to have a fantastic time shopping together, happily discussing affordable extension options, layering ideas, and matching ribbons to perfect her look. The very next day at school, the hallway is thrown into absolute shock as their classmates stand frozen by a sudden stunning transformation. Yua turns heads and draws admiring gasps from everyone in the corridor, with her beautifully styled new hair, while her secret stylist walks quietly behind her, completely satisfied with his handiwork. Classmates are buzzing about how crazy cute Yua has been looking lately, completely unaware of the plain otaku hovering nearby and silently melting over how perfectly her new style hits his exact personal tastes. The two of them stroll down the school hallway together, with Yua happily humming to herself, while easily drawing the shocked stares and whispers of literally everyone they pass. Yua enthusiastically celebrates their massive success, cheering that her reputation is totally skyrocketing, and everyone is staring thanks entirely to his hard work, seamlessly prompting a flashback to what actually happened a few hours earlier. The flashback dramatically kicks off with Yua loudly screaming his nickname through the phone at the absolute crack of dawn. She dramatically wails that she completely failed to style her own hair, even with the magazine right in front of her begging to meet up in the classroom to fix it, which prompts him to smoothly reveal he actually woke up early, anticipating this exact disaster, instantly elevating him to absolute saint status in her eyes. Fast-forwarding to the empty morning classroom, he expertly styles her hair based on a video tutorial he watched, while she deeply thanks him for coming in so early to save her life, leading him to silently conclude that the popular gal is actually incredibly clumsy when it comes to basic beauty routines. Finishing up the complex style, he sincerely compliments her, by noting that while her usual look is great, today's hairstyle is completely over the top, making her happily laugh and blush at the heavy praise. The playful atmosphere suddenly shifts when she smoothly turns the tables on him, quietly pointing out that the exact same compliment actually applies to him as well, leaving him entirely confused by the statement. She playfully reaches up to gauge his height, explaining that she noticed on their walk home yesterday how tall he actually is, because of his great posture, cheerfully declaring that his impressive stature is also completely over the top in the best way possible. Utterly defeated by the unexpected compliment, he blushes furiously and awkwardly scratches his cheek, while stammering out a weak agreement, completely freezing up in stunned silence right behind her. He reflects on his typical social habits, noting that, while he plays the role of a completely nonchalant otaku around everyone else, it isn't out of spite or because he simply doesn't fit in. He warmly admits that spending time with her genuinely made him feel like they had grown closer, inspiring him to boldly puff out his chest and try walking with perfect posture to match her energy. His sudden burst of confidence crumbles instantly as Yua points out how ridiculously fast he gave up, leaving him to whine that standing up straight actually hurts his back and left him completely exhausted. Yua playfully scolds him for already rounding his shoulders and encourages him to hold out just a little longer, but he completely deflates with a heavy sigh and insists that his slouched form is just so much easier to maintain. As they continue down the hallway together, with her cheerfully calling out his nickname, he happily realizes that even though his perfect posture barely lasted a minute, the gap between them has definitely started to close. Later on, he takes a quiet walk through the school corridors and stops to check out a large bulletin board plastered with student recruitment posters. He casually scans the wall of club activities, taking note of the massive variety of groups ranging from the soccer team to the manga research club. Listening to his teacher announce that club activities are entirely optional, Otakura immediately starts scheming about joining an art club. He gets incredibly hyped at the prospect of finally making some like-minded otaku friends, since he hasn't made a single one since enrollment, only to awkwardly realize that the only person who actually talks to him at school is Narumi. Flashing back to her sudden invitation to go shopping together, his social anxiety violently spikes as he mentally screams in pure panic. Frantically pacing around, he completely refuses to accept the terrifying idea that they are actually friends, loudly reminding himself that a popular gal like her has absolutely no business hanging out with him. He forcefully drags his expectations back down to earth, harshly telling himself that he is merely a useful classmate being kept around for his hobby skills, while struggling to put some actual emotional distance between them. His gloomy internal monologue is abruptly shattered when Narumi casually struts into the corridor, happily announcing that she has been looking all over for him. Catching her breath from rushing around the campus, she urgently demands that he drop everything and come with her right away. She quietly leads the bewildered nerd through the school without offering a single explanation, completely ignoring the heavy murmurs from the other students as they pass by. Arriving outside a completely different classroom, he nervously whispers that they are drawing a ton of suspicious stares from the kids inside, but she just firmly hushes him and tells him to follow her lead. Narumi subtly directs Otakura's attention toward a specific girl sitting near the front of the classroom, prompting him to peek around the corner in total confusion. Otakura follows her gaze and zeroes in on the wavy-haired girl quietly reading a book at her desk, instantly recognizing her face. He immediately remembers her as the girl who got into a heated argument with Narumi during their recent shopping trip, which Narumi confirms by formally introducing her friend as Himeno Ruriko, just as a male classmate approaches her desk. The boy casually strikes up a conversation with Ruriko about the previous night's soccer match, prompting her to awkwardly reply that she caught the game with her little brother, which smoothly gives the boy an opening to relate by mentioning he watched it with his sister. Watching from their hiding spot, Narumi points out that a rather popular boy is actively trying to chat with her friend, while Otakura silently marvels at how incredibly good-looking the guy is as the enthusiastic soccer conversation continues. Narumi identifies the handsome student as Yoshida, casually noting that he is officially the most popular guy in Class D, which perfectly explains why a group of other girls in the room are secretly glaring and whispering about the unexpected interaction. The smooth conversation is abruptly interrupted when Yashida's energetic friend crashes into him from behind, loudly teasing him about ignoring texts just to talk about soccer, and perfectly demonstrating why Yashida is so incredibly popular with absolutely everyone. Yashida completely takes the bait and challenges his buddy to check out his soccer skills, leading the two boys to loudly laugh and sprint off toward the schoolyard to squeeze in a quick game before the lunch period officially ends. The exact moment the boys leave, Ruriko is suddenly jolted when someone violently bumps into her desk, sending her book fluttering and causing Narumi and Otakura to gasp in surprise from their hiding spot. One of the girls who had been secretly gossiping earlier steps forward with a smug, malicious smile, delivering a completely fake apology for bumping into the desk, to blatantly bully Ruriko out of sheer jealousy. Inside the classroom, Riko sits quietly while a couple of malicious girls stand over her, mockingly apologizing for bumping into her by sarcastically claiming she is just too small to see properly. The bully continues to taunt Riko for ignoring her fake apology, prompting Riko to abruptly stand up from her desk in frustration, while Otakura and Yua secretly watch the tense scene unfold from the hallway. The mean girl drops the fake polite act entirely and viciously tells Riko to piss off, instantly triggering a surge of protective rage in Yua as she watches her friend get brutally targeted. Having delivered her cruel remarks, the bully happily bids Riko farewell and proudly struts away, leaving Riko standing alone with a heavy, frustrated sigh. Out in the hall, Otakura nervously asks if they just witnessed Riko being bullied, prompting an absolutely furious Yua to vent about the bully's cowardly tactics of only striking when the boys look away, noting that Riko constantly denies the harassment just to keep her from worrying. Channeling all her bubbling anger into a sudden plan of action, Yua fiercely corners the startled Otaku and loudly demands his immediate attention. Staring him dead in the eyes, she boldly asks if he can come over to her house first thing tomorrow morning, leaving the deeply flustered plain guy completely stunned by the incredibly forward invitation. Relocating to a nearby vending machine, a fresh drink loudly clunks into the dispenser as Yua prepares to elaborate on her sudden request. Casually sipping her freshly bought bribe juice, Yua reveals her grand scheme to invite Riko over for a total makeover using his skills, perfectly anticipating his immediate hesitation. By correctly guessing, he is already wondering how a simple image change could possibly stop the relentless bullying. Drinking her juice, Narumi casually notes that changing your image is basically a weapon, though she firmly believes people should just dress however they want to, without being looked down on for their appearance. She adds that if someone really doesn't want to change their look, they shouldn't force themselves to do it, leaving him quietly absorbing her surprisingly solid advice. Her words strike a deep chord with him, prompting him to realize that if a simple image change could actually save Riko from dwelling on negative thoughts, he is more than willing to step up and help out. He firmly declares that he simply cannot stand back and watch his friend get bullied, completely stunning Narumi with his unexpected surge of brave resolve. Thrilled by his courageous decision, she enthusiastically flashes a peace sign and confidently announces that she already has the perfect plan to fix everything. She immediately orders him to meet up at her house the very next day to put her makeover plan into action, completely flustering him as he nervously admits he understands the gist of her wild idea. She ponders if she really needs to be there for his makeover, forcing him to awkwardly confess that if he tries to change his style all by himself, he will absolutely fail since he doesn't know the first thing about fashion. Recalling Riko's incredibly harsh words about him being gross and a total mismatch for Yua, he honestly admits that he doesn't have a very good impression of her at all, but his expression quickly hardens with determination. He reflects on his painful middle school days when his classmates constantly mocked him for being gloomy and stuck in his own little world, remembering how he always desperately wished someone would step up to help him back then. Connecting his own past trauma to the current situation, he looks her right in the eye and reiterates that, because of those painful memories, there is absolutely no way he can just sit back and watch his friend get bullied now. Staring at her determined back, he seriously reflects on the unbelievable concept of having someone actually stand up for him. He is deeply moved by the thought, realizing just how incredible it would be to have someone genuinely close to him who would passionately defend his honor against cruel insults. Looking at her unwavering expression, the lonely otaku comes to the stunning realization that if they were actually real friends, she would fiercely protect him from the harshness of their classmates. A profound sense of healing washes over him, making him feel as though her unexpected kindness just retroactively saved his traumatized middle school self, prompting him to finally make a firm decision. Gathering his courage, he loudly declares that he has absolutely no idea what her master plan is, but promises to do his very best to help with Riko's makeover, causing Narumi to instantly beam with pride and excitedly cheer on his newfound motivation. The grand makeover operation kicks off the very next day at Narumi's house, where a completely bewildered Otakura lets out a confused sound of pure disbelief. He finds himself awkwardly planted right in the middle of Narumi's bedroom when Riko abruptly walks in, completely catching both of them off guard, as she casually calls out to her friend. Riko freezes in her tracks, staring down with absolute shock and disgust, as she instantly demands to know why the class nerd is suddenly hanging out in her best friend's private space. Narumi cheerfully gestures to him and proudly announces that she specifically invited him over a fact the petrified otaku nervously echoes, which only causes a furious Riko to yell that they are completely missing the point of her outrage. Riko absolutely loses her mind over the scandalous reality that there is a teenage boy hanging out here at 6 in the morning, completely short-circuiting when Narumi casually drops the massive bombshell that her parents are out of town on a long business trip. Riko completely misreads the situation and hysterically asks if the two of them actually spent the entire night together, prompting a highly flustered Otakura to frantically wave his hands and aggressively deny that they have that kind of relationship. Narumi quickly takes control of the chaotic conversation, reminding her friend that they literally discussed fixing her hair in their direct messages, and proudly announcing that Otakura is the one who is going to do it, leaving the nervous nerd to awkwardly offer his assistance. Completely overwhelmed by pride and embarrassment, Riko sarcastically dismisses the whole situation and immediately tries to storm out to go home, forcing Narumi to physically grab her friend to stop her from running away again. Refusing to let her leave, Narumi enthusiastically points out her own beautifully styled hair as absolute proof of his skills, asking if it looks amazing, but a stubborn Riko loudly yells back that she absolutely does not care about his styling abilities. Riko fiercely argues that Narumi getting her hair done is absolutely no reason for a weird guy to play with hers, a totally logical point that Otakura internally agrees with, but Narumi simply ignores the protests and gently begs her friend to just give it a chance until Riko reluctantly clicks her tongue in defeat. Throwing a massive tantrum, Riko completely gives up her escape attempt and aggressively flings herself down onto a large beanbag chair in the corner of the room. Sitting fiercely on the cushion, she angrily snaps at Otakura, causing him to jump in fear as she bluntly threatens that she will never forgive him if he tries to do anything remotely weird to her. Getting the official, albeit highly aggressive, green light to proceed, Otakura loudly accepts her terms with a nervous but determined confirmation, while Narumi happily smiles by his side. As Narumi efficiently sets up a mirror, and Otakura requests a power supply for his tools, Riko silently sulks in the background, internally grumbling that Narumi is only going through all this trouble out of pity over a guy named Kaneyama, and wishing she would just leave the whole situation alone. Staring at her friend, Riko reluctantly admits to herself that Narumi's hairstyle actually does look incredibly cute today, deciding that she simply cannot let herself miss out on getting a similar treatment. Fully surrendering to the makeover, she turns her attention to the incoming otaku and casually questions why the hair iron he brought is so unusually small. Yua is totally impressed by his wide variety of hobbies, noting that his specialized tools are normally meant for dolls anyway, which he happily confirms. She points out that his current method might take forever and kindly offers to let him use her actual hair iron instead, adding that it works much better. He gratefully accepts the offer before casually dropping a massive bombshell, asking if she could also lend him her makeup. The totally unexpected request completely short-circuits her brain, leaving her staring blankly at the nervous boy as she lets out a bewildered sound in response. As she prepares to hand over the styling tools, She pauses again, completely thrown off by the sheer absurdity of the situation, as the plain guy sits awkwardly in front of the mirror. Shooting him a look of absolute suspicion, she directly questions if he seriously intended to do her makeup and if he even possesses the skills to pull it off. He nervously stutters out his defense, explaining that since she specifically requested a full image change, he simply assumed cosmetics were naturally included in the grand plan. He timidly admits that he actually spent his free time studying makeup video tutorials after getting home yesterday, nervously asking if his extra effort was completely unnecessary. His sheer, unexpected dedication leaves her totally speechless for a moment before she suddenly reaches out and tightly grasps both of his hands. Thrilled by his intense preparation, she enthusiastically demands they go through with the makeover, heavily praising him for being incredibly reliable. Completely ignoring the massive risk of leaving her face to a clumsy amateur, she loudly cheers him on, while the deeply panicked otaku desperately warns her he cannot do anything too advanced, secretly screaming in his head that he just wants to escape and go home. They decide to kick off their styling session with Otakura suggesting that they start by straightening Riko's hair first. Otakura asks Narumi to lend him a hair clip, which she happily agrees to do, while Riko stands by looking incredibly anxious and worried about the whole situation. Sitting in front of the mirror, Riko internally doubts his abilities, wondering if a nerdy guy like him can actually style hair and do makeup, despite her pretending to go along with it just because Yua was in the room. As Otakura gets to work, he politely advises her to speak up immediately if the tool gets too hot, keeping her on high alert. She remains deeply nervous, sweating over the scary realization that any minor slip-up on his part could end up physically burning her. Although she tries her best to endure the process, the soothing warmth of the hair straightener combined with her lack of sleep instantly makes her incredibly drowsy, leaving her struggling to keep her eyes open. She suddenly snaps awake when Otakura calls out her name, jolting her right out of her sleepy daze. Still slightly disoriented, she lets out a confused sound while looking at her reflection in the mirror, only to find both Narumi and Otakura smiling warmly at her. She is completely stunned to see the spectacular results of her hair transformation, which has been turned into a perfectly smooth and beautiful style. Shocked by the jaw-dropping results of his handiwork, she lets out a massive scream of disbelief that echoes right out of the house. Riko wakes up from her quick nap to find that her messy bed head has been styled completely straight, leaving her absolutely shocked by the sudden change. She is completely stunned by the massive transformation and wonders if her hair could even change that much, while Yua eagerly agrees that the turnaround is totally wild. Yua proudly praises Otaku-kun's expert styling skills and clip work, though he humbly plays down the compliment by explaining he only knows how to do it because of his experience styling doll wigs. He admits he was slightly worried because she was swaying back and forth while asleep, but he is glad she did not make any sudden movements, leaving a bewildered Riko utterly speechless at his incredibly casual explanation. While Riko internally wonders if this guy possesses top-tier marriage material, he cheerfully suggests transitioning to her makeup routine now that she is wide awake. As Otaku-kun explains his plan to use gold eye bases and peach-pink eyeshadows, Yua suddenly interjects, arguing that while pink is cute, they need to focus on a truly legendary image makeover for her friend. Yua confidently proposes styling her as an intimidating, powerful woman instead, leaving a completely bewildered Otaku-kun struggling to comprehend her sudden creative direction. Yua enthusiastically details an aggressive look featuring thick eyebrows, colored contacts, and bold red lipstick, designed to keep everyone at a distance, leaving a sweating Otaku-kun highly skeptical of the intense proposal. Otaku-kun turns directly to Riko to get her opinion, prompting her to admit that while she gets Yua's point, she has no desire to get in trouble with the teachers by wearing such heavy makeup to school. Placing her complete trust in his taste and abilities, Riko calmly announces that she is leaving the entire styling decision in his hands, catching him entirely off guard. Riko nervously asks Otakura to confirm that he actually watched a bunch of tutorial videos to prepare specifically for her makeover. Stealing her resolve, she boldly declares that she is leaving the entire makeup selection completely up to him, firmly demanding that he transform her into a totally new person. Fired up by her sudden trust and determination, Otakura enthusiastically accepts the massive challenge without a single second of hesitation. Watching the two of them finally get perfectly on the same page, Yua beams with absolute pride and cheers in pure excitement for the beauty project to officially begin. Wasting no time, Otakura immediately dives straight into his carefully prepped materials, tapping his brush into a sparkling cosmetic palette to kick off the transformation. As Otakura carefully begins applying the makeup, Yua cheerfully chimes in with suggestions to highlight her friend's naturally cute features, instantly causing a deeply embarrassed Riko to squirm and yell, while her stylist desperately begs her to hold still. Taking the makeover to the next level, Yua decides to completely overhaul Riko's conservative uniform style, aggressively hiking up her friend's long skirt, while a panicked Riko frantically begs her to stop messing with her buttons. Riko furiously screams a brutal death threat at Otakura if he dares to peek during the chaotic wardrobe adjustment, forcing the heavily blushing otaku to slap his hands over his face and desperately swear he isn't looking at anything. Moving on to the final touches, Yua analyzes Riko's hair from behind and casually suggests they pin it up with a clip, prompting Otakura to double-check if that is actually the best styling route to take. His phone suddenly chimes to signal it is time to leave, interrupting him just as he awkwardly attempts to compliment Riko by noting that her eye-covering bangs have a unique charm, completely confusing Yua. Ignoring the weird otaku comment, Yua cheerfully declares it is time to go and highly encourages a nervous Riko to have absolute faith in herself now that she looks like a totally different person. Overflowing with mischievous energy, Yua enthusiastically announces their grand plan to use Riko's massive glow-up to totally prank her entire class. The trio finally arrives outside the doors of Class 1D, where a heavy hum of morning chatter is already echoing into the hallway. The moment Riko steps inside the classroom instantly erupts into shocked whispers, as her classmates completely lose their minds over the fact that the girl infamous for messy bedhead is suddenly unrecognizable. As Riko nervously makes her way to her desk, her stunned peers silently stare in awe and wonder if she was actually always this incredibly cute underneath her usual messy look. The massive commotion immediately catches Yashida's attention, prompting him to walk over and openly admit that he didn't even recognize her for a second. He completely praises her amazing transformation, making Riko shyly question if he really means it, while a whole group of classmates quickly crowds around to enthusiastically back him up. The girls immediately swarm her desk to gush over how her huge eyes and perfect hair make her look exactly like a gorgeous doll, which perfectly tracks since Otakura directly applied his extensive doll collecting expertise to pull off the flawless style. Completely missing the delicate fashion aesthetic, the hopelessly athletic Yashida cheerfully points out that her new outfit looks way too cold for April and brightly suggests they play some soccer to warm up, instantly getting tackled by his buddy for ruining the mood. The moment Riko steps into the classroom with her fresh makeover, she instantly draws a massive crowd of awestruck boys, leaving her completely bewildered by the sudden wave of intense attention. Watching Riko steal all the spotlight, the main bully Mika Kaneyama glares from the sidelines with pure annoyance, absolutely seething with jealousy, while her lackeys stare in confused shock. Strutting down the hallway later, Mika bitterly complains that Riko is getting way too arrogant just because some boys paid attention to her new look, but her petty rant is abruptly cut short when a mysterious hand suddenly clamps down on her shoulder from behind. Before Mika can even process what is happening, Narumi violently yanks her backward, forcefully dragging the bewildered bully right around the corner and completely out of sight. Mika gets forcefully slammed right up against the wall, completely terrified, as she is suddenly cornered in a high-intensity showdown. Trapping the bully against the wall with a fierce, intimidating grin, Narumi coldly announces that she can hear absolutely everything Mika has been saying. As a panicked Mika tries to play dumb and frantically asks what she is talking about, Narumi cuts right to the chase and bluntly demands that she stop bullying Riko immediately. Completely dismantling the bully's tough facade, Narumi ruthlessly exposes her real motive, confidently declaring that Mika only targets Riko because she has a massive crush on Yashida and desperately wants to eliminate any potential competition. The brutally accurate call-out instantly shatters Mika's composure, leaving her blushing furiously in pure shock just as her confused friends peek around the corner to check on her. A completely flustered Mika screams at Narumi, demanding to know how she figured out her secret crush, prompting a smug Narumi to playfully threaten to spread the juicy rumor while a terrified Otakura secretly watches his very first high-stakes girl fight from the doorway. Narumi boldly confronts the bully at school, fiercely telling her to shut up and asserting that she will absolutely not stay quiet since Riko is her close friend. The bully is completely intimidated by Narumi's intense zero-tolerance confrontation, finding herself entirely unable to come up with a single word to fight back. She desperately sweats over the terrifying realization that picking a fight with Narumi, the school's most popular and unbeatable gal, is an absolute suicide mission she cannot hope to win. Overwhelmed by the heavy silence and crushing social pressure, the defeated bully completely breaks under the tension. The bully completely backs down angrily, shouting that she will just stay away from Riko from now on, before furiously storming out of the classroom. As the bully's sidekicks quickly scramble to follow their fleeing leader out of the room, Narumi and Otakura quietly note her departure, realizing their intervention actually worked. Narumi instantly bursts into a joyous victory celebration, loudly cheering that she won, and prompting a sweating Otakura to applaud while internally questioning if this was ever really a high-stakes battle. After Narumi warmly thanks him for all of his incredible help, Otakura mentions that things went incredibly well, but politely asks if he can raise one burning question, instantly piquing her curious interest. Staring at her with a slightly bewildered expression, he asks if there was ever really a practical need to go through the massive trouble of Riko's dramatic hair transformation plan. He points out that since she ended up directly settling the bullying problem anyway, it would have been much faster to just call the bullies out right from the start. But Narumi passionately argues that the makeover was absolutely necessary, because transforming Riko's outward looks was the only way to truly spark a change in her internal confidence. Narumi cheerfully grabs the flustered Otaka's face and forcefully directs his attention straight ahead to see the undeniable proof of their massive success. He watches in absolute awe as a beaming Riko effortlessly chats with the rest of the class, completely shedding her previous isolation, while Yua proudly points out how friendly she has become with everyone. Celebrating their total victory, Narumi completely invades his personal space from behind, proudly declaring that she was right about self-confidence, and a fresh image being the ultimate weapons as Riko finally reclaims her happy school life. To top off the perfect morning, the immensely popular Yashida smoothly approaches Riko to tell her she looks incredibly cute today, while casually dropping the massive bombshell that he actually secretly loved her old eye-covering bangs too. Later that afternoon, the chaotic school day finally wraps up with a heavy, exhausted sigh echoing through the campus. Completely drained of all his energy, Otakura sluggishly drags himself down the hallway, mentally complaining that spending his entire morning doing a high-stakes makeover at a popular gal's house completely wiped him out as he resolves to head straight home and crash. His tired mood instantly lifts when he overhears some classmates loudly praising Narumi for acting like a super cool manga heroine, who fiercely protects her friends, prompting the undercover nerd to proudly nod along and wholeheartedly agree with their perfect assessment. Otakura is casually walking through the school corridor when he suddenly senses someone nearby. He spots a small crowd of classmates gathered in front of the school bulletin board, curiously checking out the flyers. Looking at her recruitment poster for the art club welcoming new members, he realizes he needs to try adopting some of Yua's positive, outgoing attitude to put himself out there and make new friends. He heads over to the shoe lockers to swap his shoes as he prepares to head home for the day. His routine is suddenly interrupted when Riko calls out his name from right behind him, catching him completely off guard. Surprised to see her, he nervously stammers out her family name while she looks back at him with a hesitant expression. While Otakura internally panics because he struggles to talk to girls without Yua around to buffer the conversation, Riko hesitantly requests that he stop calling her by her formal last name. She explains that she does not really like her full first name, either suggesting he simply call her Riko instead, which he nervously tries out and receives her immediate approval. Looking incredibly flustered, she hesitates and quietly whispers as she struggles to bring up the real reason she sought him out. She sincerely thanks him for all his help, admitting he put a lot of thought into getting those mean girls out of her hair, leaving a highly relieved Otakura incredibly happy that their grand plan worked out so perfectly. Otakura warmly assures her that she does not need to stress over the massive favor because he only helped out, because he genuinely wanted to, cheerfully adding that the hands-on styling experience is actually incredibly useful for his doll-making hobby anyway. Riko quietly accepts his reassurance, noting that it is fine if he really feels that way, before a hesitant Otakura awkwardly stammers out a question to see if there is still something else bothering her. Riko finally addresses the heavy tension between them, confessing that she completely badmouthed him behind his back by calling him a gross otaku, which immediately earned her a harsh scolding from Yua for being incredibly rude. Filled with deep regret, she admits how absolutely awful it was of her to boldly throw around such cruel insults without even taking a single second to actually get to know him first. Overcome with genuine remorse, Riko forcefully bows at the waist right in the middle of the hallway and loudly screams out a massive, heartfelt apology for her terrible behavior. Otakura is completely caught off guard by the sudden and intense apology, leaving him momentarily stunned into silence as he quietly calls out her name. His sleep-deprived brain completely short-circuits, causing him to randomly associate Riko's tearful apology with a memory of his little sister apologizing to him, completely derailing his logical thinking due to sheer exhaustion. Operating entirely on pure sleepy instinct, his arm randomly reaches out toward the bowing girl as his hazy mind attempts to naturally comfort her. Completely losing control of his own body, he gently pats Riko right on the head, just like he would comfort his little sister, warmly telling her not to worry about the insults, while completely failing to realize how absolutely crazy the gesture is. As he continues to blindly pat her head, he internally marvels at how incredibly serious and earnest she is for going completely out of her way to deliver such a sincere apology, admitting that, while the initial insult stung, her genuine effort totally makes up for it. Without thinking, Otakura accidentally pats Riko on the head, instantly realizing his massive mistake, as she freezes in place and shoots him an absolutely terrifying glare. Riko ominously calls his name with a terrifying dark aura, prompting him to frantically wave his hands and beg for forgiveness, while desperately explaining that her reaction just reminded him of his little sister. Utterly terrified for his life, he loudly begs her not to sue him for sexual harassment, but he pauses in total confusion when she suddenly mumbles something about other people. Stepping closer, she fiercely repeats herself to make sure the panicked otaku hears exactly what she is trying to say. With her face burning bright red, she furiously yells at him to never pet her head in front of other people, specifically emphasizing that doing it in front of Yua is an absolute deal-breaker that she will never forgive. Completely overwhelmed by her own massive slip-up, she hastily declares that is all she has to say and immediately sprints down the hallway to escape the embarrassing situation, leaving a stunned Otakura to awkwardly accept her bizarre terms. Left completely alone in the corridor, his face heats up as he tries to convince himself he is just overthinking things, desperately trying to brush off the insane implication that she is totally fine with him petting her head as long as they are completely alone. Meanwhile, Riko sprints away from the scene as fast as her legs can carry her, desperately trying to catch her breath while her mind races out of control. Touching her burning cheeks, she internally curses her massive embarrassment and frantically wonders if the blush from her morning makeover is making her flustered reaction even more obvious. A few days quickly pass after the intense bullying confrontation, smoothly jumping the story forward to a completely new afternoon. Arriving outside a popular local coffee shop called Fudarbucks, Otakura suddenly hears a familiar voice cheerfully calling out his signature nickname from the crowd. He easily spots Narumi as she enthusiastically waves him over to join her near the bustling store entrance. Taking note of the incredibly long wait wrapped around the storefront, she casually asks if he frequents trendy cafes like this very often while they join the queue together. He honestly admits that this is his very first time ever visiting a Fudarbucks, prompting her to happily laugh and confess it has been a while for her too, while he internally marvels at the miraculous reality that a gal so genuinely kind to a plain nerd actually exists. Realizing they are going to be stuck waiting in the massive line for quite a while, she abruptly dumps her heavy bag right into his arms and frantically apologizes, urgently announcing that she needs to use the bathroom immediately. Leaving him completely in charge of holding their spot, she sprints off toward the restroom while the startled otaku nervously promises to wait for her return. A guy standing right in front of him politely apologizes for holding extra space in line for his own absent friend, which Otakura quickly waves off, leaving the nerd entirely confused when the stranger shoots him a look of deep, unspoken respect as a fellow man who clearly understands the unique struggles of hanging out with gals. Sometime later, a heavily customized iced coffee cup enters the scene as Narumi lets out a massive sigh of relief, dramatically declaring that her restroom emergency was incredibly dangerous. She completely bursts into laughter and bluntly confesses that she was seriously close to peeing herself, leaving a highly flustered Otakura to awkwardly smile and express his absolute sheer gratitude that she actually made it in time. While sitting at a cafe table, Narumi admits that she was incredibly stressed about ordering on her own while he was away, explaining that the complex coffee shop menu orders sound way too much like hard-to-say magic spells to her. Otakura points out that the wildly elaborate drink she ended up ordering is actually quite impressive, prompting her to happily agree that her choice is indeed pretty wild. She explains that she absolutely had to get the trendy new Easter marshmallow frap because it was super popular on social media, while a thrifty Otakura declines her offer to try it by sticking to his basic coffee and internally calculating how many manga volumes he could buy with that kind of allowance money. Narumi smoothly transitions the conversation by asking what he wanted to discuss, which prompts him to bring up what happened with Riko the other day. He quietly reflects on how much Narumi genuinely seems to enjoy chatting with him, as she happily updates him on Riko making more female friends, and eagerly requests a brand new set of custom-designed fingernails. He notes that she also desperately wants him to style her hair for her yet again, signaling that their unique beauty partnership is far from over. He warmly realizes that without even trying or forcing himself to act a certain way, he has somehow become completely comfortable chatting with her in a perfectly natural, effortless conversation. She flashes him an incredibly bright, blushing smile of pure happiness, completely capturing his attention. Deeply touched by her radiant warmth, he blushes intensely and smiles back, fully realizing just how much their connection means to him. He marvels at the fact that this is officially the most time he has ever spent simply enjoying someone's company like this, just as she casually calls out his name once again to bring up a new topic. Otakura is suddenly hit with a massive wave of curiosity as he eagerly asks Narumi if there is a quick and easy way to shed some extra fat, completely catching her off guard while she casually enjoys her sweet drink. A deeply baffled Narumi lets out a shocked exclamation in response, quickly trying to clarify that she hasn't actually gained weight or anything like that. She casually sips her highly customized extra chocolate sugar-loaded marshmallow frap while pointing out that the weather is finally warming up, and she will naturally be showing a lot more skin soon. Otakura can only stare in sheer disbelief, completely losing his mind over her absolute hypocrisy, as she happily claims she is actively trying to cut back on sweets to tone up for the summer while holding a massive calorie bomb right in her hand. Trying to break the news as gently as possible, Otakura nervously clears his throat and awkwardly points out the giant dessert disguised as a drink she is currently chugging. A completely clueless Narumi simply tilts her head in confusion and asks if her beverage is really that bad, prompting a sweat-dropping Otakura to cautiously ask if she has any actual clue how many calories she is consuming. Deeply hesitating over whether he should shatter her blissful ignorance, Otakura covers his face and nervously prepares to drop some incredibly heavy truth bombs about her favorite drink. With a strained smile, he finally delivers the devastating news that her single custom frap packs a whopping 450 calories, which is practically the exact equivalent of eating an entire heavy bowl of ramen. The brutal revelation completely shatters Narumi's reality, sending her into a state of absolute paralyzed horror over the mind-blowing fact that a simple liquid treat could carry such a massive caloric punch. Completely short-circuiting from the devastating mathematical truth, She desperately tries to process how a mere drink can equal a whole meal while a deeply amused Otakura quietly watches her entire world fall apart. Yua hilariously tries to convince herself that ramen is basically a healthy plant-based meal since noodles are just flour and soy sauce is made from beans, forcing Otakura to bluntly point out that she is completely separating herself from reality. After learning that her sweet blended frap is actually packed with calories and sugar, she suddenly loses all desire to finish it, but she still hesitates to leave it behind since throwing it away feels like a total waste. She suddenly offers him her half-finished drink, quietly calling out his nickname with a highly suspicious silence. With a sweet but firm expression, she directly tells him to finish the beverage for her. Otaku-kun is left completely frozen in shock, staring at the chocolate-drizzled cup in total disbelief. Yua casually brushes off his hesitation by claiming she is just too full to drink anymore, while Otakura nervously starts to ask a very critical question about what sharing the cup actually implies. He internally panics over the terrifying reality that drinking from her straw would constitute an indirect kiss, but he quickly realizes he does not have nearly enough courage to actually bring it up out loud. Fearing that rejecting her offer might make her think he finds her dirty or end up hurting her feelings, he nervously caves in and reluctantly agrees to take the sweet beverage off her hands. As he nervously takes a sip of the drink, Yua suddenly becomes incredibly shy and embarrassed, quietly watching him finish it. Looking completely flustered, she quietly whispers to herself that they actually just an indirect kiss. Otakura completely misses the romantic tension and asks if she said something, which she frantically laughs off and denies. Misinterpreting her lingering gaze as a massive craving for his sweet drink, he innocently offers to let her have some more. Pushing his cup across the table, he tries to convince her by cleverly pointing out that splitting the beverage perfectly cuts the calorie count in half for both of them. Highly flustered by the enticing offer, she entirely caves to the temptation and quietly declares she will take just one more little sip. As she casually takes a drink right from his straw, Otakura's heart violently hammers in his chest as his brain finally registers the massive implications of a sudden indirect kiss. A heavy, stunned silence completely overtakes the room as the sheer weight of the incredibly intimate moment hangs thickly in the air between them. She softly breaks the tense quiet by murmuring that the drink tastes delicious, prompting him to awkwardly stammer out a quick agreement while internally confessing that he is completely lying. He secretly admits to himself that his nerves were short-circuiting his brain so severely that he absolutely failed to register the taste of the drink at all. The scene shifts to a quiet neighborhood settling into a peaceful evening under a starlit sky. Inside his room, a hefty stack of highly anticipated manga volumes sits perfectly arranged and ready for a massive binge reading session. Right next to the manga, a fresh controller rests against a stack of brand new video games completely primed for an intense gaming marathon. To top off the ultimate otaku haul, a towering pile of unbuilt mecha plastic models patiently awaits assembly while a sinister, excited chuckle echoes through the room. Exactly 1 month after starting his high school life, Otakura gleefully flops onto his bed and loudly celebrates the start of a well-deserved holiday break. Thrilled that the long-awaited Golden Week has finally arrived, he immediately prioritizes catching up on the massive backlog of anime and manga he has been aggressively hoarding all month. Rolling around his bed in pure ecstatic joy, he excitedly lists out his grand plans to play video games, build plastic models, and maintain his dolls, completely overwhelmed by his amazing agenda, until a sudden chime from his phone interrupts him. He pauses his excited rolling and glances at his glowing lock screen, letting out a confused hum as a brand new message notification pops up right in the middle of his Thursday night. The trio's chaotic daily life continues as Yua cheerfully snaps a group selfie to commemorate their growing friendship, while Otakura and Riko awkwardly tag along. Yua cheerfully giggles to herself while happily pointing out that the month of May has officially arrived. Eager for a seasonal wardrobe update, she enthusiastically texts the group chat to suggest they all go out together to check out the brand new spring and summer outfits. Relaxing at home, Riko checks her phone and lets out a mild sigh upon receiving yet another one of Yua's incredibly sudden hangout invitations. Meanwhile, Otakura checks the active group chat and gets completely flustered upon realizing Riko is actually tagging along while the girls casually discuss looking for some mature new clothes. The terrifying topic of fashion instantly triggers a massive wave of anxiety for the plain otaku, sending him into a deep spiral of overthinking. Riko bluntly texts the chat to point out that Otakura desperately needs some new clothes to hide his massive nerd vibes, leaving him deeply offended, and seriously considering rejecting the invitation entirely, since he completely lacks any interest in expensive fashion. His plans to completely escape the trip immediately crumble when Yua cheerfully messages that she genuinely wants to see his casual style, sending the flustered nerd into an absolute panic. Yielding to Yua's enthusiastic demand for a quick picture of his current wardrobe, he heavily sighs and reluctantly opens his closet to figure out an acceptable outfit. Deciding to go absolutely all out, the massive nerd hilariously overcompensates by throwing on a completely formal suit and aggressively snapping a dramatic mirror selfie to proudly prove his fashion worth. Proudly showing off his completely black outfit, he explains that while he used to wear edgy blood-stained clothes in middle school, he opted for plain black, this time to perfectly hide his inner nerd, completely horrifying the girls, as they bluntly point out that his mysterious safety pins and fake leather actually make him look like a massive otaku. Riko lets out a heavy sigh and brutally hits him with the hard truth, plainly stating that if his ultimate goal is to blend in and not look like a complete nerd, his all-black coordination is an absolute failure, instantly shattering his confidence. Following the harsh rejection of his wardrobe, Riko firmly orders him to have his little sister pick out his outfit for their upcoming outing instead. The very next day, the trio prepares to meet up for their highly anticipated weekend shopping trip at the local mall. Otakura arrives at the mall wearing his standard school uniform on a weekend, awkwardly explaining that his little sister completely roasted his fashion sense, and bluntly told him the uniform was the only decent thing he owned. His gloomy explanation is cut short when Yua and Riko arrive looking absolutely stunning in their trendy weekend clothes, cheerfully greeting him and apologizing for the wait. Otakura is completely blinded by their sparkling aura, internally screaming over the massive social gap between them, while passing strangers quietly judge the bizarre combo of a popular gal, a plain nerd, and a cute younger girl hanging out together. Sensing the tragic backstory behind his uniform, Yua completely ignores his lack of casual wear and enthusiastically declares that their first mission is to buy him some decent clothes, casually checking to see if his 10,000 yen budget will be enough to start. As they stroll through the mall, Riko expresses genuine surprise at his budget, admitting she assumed hardcore otakus spent all their cash on hobbies, which prompts Otakura to proudly reveal that his shopping funds actually came from selling his old plastic models. He cheerfully explains his incredibly efficient hobby cycle of buying, building, enjoying, and then reselling his kits for a solid profit, leaving a worried Riko to question if he is secretly struggling financially, while Yua simply marvels at his entirely unfamiliar nerdy economy. Riko advises keeping the budget to 10,000 yen as long as he avoids anything too high fashion, leading Yua to enthusiastically point out a Uniqlo storefront as the ultimate safe haven for completely normal clothes. Otakura loudly recognizes the mainstream brand solely because they once ran a massive anime collaboration, prompting the girls to dryly remark on his incredibly narrow worldview as they heard him inside the store. The moment they step onto the sales floor, Otakura excitedly holds up a graphic anime t-shirt, which both Yua and Riko immediately and ruthlessly shoot down with perfectly synchronized rejection gestures. Taking absolute control of the shopping trip, Yua points to a stylish spring vest on a nearby mannequin and cheerfully suggests it would be a perfect match, leaving the fashion-blind otaku staring blankly at the display. Riko quickly vetoes the vest by pointing out it would just amplify his nerdy vibe, prompting Yua to pivot to an oversized crew neck that earns Riko's immediate approval, while Otakura stands between them, completely out of the loop. The girls seamlessly bounce styling ideas off each other, with Yua suggesting bright pants to contrast his strictly black wardrobe, and Riko chiming in to add a solid layering piece to the mix. As Yua rapidly factors in seasonal color palettes to ensure the clothes last into the fall, Otakura internally panics over their lightning-fast decision, realizing he has absolutely zero chance to get a single word in edgewise. The grand dressing room reveal shows Otakura fully decked out in his brand new oversized shirt, wide pants, and cardigan, drawing a highly impressed reaction from Yua, who cheerfully praises the massive glow-up. Inspecting his fresh reflection, Otakura is completely blown away by how fashionable the plain colors actually look together, prompting a smug Riko to confidently guarantee the outfit's mass appeal simply because they were the brilliant masterminds behind it. With Yua happily validating the fresh look and Riko firmly advising him to just purchase the entire ensemble right then and there, a heavily blushing Otakura smiles brightly and enthusiastically agrees to buy all the clothes. Otakura successfully secures his very first set of perfectly normal everyday clothes, proudly declaring his intention to wear his brand new haul as much as humanly possible this year, while Yua enthusiastically supports his practical fashion goals. As they walk through the bustling mall, Otakura nervously admits he accidentally went a little over his shopping budget, a minor setback that Yua totally brushes off as they quickly pivot to the next phase of their trip and decide to shop for the girls' outfits instead. Stepping into a vibrant women's clothing store, Yua completely loses her mind over the massive wall of brand new releases and excitedly begs to check out every single rack while Otakura happily obliges and Riko quietly notes all the cute options on display. Riko suddenly gets a mischievous idea and bluntly challenges Otakura to pick out their outfits for them, a totally unexpected request that catches the otaku completely off guard but instantly hypes Yua up as a super fun experiment. Secretly plotting her own petty amusement, Riko deviously assumes there is absolutely zero chance a nerdy guy like him knows the first thing about women's fashion, fully planning to mercilessly roast him the second he comes back with an incredibly weird, mismatched outfit. Faced with the ultimate styling challenge, Otakura falls completely silent, intensely locking into his zone as he prepares to tackle the incredibly high-stakes mission of styling two popular girls. Completely ignoring Riko's trap, the hyper-focused Otaku aggressively speeds through the store racks with expert precision, instantly picking out high heels and tops, while smoothly apologizing to a nearby customer he accidentally bumps into during his intense shopping spree. He quickly returns to the waiting girls with his finalized fashion choices, prompting an eager Yua to cheer his arrival, while a highly skeptical Riko prepares to unleash her barrage of perfectly planned insults. Otakura smoothly presents a highly sophisticated, slightly revealing black lace top, thoroughly explaining that since she specifically wanted a more mature look, pairing it with subtle adult accessories would perfectly hit the mark, leaving a completely stunned Riko to internally panic as she realizes his styling advice is actually incredibly solid and absolutely flawless. Yua immediately jumps in and enthusiastically tries to push an even more revealing outfit onto her friend, causing a heavily blushing Riko to frantically scream that she could never pull it off, while Otakura casually shuts the wild suggestion down by bluntly telling Yua that her own fashion choices are way too heavily focused on showing off skin. Otakura takes one look at Yua's fair skin and long hair, and suggests she try wearing something far less revealing, completely stunning the usually flashy gal with his unexpected wardrobe advice. Quickly scanning the racks for the right shade of blue, the hyper-focused Otaku aggressively hands over a selection of clothes and commands her to try them on in the fitting room, leaving both girls utterly dumbfounded by his sudden wave of authority. Standing behind the closed fitting room curtain, a completely bewildered Yua quietly reflects on how she somehow got swept up in his intense momentum and ended up taking every single outfit he picked out. As they change, Yua finds herself blushing while wondering if Otakura secretly prefers neat and modest outfits, though she quickly tries to convince herself she is not doing it for his sake. Meanwhile, in the neighboring booth, Riko is a nervous wreck over undressing so close to a guy, desperately hoping he cannot hear any of her movements. Otakura calls out from the hallway to check if they are finished changing so they can wrap things up, quickly prompting a flustered Yua to yell back that she is coming right out before they finally step out of the dressing rooms. Yua nervously steps out to show off her new modest floral dress, asking if this is what he had in mind, which instantly earns a rave review from Otakura, who happily praises her like a genius and declares she looks exactly like a classy, elegant princess. Riko shyly steps out next to show off her stylish wrap skirt, an off-shoulder top, prompting Otakura to absolutely lose his mind with excitement, as he gushes over the perfect, universally adored contrast of a baby-faced girl wearing a mature, sophisticated outfit. An incredibly proud Otakura claps with pure joy and declares that both outfits look absolutely fantastic on them, while a blushing Yua and Riko exchange sweet, genuine compliments on each other's stunning new looks. Despite his success, the sudden realization leaves both girls deeply suspicious, as they wonder how a guy with such atrocious personal style could possibly be an absolute master at selecting women's fashion, prompting a narrator to reveal there is actually a very specific reason behind his hidden talent. As it turns out, his expert styling skills come directly from his hardcore gaming habits of always choosing female avatars with highly customized gear, coupled with his extensive experience dressing up high-quality anime figures and dolls. Otakura happily beams with absolute joy, admitting that looking at girls' clothing is incredibly fun for him, while completely exposing the hilarious fact that his keen fashion sense exclusively works for women's outfits. Completely energized by his fashion hobby, he enthusiastically begs to take another lap around the store, arguing that checking out more outfits might personally help him with references in the future, while the two girls stare at him in utter speechless confusion. As Yua cheerfully suggests they go get changed, and laments that Otakura would have totally rocked these cute clothes if he were a high school girl, a deeply unsettled Riko realizes the plain nerd might actually have a bigger passion for girls' fashion than she does. The scene abruptly shifts as a completely shocked Otakura snaps a frantic selfie in the mirror, totally overwhelmed by his own sudden stylish makeover, and hyping himself up that today is the absolute only time he can pull off a look this extreme. The story then cuts to Riko walking through a massive, bustling shopping mall, quietly checking her smartphone as she navigates the busy walkways. Glancing down at her adorable cat lock screen, she notes that it is just barely past 3 in the afternoon, setting the perfect stage for the next phase of their weekend plans. With their shopping bags completely full, Otakura asks what they should do next, prompting Riko to happily thank him for making the shopping trip so effortlessly easy, while Yua suggests they just wander around despite their heavy load. Riko logically points out their massive haul and suggests they should probably find a place to sit down, instantly sparking a brand new idea in Yua's head. Brimming with sudden excitement, Yua claps her hands together and cheerfully proposes they all hit up a karaoke room to kill some time. Otakura casually agrees to the plan without a single second of hesitation, completely missing the anxious look on Riko's face as she nervously accepts the sudden invitation. As Yua enthusiastically sprints off to secure their room reservation, Otakura finally notices Riko's deeply distressed expression and politely asks what is bothering her. Riko bluntly admits she fully expected him to reject the idea, since a typical nerd would only know niche anime tracks, forcing a sweating Otakura to reluctantly confirm her suspicion before quickly assuring her he plans to pick popular anime songs that have actually been topping the mainstream charts. Walking into the karaoke venue together, Riko casually tells him she is keeping her expectations rock bottom, advising the otaku to just take it easy and sing whatever he wants. Taking the microphone, Otakura completely shatters her low expectations by instantly getting into the zone, passionately belting out the dramatic lyrics to a legendary anime theme song with absolute confidence. As he effortlessly hits the intense high notes, both Riko and Yua are left totally wide-eyed and paralyzed by sheer shock at his unexpectedly flawless vocal performance. Striking a dramatic pose to finish off the incredible track, he receives instant praise from an amazed Yua, while a completely bewildered Riko loudly questions where he was even hiding that unbelievable singing voice. The karaoke machine flashes a massive 99-point score, easily taking the top spot for the day, and leaving Riko totally annoyed that she wasted any time worrying about his skills, while Yua confusedly points out he actually queued up a duet song. It turns out Otakura possesses a unique diphonics vocal range that allows him to flawlessly hit high female notes, meaning he can effortlessly sing both parts of a duet, all by himself, though he awkwardly admits his little sister thinks it is incredibly gross when he practices at home. Thrilled to finally have a safe space to sing as much as he wants, he enthusiastically prepares to tackle the female vocals, only for Riko to abruptly cut in and volunteer to sing the duet with him, since she already knows the track. He completely freezes up at the sudden offer, prompting Riko to shoot him a terrifying glare and aggressively demand to know if he has a problem with her joining in, forcing the panicked nerd to frantically backpedal. Shaking off his initial shock, he decides to just roll with the unexpected collaboration as the background music finally starts up. He happily explains that he only ever sang both parts because he never actually had a girl to duet with, cheerfully admitting that sharing the song with her is definitely going to be way more fun. They completely crush the performance together, belting out the lyrics with perfect synergy while Yua enthusiastically hypes them up from the sidelines and loudly praises how incredible they sound. After leaving absolutely everything on the track, the two exhausted singers collapse to catch their breath, prompting Yua to notice they completely drained their drinks during the intense set. Yua cheerfully steps out to grab them some fresh sodas, totally leaving them in suspense right as the karaoke machine begins to dramatically tally up their final duet score. The screen suddenly flashes a flawless 100 points, completely blowing their minds and leaving both Otakura and Riko staring in pure disbelief over their absolute masterpiece of a performance. The room explodes with pure hype as Otakura and Riko aggressively high-five to celebrate their unbelievable victory, loudly cheering over the legendary moment of scoring a perfect full score. Riko immediately insists they snap a photo of the glorious perfect score before it vanishes from the screen, wanting to show Yua the proof, as they both eagerly pull out their phones to document the monumental milestone. The celebratory mood suddenly shifts when Riko grows unusually quiet and fidgety, prompting Otakura to ask if something is wrong, just as she shyly hints that she deserves some kind of reward for doing so incredibly well. Riko mutters a series of flustered, embarrassed sounds while avoiding eye contact, leaving a completely bewildered Otakura to quietly gasp in realization as she subtly tilts her head down toward him. Staring at her expectant posture, Otakura is hit with a massive wave of déjà vu, comparing her cute behavior to a stray kitten he once met, as he nervously wonders if she is actually asking him to pet her head. Tentatively testing the waters and praying he won't get immediately murdered for it, Otakura politely excuses himself and gently pats Riko's head, which she surprisingly lets him do without any protest. With her face burning bright red, Riko issues a stern, hushed warning that he must never let Yua catch him doing this, which a highly flustered Otakura instantly and enthusiastically agrees to. Reassured that he fully understands the top-secret terms of their deal, Riko quietly stands there and accepts the head pats, letting him continue in comfortable silence. As the petting session drags on, a highly stressed Otakura starts sweating bullets, internally screaming in pure panic over how to handle the increasingly awkward situation. Totally trapped in a cycle of endless head pats, he frantically wonders if he is supposed to keep going until she tells him to stop, growing increasingly terrified that Narumi might walk through the door at any second, just as a sudden clattering sound echoes from the entrance. Yua finally returns to the karaoke room with a bright smile, cheerfully apologizing for the wait as she balances a fresh tray of drinks for the group. She immediately senses the bizarre tension in the room and asks what is wrong, completely baffled by Riko's strangely rigid posture, while the heavily flustered girl frantically denies that anything weird is going on. The awkward atmosphere instantly vanishes when they check the karaoke monitor, sending both Riko and Otakura into a screaming frenzy, as they realize they somehow scored a perfect 100 points on their duet, leaving a highly impressed Yua to praise their serious vocal skills. Right in the middle of their lively celebration, Yua suddenly speaks up and directly calls out to her friend with a very observant look. Riko freezes in sheer confusion as Yua casually points out that her face is looking unusually red, instantly causing the flustered girl to blush even harder. While Yua innocently asks if she is feeling okay, a totally panicked Riko hastily claims she is just flushed from holding her bladder and abruptly announces she needs to make a mad dash for the washroom, leaving Otakura sweating nervously beside them. Riko violently slams the heavy karaoke room door shut behind her, plunging the space into a thick, dead silence as Yua quietly stares at the exit. Attempting to break the heavy awkwardness, Otakura politely thanks Yua for bringing the drinks and nervously asks if she would like to sing a duet with him next, but she abruptly cuts him off by sternly calling his name. Completely ignoring his song request, she leans in with a dangerously teasing smile and bluntly asks if he was just petting Riko's head while she was out of the room. His jaw completely drops in sheer, unadulterated terror as Yua flashes a dark, knowing grin, instantly confirming his absolute worst fear that she somehow saw the highly forbidden head patting incident unfold. Otakura completely panics as he realizes Yua got a full view of the accidental head pat through the door window, sweating bullets, when she smugly confronts him about wanting to pet Riko. As Yua slides right next to him on the couch and stares him down with a suspicious hum, a terrified Otakura frantically blurts out an awkward offer to pet her head too if she really wants him to. To his absolute shock, Yua eagerly accepts the offer, playfully pulling her hair back and boldly demanding that he pet her right then and there. Otakura is completely paralyzed by the sudden development, his brain short-circuiting as he processes the terrifying reality that he actually has to follow through and touch the popular gal. His overactive mind instantly starts calculating the physical logistics of the action, desperately noting that since they are sitting side by side, the only natural way to reach her head without making it weird is to awkwardly wrap his arm all the way around her back. On top of the complicated physical mechanics, he realizes she is leaning in dangerously close, leaving him absolutely trapped as she expectantly prompts him to hurry up and make his move. He spirals into an absolute mental breakdown over the disastrous chain reaction. This will cause terrified that Riko will catch him petting Yua, forcing him to confess that Yua saw the first head pat, which will completely expose his massive slip-up and invoke Riko's ultimate wrath. Realizing he simply cannot afford to ruin the fantastic mood they built up all day, he braces himself to fulfill Yua's demand and loudly excuses himself before diving into the terrifying task. Trembling under the intense pressure, he slowly raises a highly unsteady hand toward the expectant gal, sweating profusely, as he cautiously bridges the incredibly tense gap between them. He finally drops his shaking hand onto her head for a gentle pat, his face blushing so furiously he looks like he is in actual physical pain, while Yua quietly accepts the incredibly intimate gesture. Reaching out on pure instinct, Otakura gently pats her head in a surprisingly soft and comforting gesture. Caught completely off guard by the sudden affectionate contact, she silently glances up at him with a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Breaking the brief silence, she softly calls out his nickname, prompting the nervous Otaku to cautiously ask what is on her mind. She playfully pouts and points out how incredibly unfair it is that he casually calls Riko by her first name while keeping things strict and formal with her, forcing him to awkwardly defend his actions by explaining that Riko specifically asked him to drop the formalities. Completely turning his logical excuse against him, she leans in with a brilliant smile and confidently demands that he start calling her Yua from now on. The incredibly bold request instantly short-circuits his brain, leaving the heavily blushing nerd stammering in absolute panic as he desperately tries to process the massive leap in intimacy. Mustering every single ounce of courage he possesses, he shakily stutters out her first name, instantly earning a deeply satisfied and triumphant smile from the popular gal. She tries her best to hold it in but completely loses the battle, bursting into a massive fit of teasing laughter that leaves a highly flustered Otakura frantically asking what is so hilarious. Wiping away a tear, she cheerfully apologizes and explains that his ridiculously stiff and nervous reaction was just way too funny to handle before abruptly standing up to wrap up their hangout. Flashing him a playful wink on her way out, she casually drops a massive blackmail bombshell by promising to keep his secret head-patting session with Riko completely under wraps, leaving him utterly destroyed. Riding the massive high of getting her head patted, Yua eagerly declares that she also wants a turn to sing a duet, prompting Otakura to quickly and nervously agree to another collaboration. She silently admits to herself that while this is the very first time a boy has ever patted her head, the simple gesture actually makes her incredibly happy. The overarching truth is that the genuine reason her heart is soaring is simply because it was Otakura specifically who comforted her though the energetic gal has absolutely no clue about her developing feelings just yet, as she happily enjoys the duet. Fueled by pure excitement, the trio completely loses track of time and continuously extends their karaoke room rental, absolutely destroying their vocal cords on the very first day of Golden Week. The intense singing marathon hits a massive peak as Otakura and Riko enthusiastically celebrate scoring yet another completely flawless 100 points on the machine. Fast forwarding right into the second half of the Golden Week holidays, the newly formed trio of Otakura, Yua, and Riko takes their break to the next level by heading out for a wildly fun trip to an enormous indoor water park. The girls happily splash into the heated pool, completely living it up and enjoying the summer vibes a step early, while Otakura is still stuck in the locker room getting changed. Yua enthusiastically praises Riko as an absolute goddess as they hang out in the massive indoor water park, taking in the lively tropical atmosphere. A quick flashback reveals that Yua spontaneously invited both of them out the day before hyping up the trip after scoring 3 free tickets to the indoor pool. As Yua secures their inflatable floaty to a nearby chair and expresses her deep gratitude to Riko's parents for providing the tickets, Riko warmly notes how glad she is that Yua could actually make it, instead of staying home crying over her holiday homework. Yua completely blanks out and asks if they were even assigned any homework at all, prompting a deadpan Riko to scold her friend for entirely forgetting about its existence, while firmly refusing to help her catch up later. Wondering why Otakura is taking forever, Yua and Riko suggest heading back toward the changing room to check on him, but their conversation is abruptly interrupted when a mysterious voice suddenly calls out to them. 2 outgoing college guys smoothly approach the girls, casually asking if they are sisters and boldly announcing that they are also looking for something fun to do. The guys try to invite them to hang out, but Yua instantly shuts them down by firmly stating they are busy and definitely not sisters, while Riko adds that they are actually in the exact same grade, leaving the college boys totally shocked by the massive contrast in their appearances. The guys wildly miscalculate the situation, frantically whispering to each other, and assuming Yua must be a highly developed middle schooler, before realizing they are actually high schoolers, all while an annoyed Riko bluntly reminds them that they can hear every single word of their stupid conversation. Yua flashes a polite but entirely dismissive smile, officially rejecting their annoying advances by clearly stating that they are already waiting for someone else to arrive. At the indoor pool, Yua and Riko find themselves cornered by a couple of persistent guys who aggressively try to hit on them, completely ignoring the girls' obvious annoyance as they push to hang out together. Just as Yua prepares to firmly shut down the annoying creeps, a familiar voice suddenly calls out their names from a distance, instantly bringing a wave of relief to the cornered girls. Thrilled by the perfect timing, Yua cheerfully turns around and begins to scold Otakura for keeping them waiting so long, but her playful complaint instantly dies in her throat. Otakura casually apologizes for the delay, leaving both girls completely paralyzed in pure jaw-dropping shock as they stare in horror at his unbelievably shredded 8-pack physique, desperately wondering if this macho guy is actually their plain nerd friend. As he innocently apologizes for taking so long to put in his new contact lenses, the girls violently sweat and tremble over the insane, completely unexpected gap between his usual baggy uniform and his intensely chiseled muscles. The 2 flirty guys take one terrified look at the massively shredded otaku claiming to be Yua's friend and immediately panic, frantically denying they were hitting on the girls and desperately insisting they were just passing through. Complimenting his terrifyingly impressive body, the intimidated guys instantly scramble away into the water, leaving a totally confused Otakura to ask who they were, while Riko quickly tells him not to worry about the failed pickup attempt. Brushing past the creeps entirely, Riko immediately pivots back to the massive elephant in the room and furiously screams at Otakura to explain exactly where his insane muscles came from. He casually explains that he simply got way too obsessed with a popular fitness anime, drank a ton of their collaboration protein shakes, and accidentally got completely ripped by training in his room, leaving Riko to internally scream over his ridiculously overpowered and abnormal hidden specs. While Riko completely loses her mind over his secret macho status, A totally mesmerized Yua stares blankly at his chest and boldly asks if she can touch his muscles, an incredibly forward request that he casually accepts without a second thought. Fascinated by his hidden physique, Yua presses her hand against Otakura's chest and completely geeks out when she feels his muscles physically twitching right under her fingertips. Completely mesmerized by his unexpectedly toned build, she excitedly praises his amazing muscles, absolutely captivated by the sheer novelty of a nerd being this incredibly fit. Seizing a golden opportunity for some fun, Yua playfully encourages Riko to grab onto his arms. Otakura awkwardly flexes to prepare for the stunt, and Riko enthusiastically grips on while making sure he is completely ready to support her weight. Straining his newfound strength, Otakura actually manages to lift Riko right off the ground as she dangles from his arm, prompting the absolutely thrilled girl to loudly cheer and excitedly beg him to spin her around. He completely gives in to the chaotic request, violently spinning in circles with both girls happily hanging off his biceps like an amusement park ride, while a pair of nearby children watch the impressive spectacle in pure awe. The incredible display totally backfires on a nearby father when his kids demand he perform the exact same trick, forcing the sweating dad to desperately make excuses about his bad hips, while Yua humorously notes that the children's expectations have been set way too high. Yua eagerly tries to get in on the hanging action again, but Riko bluntly points out that her friend is simply way too tall to dangle properly, hilariously noting that Yua's feet are just awkwardly dragging on the ground. The incredibly awkward realization completely stalls the fun, leaving Otakura and Yua to stare at each other in absolute stunning silence, as the sheer physics of the situation finally settle in. Humiliated by the height difference totally ruining her fun, Yua freezes in utter embarrassment while Otakura quickly averts his gaze and desperately struggles to hold back his laughter. Completely abandoning the sulking gal, Riko excitedly drags Otakura off through the water to try another trick, leaving a furiously jealous Yua to aggressively complain that he is blatantly playing favorites. With a cute, slightly sulking expression, Yua softly requests that Otakura squat down a little bit in the pool. As the completely clueless Otaku lets out a confused sound, an incredibly impatient Riko loudly commands him to hurry up and do it already. Otakura obediently lowers himself into the water, nervously asking if his posture is correct, while Riko watches him in a tense, expectant silence. Taking immediate advantage of his lowered position, Yua happily drops onto his back for a piggyback ride, leaving Riko to watch in absolute shock and disbelief at her friend's sudden bold move. The incredibly soft close-range contact of Yua pressing against his back completely short-circuits Otakura's brain, leaving him blushing furiously and gasping in sheer panic, while a deeply jealous Riko watches in utter horror as her own mind completely explodes. Refusing to be left out of the fun, a highly flustered Riko desperately demands that Otakura carry her on his back, as well, leaving the heavily sweating and utterly overwhelmed nerd struggling to survive the intense double-sided attention from the two gals. As Otakura frantically stammers out his panic about how close Yua's chest feels, he catches her smug, playful smile and immediately realizes she is completely aware of the chaotic effect she is having on him. Fully resigning himself to his wild fate, Otakura lets out a defeated sigh and prepares to lift the heavy burden of carrying both girls through the water. Firmly warning both girls to hang on tight, Otakura prepares to carry them as Riko quickly secures herself on his front, while Yua happily settles in on his back. While Yua enthusiastically praises his unexpected strength, and Riko frantically warns him not to push himself too hard, the spectacular double carry completely steals the spotlight, leaving nearby onlookers staring in absolute awe. As Otakura effortlessly carries the two girls through the pool, a nearby young boy eagerly begs his own father to try the exact same stunt, forcing the deeply terrified parent to frantically apologize and declare that such a feat is completely impossible for him. Splashing into the massive indoor pool, Yua takes in the incredible view and happily marvels at how incredibly far away the artificial beach looks from their current spot. Yua cheerfully notes that they have waded out into the deep end, prompting her to completely panic when she notices Riko barely keeping her eyes above the surface. Riko stubbornly refuses to admit she is struggling, aggressively insisting that her feet can still touch the ground despite the water being basically at her absolute height limit. Riko immediately breaks her tough facade and confesses that she is actually barely touching the bottom, heavily regretting that she didn't bring Yua's floaty out into the water with her. Seeing her struggle, Otakura quickly volunteers to head back to the shallows to grab it for her. When Riko asks where she left it, Yua explains that the floaty is tied up right next to their parasol on the beach, giving the helpful Otaku exactly the directions he needs. Both girls warmly thank him for running the errand and promise to wait right there in the deep water while he assures them he will be back in just a few minutes with the lifesaver. Trudging back onto the artificial beach, Otakura quickly scans their little base camp and successfully spots the watermelon pattern tube resting right next to their designated parasol. He quickly grabs the colorful floaty and turns around to head back to the girls, only to suddenly freeze in his tracks when another girl in a bikini blocks his path. His protective instincts instantly flare up as he remembers that Yua and Riko were already getting relentlessly hit on by random guys earlier in the day, making him urgently realize he needs to hurry back, because the girls are definitely much safer with him hovering nearby to ward off creeps. Desperate to return to his friends, he politely responds to the mystery woman who stopped him. The beautiful stranger completely catches him off guard by admitting her request is incredibly weird before boldly asking if she can feel his muscles. Otakura's brain absolutely short-circuits at the absurd request, prompting him to completely panic and frantically double-check if she is seriously asking to touch his plain, nerdy physique. He nervously glances around in sheer disbelief, utterly confused as to why a gorgeous woman is suddenly taking an interest in his completely average body. A mature woman suddenly approaches Otakura, boldly confessing that she is incredibly interested in his unique blend of boyish charm and surprisingly muscular physique, leaving the clueless nerd totally bewildered by her advance. Completely failing to realize that he is actively being hit on by a beautiful stranger, the dense otaku genuinely wonders if his muscles are just some kind of rare attraction, prompting the amused woman to seductively ask if he is rejecting her offer. Sweating under the intense pressure, he awkwardly stammers that it isn't exactly a rejection, but quickly tries to excuse himself by insisting he desperately needs to get back to his group. The persistent woman steps closer to keep him from leaving, sending the highly flustered otaku into an absolute mental tailspin, as he frantically searches his brain for the correct dialogue option to escape the terrifying encounter. His internal panic is abruptly cut short by a loud, fiercely aggressive shout from off-screen demanding to know exactly who the strange woman is. Yua instantly materializes right over his shoulder, firmly clamping onto his arm while coldly interrogating him about his relationship with the stranger, as a highly defensive Riko quickly moves in to flank his other side. Taking the defense to the absolute extreme, Riko shoots the older woman an incredibly menacing ice-cold glare meant to instantly shut down any further advances. Tugging him closer to make her point crystal clear, Riko aggressively stakes their claim by boldly declaring that he entirely belongs to them, bluntly demanding the stunned stranger back off and leave him alone. The fierce territorial display totally amuses the older woman, who simply lets out a charmed gasp as the two girls stand completely united as an unbreakable wall to protect their flustered friend. Far from being offended, the woman flashes a playful smile and warmly notes that watching him hang out with his incredibly cute friends was just too adorable to ignore, leaving the fiercely defensive trio totally bewildered by her graceful retreat. The older woman politely excuses herself from the group, waving goodbye and casually noting that she would just be in the way if she stuck around any longer. The moment the woman leaves, Yua absolutely explodes with jealousy, furiously demanding to know who the adult stranger was, while a deeply concerned Riko frantically asks if the shady lady tried to scam him into buying a suspicious vase. Otakura innocently brushes off their intense worries, cheerfully explaining that the lady was not weird at all and simply wanted to feel his muscles because she was so intrigued by his impressive physique. His absolute cluelessness sends both girls into a state of sheer exasperation as they loudly point out that he was literally just getting hit on yet again. Refusing to take any more chances with the hopelessly oblivious nerd, Yua immediately steps up and fiercely grabs onto his arm with a dark, intensely protective glare. She boldly declares that they are all going for another swim together, teaming up with Riko to forcefully drag the confused guy back into the water, while he helplessly protests that he can perfectly walk on his own. Completely ignoring his frantic pleas to let go of his arms, the two girls internally reach a rock-solid agreement that leaving their ripped otaku friend completely unattended at a public pool is simply way too dangerous. Meanwhile, an intensely focused Riko stubbornly wades into the deeper end of the water, secretly struggling to stay on her tippy toes just to pretend her feet can comfortably reach the bottom. A quick recap of the pool's background characters reveals that the flirty college guys happily moved on the tired dad, managed to ease his hip pain, and the older woman actually felt completely satisfied watching the two girls fiercely protect their favorite macho nerd. The holidays officially wrap up seamlessly, launching the students straight into the middle of May, where a brand new terrifying challenge rapidly approaches. That looming threat turns out to be the dreaded midterm exams, perfectly timed with Yua frantically screaming his nickname across the school courtyard. She aggressively bows and clasps her hands together in pure desperation, loudly begging the startled otaku to save her life and help her study for the upcoming tests. Sweating at her dramatic movie-like plea, he cautiously asks if her score on that day's pop quiz was really that atrocious to warrant such a massive freakout. She proudly whips out 2 abysmal test papers covered in failing red marks, happily declaring she bombed them, while Otakura completely loses his mind over how she managed to fail the incredibly basic first semester material. Catching himself accidentally using her trendy gal slang out of pure shock, he logically points out that she must have been relatively smart just to pass their high school entrance exams, which she easily confirms. It turns out Yua actually is not stupid at all, having easily passed all of her middle school tests with absolute flying colors back in the day. The brutal truth behind her sudden academic downfall is actually entirely Otakura's fault, simply because she spent all of her recent free time getting totally distracted by his amazing hair and nail treatments instead of hitting the books. Yua's terrible habit of staying up all night scrolling through social media leads directly to her sleeping through classes and suffering a massive drop in her academic grades. Yua brings up their school's famously lenient dress code, prompting Otakura to confirm that they basically have total freedom with their appearance as long as they maintain decent scores. Yua completely panics over the terrifying reality that failing her midterms will force her to drop her trendy gal style and conform to strict dress codes, frantically screaming that her entire high school life will be ruined, while Otakura silently agrees that disciplinary guidance is definitely in her near future. Desperately searching for a lifeline, she begs Otakura to become her emergency tutor, since all her other friends are busy completely ignoring his protests about not being a genius and loudly arguing that his help is her absolute only chance to avoid failing entirely. Left with absolutely no way to escape her desperate pleas, a defeated Otakura simply sighs and reluctantly gives in to her tutoring request. Wasting absolutely no time, Yua enthusiastically proposes they go find a spot to study immediately, surprisingly adding that she is totally serious about putting in the work since she still owes him a huge debt for all his past favors. Overwhelmed with pure gratitude, she stares at the flustered otaku with tear-filled shimmering eyes, softly calling out his name in a deeply moving moment of sincere appreciation. Completely losing control of her emotions, she suddenly lunges forward and violently tackles the startled nerd into a massive, crushing embrace, loudly thanking him for refusing to abandon her. While a heavily blushing Otakura desperately struggles to survive being entirely smothered against her chest, a blissfully oblivious Yua happily promises to return the favor no matter what it takes. Their intense, overly intimate tutoring celebration is abruptly cut short when a group of lingering classmates spots them through the doorway, leaving the stunned onlookers frantically whispering that they really shouldn't be engaging in such scandalous behavior right in the middle of school. 2 jealous classmates bitterly complain about the glasses-wearing nerd hugging the school's most popular gal, while a highly irritated Riko approaches from the hallway, absolutely furious that Otakura is trying to keep their kind-hearted friend all to himself. Riko suddenly bursts into the classroom, and bluntly demands to know what the two of them are up to, completely interrupting the cozy moment where Narumi is hugging a very flustered Otakura at his desk. Looking over Yua's disastrously bad answer sheet, Riko bluntly points out that they are going to need a serious study session to fix her grades, but since the school library is currently completely packed with other students, they realize they need to find a better place to focus. Reasoning that they cannot chat in the library anyway, Yua happily suggests they take their study session to her place, casually inviting Otakura to join them, as he quickly agrees to the plan. Riko is completely dumbfounded by how casually Yua invites Otakura over and how easily he accepts, but her internal judging is immediately cut short when Yua turns around and warmly invites her to tag along too. The completely unexpected invitation leaves Riko totally stunned, causing her to stare blankly at her friend as she tries to process the sudden offer. Riko finally agrees to join them on the strict condition that they do not act all lovey-dovey right in front of her, prompting a highly defensive and synchronized denial from both of them as their official after-school study sessions begin. Despite starting their sessions with high hopes, it quickly becomes painfully obvious that Yua's studying habits are in a truly catastrophic state, highlighted by the fact that her notebook is completely blank. Realizing that weekday sessions are not nearly enough to save Yua's grades, they decide to ramp up their efforts by scheduling a major weekend study session, resulting in everyone gathering back at the house on Saturday morning to patiently cram everything they can into her brain. Otakura arrives bright and early at the Narumi family household, ringing the doorbell to let them know he has arrived for their scheduled study session. Yua enthusiastically welcomes Otaku-kun inside, cheerfully letting him know that they have already kicked off their study session, while a tired Riko greets him from behind. As Otakura steps inside, Yua points out the heavy load he brought along, prompting him to proudly boast about his secret weapon for their session today, while Riko struggles to stay awake. He eagerly asks how their studying has been going so far as they head into the room to get down to business. Reviewing their notes, Otakura is pleasantly surprised to find that they are actually getting most of the basic answers correct, though he notes they still have not tackled the trickier applied problems yet. Yua immediately groans in frustration, aggressively complaining that she absolutely does not care about the basics anyway. Yua lazily suggests they just do the bare minimum to scrape by, but Otakura firmly shuts down the idea, warning her that lazy habits will lead to failing and repeating a grade. Riko hilariously teases her friend by deadpanning that they will still stay friends even if they end up in different grades, driving a determined Yua to furiously declare she is definitely going to graduate properly. Riko and Otakura smugly team up to tease her even more, demanding she address them as her upperclassmen next year, which immediately causes an annoyed Yua to scream at them to shut up. As Riko and Otakura warmly agree to pass their classes so they can end up in the same classroom next term, a highly offended Yua loudly accuses the two of them of acting way too lovey-dovey. Determined to keep their academic focus on track, Riko loudly announces that it is finally time to start studying, while a highly unmotivated Yua sleepy mumbles a reluctant agreement. They immediately dive straight into their notebooks, focusing on the difficult pages to begin their intensive study session. Leaning closer, Riko quietly whispers some helpful study advice directly into Yua's ear, instantly catching her friend's undivided attention. With hot cup noodles prepped and waiting on the side as a fuel reserve, the trio fully concentrates on their books, quietly working through their difficult study materials. While Otakura calmly explains a complex concept, Yua intensely concentrates on the difficult problem with her pen at her chin, while a surprised Riko chimes in to follow his logical breakdown. Their previous test papers are scattered on the table, showcasing their highly impressive academic results from their hard work. Completely overwhelmed by the sheer mental exhaustion of the study marathon, Yua dramatically face plants onto her desk with a long drawn-out groan of absolute defeat. Sprawling out completely, Yua loudly complains about how exhausted she is, and how much her body is aching, prompting a scolding from Riko about her terrible manners, while Otakura checks the time on his phone and quietly notes that it was only a matter of time before she lost focus. Deciding to call a well-deserved time out, Otakura cheerfully suggests taking a quick study break, instantly piquing Yua's curious interest, as he happily heads over to fetch a mysterious container. He warmly explains that some sugar is absolutely essential after using their brains, so much placing a jar of sweet snacks on the desk, as both girls watch in pure curious delight. Otakura presents the girls with 2 beautiful jars of Macedonia, an Italian traditional fruit punch, offering it as a special handmade treat for both of them to enjoy. The girls are immediately captivated by the gorgeous presentation, prompting Yua to ask if he bought it from a store, only for Otakura to proudly reveal that he made it entirely from scratch. Completely stunning the 2 gals, Otakura casually explains that he found the recipe in a manga he likes and simply decided to recreate the dish himself. Handing them some spoons, he humbly downplays his culinary skills by claiming he merely cut up some fruit and added jelly, though he confidently notes that his little sister absolutely loved it, as he encourages them to dig in. The story takes a quick pause to showcase Otaku-kun's special Macedonia recipe, detailing the simple process of boiling juice with agar, letting it set in the fridge, and mixing it into a jar of fresh fruits with a highly recommended splash of cider for maximum flavor. Pouring the fizzy cider directly into the fruit-filled jars, Otakura strategically hits Yua right in her dietary weak spot by casually mentioning that his handmade dessert has less than half the calories of her favorite cafe fraps. Taking their very first bites, both girls are instantly blown away by the incredible taste, their faces lighting up with pure joy as they savor the delicious sweet treat. As Riko happily praises the sweet and fizzy kick, Yua enthusiastically declares that Otakura is basically capable of doing absolutely anything, leading Riko to hilariously conclude that he must actually be an entirely different, highly evolved species of human. While Otakura internally sweats over the realization that the girls completely underestimated his domestic skills, Riko pauses her snacking to ask if he is going to join them, prompting him to politely decline since he already tested it earlier. He awkwardly confesses that he only had 2 jars available and couldn't make enough for himself, but a pouting Riko absolutely refuses to accept his excuse and firmly insists that he has to the delicious dessert with them. Riko casually insists on feeding Otakura, telling him to open his mouth and try the food she is offering. She argues that it would be hard for them to enjoy their food if he is the only one not eating anything, leaving a highly skeptical Otakura to question her logic, while a completely stunned Narumi watches the exchange in absolute disbelief. As Otakura nervously agrees to take a bite, a highly flustered Narumi suddenly panics and desperately tries to yell at both of them to stop what they are doing. A completely red-faced Narumi furiously screams at them, pointing out that feeding him like that is nothing less than an official indirect kiss. Riko is completely bewildered by her friend's extreme reaction, casually brushing it off by pointing out that they are not grade schoolers anymore and shouldn't be sweating over something so minor, while a sweating Otakura quickly nods in agreement as Narumi remains utterly mortified. Narumi silently convinces herself that Otakura probably wouldn't mind sharing, feeling her heart beat rapidly as she contemplates the bold idea. Eager to join in, Narumi suddenly demands that Otakura take a bite of her food too, offering him a spoonful with a flustered shout, which completely catches him off guard and leaves him thoroughly confused. Highly embarrassed, Narumi tearfully asks if he is hesitating simply because she already ate some of it, and before a panicked Otakura can even finish denying it, she aggressively commands him to just hurry up and open his mouth, while a completely baffled Riko watches their bizarre drama unfold. Despite his intense hesitation, Otakura reluctantly caves to the pressure and opens his mouth to accept the food. He slowly chews the food as Narumi watches him closely to make sure he finishes every bite, completely cementing the indirect kiss as she hovers nearby in anticipation. The sweet dessert goes down smoothly as the group happily chews and gulps down the handmade treat in absolute silence. A heavily blushing Otakura nervously wipes his mouth and softly thanks her, while Yua stares right back at him with bright red cheeks and slightly flushed breathing. Catching onto the incredibly weird tension in the room, Riko eyes the pair suspiciously and wonders why both of them are suddenly blushing so hard, while Yua tries to play it off with a highly nervous laugh. Putting the clues together, Riko internally questions if her normally outgoing friend is actually getting completely flustered over something as innocent as an indirect kiss. She quickly dismisses the totally ridiculous theory reasoning that since Yua constantly shows off her chest and legs without a second thought, there is absolutely no way she would ever get embarrassed over sharing a spoon. Desperate to break the incredibly awkward silence, Otakura suddenly claps his hands together and loudly announces that snack time is officially over while Riko casually takes another bite. He frantically demands they get right back to the books, awkwardly claiming that he suddenly feels incredibly focused and ready to study, while the two startled girls jump at his sudden burst of intense energy. With the dedicated help of her two friends perfectly secured, Yua quietly gets back to her schoolwork, hiding a soft, lingering smile as she firmly grips her pen. The intense study session ultimately pays off as Yua successfully passes her English midterm the following week, a massive victory driven entirely by her desperate need to focus on schoolwork, just to distract herself from the lingering embarrassment of that indirect kiss. Staring warmly at her passing grade, she secretly admits to herself that she is actually completely terrible at handling indirect kisses, a deeply embarrassing truth she vows to keep completely hidden from the clueless nerd sitting right in front of her forever. Overwhelmed with immense relief and gratitude, Yua tightly hugs Otakura while loudly thanking him for not giving up on her during their grueling study sessions. The hectic exams are finally over, and the story transitions to a quiet, breezy afternoon in mid-May right after the school day wraps up. With a bright and hopeful smile, Otakura smoothly approaches Yua and directly asks if she happens to be free this coming Saturday. Her heart instantly leaps with absolute excitement as she blushes, furiously screaming in her own head that she is completely free and has absolutely zero other plans. Instantly jumping to a romantic conclusion, Yua eagerly asks if they are going out to celebrate a special reward for her not failing the midterm tests, excitedly listing off fun date spots they could visit together. Completely taking the initiative, she enthusiastically shouts that they should study over at her place this Saturday, turning his simple weekend invitation into yet another home study session. Otakura informs Yua that even though the current test period has finally wrapped up, their study sessions are far from over, leaving her looking completely devastated by the sudden news. He bluntly points out that she only got lucky with the exam questions because they specifically covered the exact things he had just taught her, insisting they absolutely must study the basics again from scratch to prepare for the upcoming tests. Yua immediately tries to wriggle out of the study sessions by claiming she might not be free this Saturday after all, but Otakura firmly counters that he won't be able to help her during the crucial term-end exams if she skips now, instantly breaking her lazy resistance. Yua reluctantly agrees to study, but questions if hosting the session would be a bother to his family, only for Otakura to casually explain that his parents are on vacation, and his little sister is having a sleepover, leaving their nearby classmates completely scandalized by the realization that he is inviting her to an empty house. Otakura cheerfully prepares to head home for the day, prompting Yua to curiously ask why he isn't heading to his club activities, since she is eager to remember which school club he actually ended up joining. Before getting into the details, the story takes a quick pause to officially reveal that Otakura made the choice to join the mysterious and niche second literature club. The narrative explains that Otaku-kun was inspired by Yua's incredibly forward personality and decided to join a club, initially seeking out the official literature club, only to find himself talking to the deputy director of the club. The deputy director politely explains that they strictly focus on poetry and novels, and suggests he try the Manga research club for anime discussions, though she warns him that their applications have likely already closed for the year. As she goes over the list of the school's cultural clubs, she brings up the highly niche second literature club, warning him that it is an incredibly small group where all the main members have already graduated. Hearing a rumor that the club is still barely staying active with 2 second-year members who joined last year, Yua looks completely shocked to learn that he actually decided to join such a mysterious and ghost-like club. Otakura happily explains that while his new clubmates are a bit niche, they all his exact same hobbies, before politely bidding Yua goodbye and heading off, leaving her to quietly wave back. Left alone on the school stairs, Yua thoughtfully repeats the name of his mysterious new group, the Second Literature Club, letting her growing curiosity get the better of her. Intrigued by his new hobby group, she decides to investigate and begins walking down the school corridors to track down their meeting room. Venturing deep into a quiet hallway, she finally spots a door with a handwritten sign officially marking it as the room for the second literature club. Arriving outside her destination, Yua carefully double-checks the sign, noting to herself that while she is definitely in the right place, the room itself looks suspiciously like a cluttered storage closet. Slowly sliding the door open with a gentle greeting to see if anyone is inside, Yua is instantly hit with an incredibly shocking sight. She is completely taken aback to find the room in a state of absolute tense secrecy, with the occupants frantically scrambling in a panic, while desperately telling everyone to stay quiet. One of the sweaty club members completely freezes in utter terror, struggling to even stutter out a single coherent word at the sudden sight of a popular girl invading their space. Panic instantly erupts as the sweaty student loudly and suspiciously screams that they definitely are not looking at any shady or inappropriate images, prompting his angry friend to forcefully tell him to shut up before he accidentally confesses to an actual crime. The bizarre hyper-defensive outburst leaves a deeply disturbed Yua staring in absolute silent horror, completely questioning what kind of shady group Otakura has actually joined. Walking into the second literature club room, Riko immediately overhears two eccentric guys boasting about their club being a safe space for hidden otakus, while discussing their shady picture viewing activities. She is instantly left in complete disbelief, internally pointing out that there is absolutely nothing hidden about either of them. When one of the members casually asks what their sudden guest wants, Riko gets straight to the point and explains that she came by to ask about Otaku-kun, triggering a massive face-faulting reaction of pure shock from both guys. The two guys instantly lose their minds in dramatic excitement over the classic light novel-style fantasy of a fashionable gal calling them Otaku-kun. A highly flustered Riko desperately tries to backpedal and clear up the massive misunderstanding, explaining she absolutely did not mean it that way. Thoroughly exhausted by the absolute chaos, Riko aggressively demands that they stop making things so incredibly confusing and just tell her their names already. Sensing a prime opportunity to show off, the two bizarre club members dramatically slide their feet into position to deliver a theatrical introduction. Striking a flashy dual pose, they proudly introduce themselves as Chobam, the self-proclaimed slightly chubby one and engine, who claims his engines are always running at full throttle. Pushing up his glasses, Chobam proudly boasts about their highly unique way of speaking, calling it a respectful and beloved piece of classic 2000 Akihabara culture. The two enthusiastically throw confetti in celebration of the trending Y2K aesthetic. They assume she is into driving a sweating Riko to the absolute brink of sanity, as she internally screams that she does not care about any of their outdated trends. Desperately trying to steer the conversation back to reality, a deeply exhausted Riko directly asks if a student named Otakura is actually in this weird club, prompting Chobam to lean in extremely close and confirm that Sir Otakura is indeed enrolled. Even though they reveal that Otakura requested to take the day off today, Riko refuses to leave empty-handed and politely asks if she can interview the two of them to get some much-needed answers about him. The long-awaited Saturday finally arrives for their highly anticipated study session, setting the stage for their weekend plans. Determined to make a good impression, Otakura spends his morning furiously scrubbing and cleaning his entire house from top to bottom. He lets out a heavy sigh of exhaustion, but takes absolute pride in the fact that the entryway, the toilet, and the trash bins are completely spotless to prevent any awkward disasters. He double-checks his bedroom to ensure he has successfully hidden every single potentially embarrassing hobby item, even going so far as to borrow a nice study desk from his sister to set the perfect student vibe. As the reality of the situation finally sinks in, he begins to panic over the sheer, unthinkable gravity of inviting a girl over to his empty house, desperately trying to reassure himself that it is strictly a study session while giving the room a quick spray of air freshener just in case. The sudden ring of the doorbell jolts him out of his thoughts, causing him to clumsily tumble and trip down the stairs in his frantic rush to welcome his guest. Yua cheerfully greets him at the front door, but Otakura completely freezes in absolute shock when he notices she has brought along a massive, heavy suitcase. As his mind desperately races over whether she is planning an unexpected sleepover, Yua casually drops another massive bombshell by politely asking if she can change her clothes right away. His brain completely short-circuits as he frantically stammers in pure disbelief at the thought of her changing right there, while Yua casually confirms she wants to do it immediately. Before he can even process the situation, she smoothly pushes him right out the bedroom door, reassuring him not to worry and promising to call him back inside as soon as she is completely ready. Narumi cheerfully waves goodbye and tells Otakura she will see him in just a moment as she steps out of the room. Left alone in the hallway, Otakura is completely baffled as to why girls immediately change clothes the moment they arrive at someone's house, though he cannot help but wonder what she is changing into until she suddenly calls out his name. She tells him that he is free to come back inside, prompting a nervous Otakura to announce his re-entry as she welcomes him back. He is instantly greeted by a beaming Narumi who is dressed up in a full maid costume and enthusiastically welcomes him home as her master. She playfully strikes a cute pose to show off the outfit, leaving a sweating and utterly flustered Otakura completely speechless at her sudden cosplay. The sheer absurdity of the situation leaves him completely dumbfounded as a heavy, awkward silence fills the room. Staring at her in absolute shock, he bluntly admits that he simply does not comprehend what is happening in front of him. A confused Narumi explains that she assumed he of all people would appreciate maid clothes, but he quickly clarifies that while he obviously knows what a maid is, he has absolutely no idea why she is wearing the outfit right now. When he demands to know who on earth told her to dress up like that, she casually reveals that his fellow otaku friends Chobam-kun and Enjin-kun were the ones behind the idea. She explains that when she asked them for advice on how to thank him for his study help, they claimed a maid costume was the absolute best option and lent her the clothes, leaving a deeply embarrassed Otakura to hold his head and curse his scheming friends. Looking completely out of place in her elaborate maid outfit, Yua happily declares she wore it specifically to thank Otakura and provide him with direct maid service, while a completely baffled Otakura wonders when she even got the costume in the first place. Yua cheerfully explains that Otakura's new club members showed her plenty of pictures and anime screenshots to teach her how a proper maid behaves, causing a deeply panicked Otakura to scream in absolute terror, while his friends defensively protest that they only age-appropriate material. Realizing he has absolutely no way to stop her hyper-enthusiastic roleplay, Otakura decides to request a simple shoulder massage after they finish studying in hopes of finally ending her maid routine. Instantly skipping the entire study session, a beaming Yua happily tells her master to sit down right away, forcing a highly flustered Otakura to desperately yell that he meant after they were completely done studying. Yua cheerfully leads the way up the stairs to her second-floor room to finally start their review, playfully telling him to act more like a proper master, before the story smoothly fast-forwards to the following Monday at school. Back at school on Monday, an absolutely furious Otakura storms into the clubroom and violently corners his two terrified friends against the wall in a fierce interrogation. Stealing his gaze with an incredibly dark and menacing aura, Otakura angrily accuses them of going way too far, since Yua actually showed up at his house in a full maid costume, leaving the two pranksters sweating in pure shock as they admit they never expected her to actually do it. As the guys desperately try to calm him down, they suddenly realize that this means Otakura spent private time alone in a room with the school's popular gal, instantly swarming him and demanding to know every single detail, while a panicked Otakura desperately swears that absolutely nothing happened. While loudly trying to deny their suspicious accusations, Otakura's mind instantly flashes back to the highly intimate moment when Yua's soft hands gently reached down to start his requested shoulder massage. He warmly remembers sitting in front of her as she gently massaged his stiff shoulders, softly commenting on how much he hunches over while his heart hammered in his chest from the intense physical proximity. Narumi continues her enthusiastic maid act, sweetly offering to give her master a thorough massage to help him fully relax. When Otakura coyly hints to his friends that something interesting actually did go down between them, both boys react in absolute hilarious shock and jealousy. Frustrated by his bragging, his friends angrily accuse him of boasting before threatening to teach him a lesson, though Otakura internally confesses that he actually slightly enjoyed the maid costume they prepared. On a warm morning at school, Yua cheerfully greets Otakura and immediately asks if his group for the upcoming class excursion has been decided yet. He explains that they were tasked with forming co-ed groups of 5 or 6 students, which feels like an impossibly high hurdle for an introvert like him, prompting a curious Yua to ask how he ended up handling it. Otakura excitedly explains to Yua that he was invited by Atsuka-kun to join a group with 3 other boys for the upcoming school trip, which she thinks sounds like an awesome opportunity. Yua immediately suggests that since she has also invited her own friends, they should just merge their 2 groups together to make it one giant fun gathering. With the plan officially decided, Otakura says he will check in with Atsuka-kun to make sure the guys are on board, while Yua promises to let her group know as the school term smoothly transitions into June. The day of the highly anticipated class excursion finally arrives as a large tour bus rolls up to transport the students to their destination. Standing outside the local castle ruins, Yua eagerly checks her phone but grumbles that their class has absolutely nothing left to do on their schedule, and that the historical site will not get many likes on social media. Trying to make the best of the downtime, Yua and Otakura happily a sweet dango snack together during their free period. By mid-morning, the students find themselves scattered around the entrance of the castle ruins, trying to figure out how to spend their remaining free time. Atsuka looks completely overwhelmed and exhausted, grumbling to himself that their supposedly open schedule has turned into a total drag. The boys complain that a local hometown trip is far too boring, but Yua quickly shifts their mood by showing them a photo of Class D visiting a nearby sweets factory, suggesting they check out the local shopping district instead. With plenty of open time remaining, Kanda suggests that the guys head over to a local game center instead, turning to ask Otakura what he wants to do, while Otakura hesitates and glances over at Yua. With a bright and cheerful wave, Yua playfully announces to everyone nearby that she will be borrowing Otaku-kun for the day. Agreeing to hang out together next time, Otakura's club mates bid him farewell and wave goodbye as they head off, while cautiously reminding him to call them immediately if anything unexpected happens. As they walk together, Otakura's classmates whisper in absolute awe about him going shopping with Yua Narumi, quietly noting that the prominent Murata sisters are also joining them today, and leaving a confused Otakura trying to recall who exactly they are. One of the sisters politely asks if it is really all right for them to tag along, which Yua enthusiastically confirms before the other sister steps forward with a warm smile to officially introduce herself to a nervous Otakura. The 2 fashionable girls are officially introduced as the Murata sisters, the outgoing older sister Kanon from Class 1E and the elegant younger sister Shin from Class 1B. It is revealed that the twin sisters are Yua's close friends who immediately grouped up with them, since their respective classes were assigned the same school project, with Shin kindly asking if Otakura is truly comfortable hanging out with a group of popular girls. Suggesting that a boy might find it incredibly boring to go shopping with a bunch of girls, the sisters gently advise that he should feel free to do his own thing, instead of just trying to be polite, prompting a panicked Otakura to desperately try and interject. Before Otakura can even speak, Yua fiercely steps in and loudly declares to her friends that having Otaku-kun along on their shopping trip is an absolute necessity. Yua enthusiastically boasts that Otaku-kun possesses an incredibly great sense for choosing things specifically for popular girls, which only earns her a highly amused and skeptical look of confusion from the Murata sisters. Backing up her claims, Yua proudly displays her custom fingernails before eagerly revealing that Otaku-kun styled her adorable teddy bear hairstyle, too, leaving her highly impressed friends to excitedly recall her talking about his amazing styling abilities. One of the girls cheerfully notes that since that is the case, it is absolutely perfect, announcing that they want to go check out some hair extensions. She casually asks Otakura-kun to keep an eye out for them, leaving the completely flustered nerd blushing intensely as he stammers out a quick, nervous response. Watching them head straight down the shopping district toward the very same store they visited last time, Yua secretly follows behind with a mischievous chuckle, realizing that her golden opportunity has finally arrived. Grinning widely to herself, Yua struggles to hide her sheer excitement over the absolute perfect chance to show the Murata sisters just how incredibly skilled their resident otaku really is. Stepping inside the store, Yua fondly reflects that, while Otaku-kun might be a bit self-conscious at first, he will eventually get used to socializing if they do things together, just as one of the girls suddenly calls out to him. Curious about the items, one of the girls asks why one extension is cheaper than the other, despite being the exact same color, prompting Otakura-kun to smoothly explain that extensions capable of withstanding higher heat from hair irons are naturally of a better quality and therefore more expensive. The girls are completely amazed by his sudden expertise, eagerly asking if they should just buy the expensive ones, but Otakura-kun calmly advises them that is not always the best move, leaving a hovering Yua thoroughly bewildered by his smooth confidence. He helpfully explains that if they do not plan to change the shape or restyle the extensions, the cheaper option is actually the better choice, earning him high praise for his useful advice, while a shocked Yua looks on with her heart wildly pounding. Staring at him in absolute disbelief, Yua is suddenly hit with a massive wave of realization, nervously questioning if Otaku-kun has somehow gotten way too comfortable and close with other flashy girls. Yua hilariously freaks out over the fact that the usually guarded nerd is chatting so friendly with other girls, desperately wondering if his sudden immunity to fashionable gals is actually entirely due to her own influence, a flattering theory that is actually half right since her constant efforts have indeed made him far less terrified of girls. Additionally, Otakura finds himself able to chat quite smoothly with the Murata sisters simply by convincing himself that since they are Yua's friends, they must be nice girls underneath their flashy looks. Even though this entire awkward co-ed group scenario is pretty much entirely Yua's fault, she is deeply annoyed at being completely left out of the loop and mutters that she does not like this situation at all before loudly calling out to Otakura. Looking highly flustered and eager for some attention, Yua loudly declares that she wants to go look at accessories and demands they all head to an accessories shop, next leaving a bewildered Otakura completely speechless. Otakura is completely baffled by her request, reminding her that she already bought a ton of clothes and accessories during the May public holiday, though he remembers her happily showing off her massive shopping haul. However, Otakura completely misreads the situation, jumping to the wildly incorrect conclusion that Yua is deliberately dragging them to another shop just to help him get even friendlier with the other girls. Stealing his resolve to exceed her expectations, he happily agrees to move on to the next store, leaving the Murata sisters entirely confused by his sudden enthusiasm. Watching him completely miss the point and cheerfully rally the other girls, a deeply frustrated Yua can only let out an annoyed groan as her plan completely backfires. She seethes in jealousy as the Murata sisters immediately crowd around Otakura, yet again eagerly asking for his opinion on different items. Wasting no time, Otakura highly praises the cute piercings they are holding and directly suggests that the older sister should go with gold, while the younger sister should take silver, earning an impressed response from both of them. The sisters are incredibly impressed to find the colors match their skin tones, highly praising him for acting like a professional image consultant, which makes a modest Otakura laugh it off, while Yua glares at them from behind with a terrifying jealous aura. Sensing a sudden drop in the room's temperature, one of the sisters nervously whispers to the other to take a look at what is happening directly behind them. The Murata sisters quickly notice that Yua is in a terribly grumpy mood, immediately realizing she is completely fuming, because they have been hogging Otakura all to themselves, while the clueless otaku remains entirely oblivious as he daydreams about buying charms for his dolls. Whispering to each other, they put two and two together, and realize that Yua's intense jealousy must mean there is actually a deep romantic spark between her and Otaku-kun. Feeling incredibly guilty for getting in the way, they immediately agree they need to apologize to Yua and return Otakura to her side as fast as possible. The sisters quickly cook up a plan on how to approach them, psyching themselves up as they head back over to the quiet pair. Loudly pointing out how incredibly packed it is outside, they casually break the ice to make their approach look perfectly natural. They start a weird call and response routine about getting lost in the heavy crowds, leaving Yua completely bewildered and Otakura sweating over their bizarre behavior. The sisters dramatically declare that the only way to stay safe in the massive crowd is to hold hands, immediately clasping hands and sprinting off together. Before running away, they loudly demand that Yua and Otakura hold hands too to avoid getting lost, completely brushing off Yua's flustered protests by arguing that calling for help would be incredibly uncool. The sisters quickly vanish into the crowd, leaving a deeply embarrassed Yua to awkwardly apologize to Otakura for her friends making such a highly unnecessary and embarrassing suggestion about holding hands. While Otakura quietly reflects on how he stayed completely silent during the entire chaotic exchange, a blushing Yua hesitantly admits that her friends actually made a pretty valid point about the danger of getting separated in the heavy crowd. Walking through the crowded area, Yua suddenly blushes and quietly whispers to Otakura-kun that it would be incredibly bad if the two of them ended up getting lost. The sudden intimate whisper completely short-circuits Otakura-kun's brain, leaving him in a state of absolute sweating shock as he struggles to process what she is hinting at. Frantically wondering what she could possibly mean by that, he quickly decides he does not have nearly enough courage to ask her directly, instead trying to act logical by nervously agreeing that being late to their gathering point would cause trouble for everyone else. Yua internally panics, wondering if Otaku-kun is way too calm, and if she is the only one getting incredibly flustered over the idea of holding hands, while a deeply sweating Otakura-kun is also freaking out, mistakenly assuming she is completely unfazed and wondering if holding hands is just a totally normal everyday thing in the gal world. As the awkward silence stretches between them, both of them desperately panic internally over what to do next, completely unaware that the nearby bystanders are warmly observing them and silently cheering them on. Stealing her resolve, Yua nervously looks away and murmurs that she does not mind at all if he is okay with it, leaving a completely overwhelmed Otaku-kun to let out a flurry of panicked gibberish in his head. Her face burning red, she quietly adds that she feels the exact same way as long as he does not dislike it, prompting a highly nervous Otakura-kun to gulp down his panic and awkwardly suggests they go ahead and hold hands. With a soft, incredibly shy confirmation, Yua happily agrees, and the two finally clasp their hands together in an incredibly sweet, nervous grip. Both of their hearts pound like absolute crazy as the reality of the moment sinks in, with a blushing Otakura-kun frantically panicking over the fact that he is actually holding hands with Yua, while she internally marvels at how big, warm, and completely different from a girl's hand his actually feels. Desperately trying to shatter the intense romantic tension, Yua frantically suggests they quickly chase after the Murata sisters, which a deeply flustered Otakura-kun eagerly agrees to, while nearby onlookers warmly smile at the wholesome sight they just witnessed. The Murata sisters quietly hide behind a nearby mall directory to spy on Yua and Otakura from a safe distance, silently observing their interactions with immense curiosity. Spying from their hiding spot, Shin gushes about how unbelievably pure the two of them are together, admitting that she is on the verge of blushing even though they were the ones who engineered the situation, while Kanon happily agrees. Capturing the moment on her phone, Kanon points out that Yua's incredibly flustered reactions are totally unexpected, leading Shin to conclude that Yua's romantic feelings for Otakura are undoubtedly genuine. Fully supporting the new couple, the sisters excitedly decide to leave the two completely alone until their scheduled meeting time, while a panicked Yua and Otakura frantically run through the mall searching for their missing friends. The scene transitions to a dark movie theater where Otakura and Yua sit quietly in the audience as a film begins playing on the massive screen. As the film reaches a highly emotional climax, Otakura is completely caught off guard when he hears quiet sniffling and emotional crying coming from the seat right next to him. As the crowd exits the theater after the movie ends, Otakura turns back to check on a visibly emotional Yua, who quietly assures him that she is completely fine. Riko tearfully apologizes for crying way more than she expected during the movie, but Otakura kindly reassures her and suggests they take their time heading out. As they leave the theater, they both enthusiastically agree that it was an incredible movie and suggest coming back to watch it again, only to suddenly stop and realize what they just said. Riko is completely baffled by his habit of watching movies multiple times, but a highly passionate Otakura fiercely argues that great films must be seen repeatedly to fully appreciate them from different perspectives. When she casually comments on how exhausting it must be to be an otaku, he frantically tries to defend himself by arguing that regular people rewatch movies too, though the scene suddenly shifts back to the present with a dramatic intervention. Back in the club room, a completely shocked Yua demands a full explanation, loudly yelling in disbelief over the sudden revelation that the two of them went to the cinema together. Yua throws a massive tantrum, furiously demanding to know why she wasn't invited or even asked to join, but Otakura calmly points out that they didn't invite her simply because it was an anime movie. His friends back up his explanation by reminding Yua that she doesn't even watch anime, but a stubborn Yua still argues that they could have at least given her a small heads-up, forcing Riko to apologize and explain that the whole outing was just a last-minute whim. Otakura explains that he was originally supposed to go with his younger brother, before a last-minute cancellation changed their plans, while his clubmates bicker about outsiders turning their clubroom into a hangout, before quickly derailing the conversation to enthusiastically praise the movie's stellar art and soundtrack. As Riko joins the nerds in a highly passionate discussion about the movie's deep lyrics, and her plans to borrow her brother's manga to find out what happens next, a totally excluded Yua grumbles in pure frustration over being completely unable to keep up with their conversation. Yua's internal jealousy completely spikes as she realizes that going to the movies alone is technically a date, leaving her utterly distressed over the fact that Otakura is going out with Riko, even though he was holding hands with her just the other day. In a fit of absolute comical frustration, Yua violently slams her head onto the counter, causing a hilarious meter of pure stress to spike all the way to the top, and completely startling both Otakura and the younger Murata sister. Seeing Yua completely defeated and face down on the counter, the younger Murata sister sweat drops and apologizes, admitting she had no idea Yua wanted to go to the movies so badly and promising they will definitely keep her in the loop next time. Unfortunately for everyone involved, Yua's incredibly weird, lingering, fuzzy mood does not end there. The story smoothly fast-forwards a few days later back to the school campus, where someone cheerfully calls out Yua's name. Arriving at the school entrance, Yua is completely surprised to hear the older Murata sister and other girls warmly greeting Otakura-kun, instantly realizing that the once ignored nerd has somehow become a remarkably popular guy. Stepping into the buzzing classroom, she finds a massive crowd of students gathered in awe, excitedly talking about checking if something is real and encouraging someone to roll up their sleeves and show their strength. One of the guys dramatically points his finger and yells that Otakura completely deceived everyone by pretending to be a typical weak nerd, leaving a dumbfounded Yua and her friend to stare in utter confusion. The source of the absolute chaos is revealed to be Otaku-kun, who finally started wearing short sleeves to school, exposing a set of incredibly shredded muscular biceps that leave the other boys screaming in sheer disbelief. While the boys furiously call him a traitor to the glasses-wearing community for not being super skinny, the girls quietly whisper to a silent Yua that they had no idea because of his usual long sleeves, declaring Otakura-kun to be a total hidden macho man. When casually asked if she already knew about his physique, a clueless Yua casually mentions that she already knew, because Otaku-kun is actually quite amazing when he strips down and shows off his abs, a completely unhinged slip of the tongue that instantly sends the entire classroom and a horrified Otakura-kun into a state of absolute jaw-dropping shock. Yua's friends completely misunderstand her description of Otakura, gasping in utter shock and questioning if they have already slept together, since she mentioned how amazing he is when he takes his clothes off, forcing a panicked Otakura to desperately beg for a chance to explain himself. Otakura hastily clarifies that they merely went to a heated indoor pool together with Riko, specifically the place with the giant water slides, turning to Yua for confirmation, as she turns bright red in sheer embarrassment. Yua's friend quickly apologizes for jumping to conclusions, explaining she simply made an assumption, because they are always together, but Yua furiously snaps at her to watch her wording next time, since declaring someone is amazing when they strip sounds completely wrong. Otakura stands by completely paralyzed, sweating as he watches the girls squabble in the distance, while frantically wondering how he is supposed to handle the incredibly awkward situation. He looks at her distressed red face and realizes with a heavy pang of guilt that Yua has ended up in this massive trouble entirely because of him. Determined to rescue her from the awkwardness, he realizes he needs to draw everyone's attention, immediately deciding his only option is to literally show them exactly what she meant. With a sudden burst of confidence, he rips off his shirt and loudly commands the entire crowd of students to look at him as he strikes a powerful glowing pose. The surrounding students are left completely speechless, staring blankly with wide eyes in absolute stunned silence at his sudden display. The crowd of boys suddenly erupts into wild cheers and roaring applause, eagerly begging Otakura to show off his back muscles and strike a bunch of different bodybuilding poses. While Otakura happily flexes and chats with his enthusiastic classmates, a completely stunned Y can only stare in silent, paralyzed disbelief at the absolutely surreal scene unfolding right in front of her. Amidst the crowded corridor, Yua can only stare up at Otakura in complete silence, finding herself suddenly hyper-aware of how incredibly close he is standing next to her. On a gloomy afternoon, a sudden heavy downpour begins trapping students inside, leaving a worried Otakura to spot a completely umbrella-less Yua standing near the school entrance staring out at the rain. Approaching her at the lockers, Otakura asks if she is about to head home, prompting Yua to ask about his club activities, which he explains are fully suspended until next week due to upcoming exams. When he asks if she forgot her umbrella, she lets out a sheepish laugh and admits she completely left it behind, eagerly asking if he would be willing to his umbrella with her until they reach the train station. Playfully teasing her that she needs to start checking the morning weather forecasts, Otakura readily agrees to his umbrella and quickly pops it open for her. Warning her that it is only a small umbrella, so she might get a little wet, Otakura holds it over her head, prompting a deeply grateful and excited Yua to loudly thank him as they set off together. To prevent herself from getting soaked under the tiny umbrella, Yua casually announces she will just cling closely to his side, sending a deeply panicked Otakura into a complete stammering meltdown. The intimate contact is incredibly direct, as she tightly holds onto his arm, leaving a blushing, hyperventilating Otakura completely paralyzed by the sudden physical proximity. Internally screaming that she is way too close, even for a rainy day, Otakura desperately tries to calm his racing heart, only to find himself completely overwhelmed by how incredibly sweet she smells as they walk side by side. His thoughts completely run wild in pure panic as he feels the unmistakable warmth of her body pressed against his arm, while nervously noting that the rain has made her uniform shoulders slightly translucent. Sharing an umbrella in the rain, Otakura becomes intensely self-conscious as he repeatedly notices how thin her clothing is. He quietly reflects on the fact that Yua-san naturally uses a lot of physical contact, wondering if she behaves this way with everyone. Walking side by side in the rain, he continues to wonder if she treats other boys to the same close treatment, until a sudden sound snaps him out of his deep thoughts. When Yua-san notices his sudden silence and asks what is wrong, a highly flustered Otakura quickly tries to brush it off as nothing, only for her to playfully push him to what is on his mind. She hesitantly asks if she was being a burden by requesting to his umbrella, prompting a panicked Otakura to desperately assure her that it is not true at all, which instantly brings back her cheerful smile. She gently questions if he is simply holding back his true feelings and tolerating her presence because he is just too kind. Quietly looking away, Otakura softly replies that if she considers him to be kind, she has completely misread his character. He warmly explains that she is actually the one who is much kinder than him, completely catching her off guard and leaving her utterly surprised by his words. When a bewildered Yua-san asks where this sudden appreciation is coming from, he flashes her a bright smile and cheerfully clarifies that it isn't sudden at all, because he has always felt that way about her. He sadly reflects on his past, explaining that because he was a typical otaku, his classmates in middle school constantly isolated him and called him gross. Standing under the rain, Yua sadly points out that despite how he interacts with other girls, he never actually looks at her that way. Otakura-kun explains that because she always talks to him so casually in class, everyone else has naturally started talking to him too, but Yua immediately cuts him off to firmly deny that is the reason. Stealing her resolve, Yua passionately assures him that he is not gross at all, reminding him of how he is always helping her out and how much effort he put into Riko's makeover to prove that he is a genuinely good person. She bluntly adds that the people who insulted him and called him gross just because of his hobbies are actually the ones who are far worse. Her incredibly kind words hit Otakura-kun right in the chest, leaving him staring at her in absolute stunned silence. He softly smiles and admits that regardless of what she says, she is still incredibly kind, a gentle compliment that instantly catches Yua off guard. A quiet silence falls between them, with only the peaceful sound of the pouring rain echoing around their space. Walking together through the downpour, they finally approach the entrance of the bustling train station. Stepping into the dry shelter, Yua notes that they have finally made it to the station, which he softly confirms. With a warm smile, Otakura-kun explains that he still needs to stop by some of the local shops before heading home. Otakura happily waves goodbye to Yua, guessing that she might just be heading off to buy an umbrella, as they cheerfully promise to see each other again tomorrow. They exchange final waves as they part ways for the day at the train station ticket gates. Yua stands completely frozen, quietly watching his departing back merge into the station crowd as a heavy silence falls over her. She admits to herself that while she should be thrilled to see Otakura making so many new friends, she cannot shake the strange, unsettling feeling of jealousy that has been lingering in her chest ever since the other day. Reaching into her bag, she pulls out a patterned folding umbrella, staring down at it with a deeply melancholic expression. Meanwhile, Otakura rides the train back home, looking relaxed and entirely pleased with how the excursion turned out. Clutching the umbrella tightly in her hand, Yua bitterly mutters to herself that she is actually not a kind person at all. At school, the homeroom announcement suddenly blares over the speakers, calling for the attention of all the boys and girls in the class. Their English teacher, Aloha-sensei, loudly announces that he has finished grading their tests and instructs everyone to come up and collect them in the order of their seat numbers, prompting a wave of nervous groans from the students. The teacher begins calling out names to hand back the graded papers, eventually passing Otakura his test as he eagerly awaits his results. Otakura is highly pleased with his score, while Yua looks over her own graded paper with pleasant surprise amidst the anxious chatter of their classmates complaining about their terrible scores. Yua suddenly taps Otakura on the shoulder to ask how he did on his test, completely startling him as he turns around to face her. Spotting a highly smug and expectant look on her face, Otakura immediately realizes that she is practically begging him to ask about her score, so he casually mentions that he did pretty well. Brimming with immense pride, she confidently prepares to show off her results. She proudly displays her test results, prompting an amazed Otakura to exclaim that her grades are all right around average, which makes a heavily blushing Yua shyly celebrate her success. Although Otakura secretly notes that her scores are actually slightly below average, he recognizes that she has improved significantly and decides to warmly praise her to keep her motivated to study, while Riko suddenly peeks over to join the conversation. Sparking a sudden wave of competitiveness, Riko smugly holds up her test paper and proudly reveals her score, leaving both Yua and Otakura completely stunned in the background. Looking over the paper, a sweating Otakura notices that her scores are way above the class average, prompting a flustered Yua to angrily accuse her friend of bragging and trying to provoke them, while a triumphant Riko merely laughs in victory. Riko mischievously asks Otakura if he prefers a girl with stellar grades or one with poor scores, instantly causing a red-faced Yua to furiously demand they take the fight outside, while a deeply sweating Otakura can only laugh nervously and try to guide them home. The playful bickering slowly calms down as the three friends peacefully walk down the residential street together under a clear sky. With their final end-of-term exams officially out of the way, Yua happily celebrates the fact that they have nothing left to worry about except the long-awaited summer break. Yua reminds them that they still have to get through career counseling sessions and upcoming preparations for the school cultural festival, which Riko confirms is already the main topic of discussion in her own classroom. Outlining a highly detailed schedule on a visual calendar scroll, Riko explains that their summer vacation and the first half of September will be completely booked with intensive preparations and tests, leaving Otakura and Yua completely overwhelmed by how busy their summer is going to be. Yua suddenly turns to Otakura with a warm and curious smile, asking him what he personally wants to do or plan for the upcoming cultural festival, catching him completely off guard. When Otakura timidly admits that he hasn't really given the festival much thought, yet an energetic Yua pumps her fists and enthusiastically proposes that they figure out a plan together. While Yua passionately encourages them to give the festival everything they've got, Otakura catches himself before making a self-deprecating slip of the tongue, realizing that acting too pessimistic would only end up hurting her feelings. With an incredibly bright and blushing smile, Otakura-kun eagerly agrees to the proposition, declaring that they should absolutely do their best together. In the background, the younger Murata sister can only let out a heavy, exasperated sigh as she quietly watches the two of them get completely lost in their own happy little world. As they walk home together, the younger Murata sister admits she really wishes she was in the same class as the two of them, prompting Yua to happily agree and express her hope that they will all end up in the exact same class next year. The school year quickly flies by as the class brainstorms ideas for the culture festival, debating between haunted houses plays and cosplay cafes, before sitting through a painfully long assembly where teachers exhaustively warn everyone not to let completely loose during the break. With summer break officially starting the very next day, Yua suddenly calls out to Otaku-kun right in the middle of the crowded school hallway. He turns around in surprise when she directly asks if he happens to be free next Friday, completely unaware that there is still one final major event left to tackle in July. When he confirms his availability and curiously asks if something is happening, Yua boldly announces that she and Riko will be coming straight over to his house next Friday, firmly ordering him to keep his schedule completely clear. He happily tries to invite her to walk to the train station together since she is on her way home anyway, but Yua quickly apologizes and cuts him off, explaining that she and Riko have to rush off to a one-time part-time job immediately. Waving a quick goodbye as she sprints off, she leaves a highly stunned Otakura-kun, slightly dazed by the sudden rejection, internally wondering if her extreme rush means she is desperately trying to raise extra spending funds for the summer break. The following weekend finally arrives, and a brilliantly smiling Yua alongside a casual Riko show up right at Otaku-kun's front door, cheerfully announcing their arrival. Otakura welcomes Yua and Riko into his home for their study session, feeling incredibly proud of himself for practicing his polite greetings and cleaning his place to perfection before they arrived. He politely invites them to make themselves comfortable and sit wherever they like, but he is completely thrown off when Yua walks straight past the floor cushions and heads directly toward his bed. Yua casually face plants and stretches out across his bed, leaving both Otakura and Riko looking completely wide-eyed and horrified by her sudden boldness. A deeply panicked Otakura frantically screams to know what she is doing on his bed, while a giggling Yua ignores him and rubs her face into his pillows. Yua proudly boasts that she has rubbed her scent all over his sheets so he can think of her when he goes to sleep, prompting a highly annoyed Riko to bluntly tell her she is acting like a pervert and needs to stop. While Yua whines that Riko's scolding is way too mean, Riko deadpans that she is simply being a nuisance, leaving a blushing Otakura to awkwardly laugh off the heavy tension in his room. While Otakura internally admits that he is secretly incredibly happy about her sweet comments, but simply cannot bring himself to say it out loud, he tries to smoothly change the subject by pointing out the large bags they brought along and asking if they carried homework. Yua smugly declares that his homework guess is completely off, directing Riko to pull out their surprise as they both get ready to reveal what they brought. They enthusiastically present a white cardboard box with a cake logo on it, prompting Otakura to deadpan that he would naturally assume it is a cake based solely on the very obvious drawing on the front. Despite his obvious guess, Yua proudly and excitedly announces that the correct answer is indeed a cake from a famous bakery, leaving the sweating boy to awkwardly agree he is happy, while silently questioning what is going on with the two of them. When a giant delicious fruit cake suddenly appears, Otakura wonders if they are completely skipping their study session today just to eat sweets, but he happily decides that a sweet break is perfectly fine every once in a while. Right on cue, Yua and Riko excitedly present him with shopping bags, cheerfully announcing that they have brought some special gifts specifically for him. Before he can even process what is happening, they both loudly wish him a very happy birthday, leaving him completely frozen in absolute shock. He stands completely frozen in absolute silence, utterly unable to comprehend the sudden celebration. As a massive scream of disbelief echoes through the air, it is officially confirmed that today is indeed his 16th birthday. Since his birthday falls on the 26th of July, right in the middle of summer break, he is used to only celebrating it with his family, especially since his lack of friends makes it incredibly easy for everyone else to miss. Realizing that this year is turning out to be entirely different from his usual lonely summers, he excitedly connects the dots and wonders if the delicious fruit cake is actually his very own birthday cake. His eyes instantly well up with tears over the overwhelming gesture, prompting Yua to playfully tease him for being way too shocked, while a deeply touched Otakura apologizes and admits that the surprise hit him incredibly hard. Brushing off his emotional tears, Riko tells him to ignore his crying and just hurry up and open their presents, while a highly energetic Yua enthusiastically agrees and begs to explain exactly what they bought for him. Wasting no time, Yua proudly hands over her gift, explaining that she bought him a special cologne called Morning Mojito so that he can use it with the normal clothes they bought the other day to officially level up his entire style. Yua carefully applies a light spritz of fragrance onto Otakura's wrist, warning him not to use too much, while a curious Otakura sniffs the scent and happily notes how incredibly nice it smells. Suddenly recognizing the scent, a startled Otakura realizes it is the exact same fragrance that Yua is currently wearing, sending his heart into a frantic, excited flutter as she happily asks if he noticed the match. While Otakura internally panics over how intensely stimulating it is to carry Yua's signature scent on his own skin, bored Riko holds up her shopping bag and flatly demands that they move on to her turn next. Presenting him with their special gift, the girls hand over a shoebox containing a stylish pair of brand new white sneakers, leaving a completely stunned Otakura to stare at them in absolute disbelief. While Otakura silently admits to himself that he would have never chosen such a stylish color on his own, the girls happily point out that white sneakers are incredibly versatile and suitable for wearing all season long. Deeply touched by the thoughtful present, Otakura happily wonders how they even managed to find out his exact shoe size, instantly sending a blushing Riko into a complete panic, as she desperately hides the fact that she secretly snooped through his shoe locker to find out. Riko frantically makes internal excuses that she only bought a matching pair of sneakers for herself because she genuinely wanted them and not to match with him, while Otakura awkwardly worries about receiving such an expensive gift, until Yua brightly explains they earned the money from a quick part-time gig. A completely shocked Otakura asks if they seriously worked part-time jobs just to buy him a present, nervously insisting that he cannot possibly accept such a generous gift, only for both girls to instantly shoot down his hesitation and demand that he keep them. Warmly arguing that he is always going completely out of his way to help them, the girls passionately insist that he deserves to be spoiled for once, finally prompting a deeply touched Otakura to smile and accept the heartfelt gift. Expressing his deepest gratitude, Otakura sincerely promises to take incredibly good care of the new shoes, earning a bright and triumphant cheer of approval from Yua. With the birthday presents officially handed out, Yua excitedly announces that it is finally time to eat cake, while Riko chimes in to list the plates and knives they will need alongside some drinks. To make the party even better, Riko proudly reveals that she brought along some board games and playing cards, immediately sparking a fierce competitive rivalry with Yua, as both girls loudly threaten to destroy each other, while a sweating Otakura-kun can only watch them go at it again. After a long and incredibly fun evening, the girls finally stand at the front door to head home, waving a cheerful goodbye to Otaku-kun. Yua excitedly reminds him that she will see him soon when they prepare for the upcoming culture festival, while a practical Riko bluntly warns him not to mess up by showing up on the wrong school day. Waving back at them, Otakura-kun wishes them a warm good night and tells them to get home safely as they head off into the evening. Just as Otakura-kun prepares to step back inside his house, he is suddenly startled when a familiar voice calls out his name from the darkness. He turns around in utter shock to find Chobam and Engine standing right in front of his house, wearing the exact highly stereotypical otaku outfits he always imagined they would. Comically ignoring his deep confusion over how they even discovered his birthday or home address, Chobam and Engine loudly wish him a happy birthday and present him with a mysterious wrapped gift, eagerly encouraging him to open it up right away. Otakura-kun tears open the wrapping only to find a highly detailed frilly maid outfit resting inside. While Otakura-kun's sweat drops over the realization that this maid outfit is a completely different design from the one Yua wore, his eccentric club mates proudly boast that every self-respecting otaku should own at least one frilly uniform, leaving him to internally sigh at their sheer hilarious stupidity. Even though Otakura acts indifferent, he still takes great care to store his birthday gifts, properly closing his closet door, as he tells himself that he simply needs to keep them in good condition, because they are precious gifts. Later that evening, his mother finally returns home and asks if his friends have already departed, prompting Otakura to confirm they just left before happily celebrating the news that they are having his favorite fried chicken for dinner. He eagerly digs into the birthday meal, completely delighted by the delicious taste of the freshly made fried chicken. After finishing a highly satisfying dinner with his family, he wraps up his evening and prepares to head to bed. He winds down by taking a long, relaxing bath, brushing his teeth, and finally turning off his bedroom lights to sleep. Lying down in bed, he quietly reflects on his busy birthday, deeply touched by everything that happened. He happily tells himself that this was easily the best birthday he has had in years since his friends came to celebrate with him. But he is suddenly distracted as a highly familiar scent begins to trigger some lingering memories. His eyes fly open in absolute panic as he realizes he cannot fall asleep at all because Yua's sweet scent is heavily lingering in his bedsheets. A completely frustrated and sleepless groan echoes out into the quiet night sky as he struggles to get any rest. In a quick bonus scene, a highly conflicted Otakura hesitates over whether he should spray Yua's matching cologne onto the maid outfit. She lent him, nervously telling himself that this might be a dangerous line he absolutely should not cross. The calendar officially transitions to the heat of midsummer, landing right on the 1st of August. Even during the busy summer holidays, the students of Ekahana High School are up bright and early working on various signboards and decoration projects around the campus. The busy mornings are all because everyone is actively prepping for the upcoming school cultural festival, as a cheerful Otakura slides open his classroom door to warmly greet his peers. As he steps inside the lively room, his classmates look up from their work to welcome him to the morning prep session. The guys instantly swarm him in pure excitement, eagerly shouting that they have been waiting for him all morning and asking if he finally brought the crucial item they requested. He happily confirms that he has got them covered, proudly revealing that he brought along small, medium, and large samples to show them as examples, which immediately leaves the boys completely awestruck. Holding up a massive piece of beautifully prepared fabric to showcase his handiwork, he asks what they think, earning a roaring cheer of absolute admiration from the entire group. The story flashes forward to show a completely overwhelmed Otakura surrounded by cheering classmates as he holds up an impressive hand-crafted Shinsengumi costume. To explain this bizarre situation, the narrative winds back to a class meeting held just before the summer holidays officially began. Standing at the board, the class representative officially announces that their project for the upcoming cultural festival has been decided by a clear majority vote. Writing out the final vote tallies on the chalkboard, the representative enthusiastically declares that they will be hosting a special themed cafe set during the end of the Edo period. While some classmates praise the historic theme for its manly appeal, others point out its elegant feminine aspects, prompting a practical discussion on how they will dress in traditional costumes to serve their customers. The class enthusiastically agrees on wearing the iconic light blue Shinsengumi costumes for the theme, though some students quickly raise practical concerns about where they will actually obtain all those outfits. When a student casually suggests buying the costumes online, they are instantly horrified to discover that a single outfit costs a whopping 5,000 yen, making the total price tag far too expensive for their limited class budget. The classroom erupts into worried chatter over the impossibly high cost of the traditional jackets, prompting a thoughtful Yua to quietly speak up as she formulates a brand new plan. Turning directly to a surprised Otakura, Yua directly asks him if he has the skills to hand-make clothing, suddenly shining a massive spotlight right on his hidden crafting abilities. While a panicked Otakura stammeringly reacts in shock to her question, the entire classroom erupts into astonished gasps over his hidden talents, while a proud Yua simply smiles in triumph. During the classroom discussion, Yua casually announces that Otakura might be able to sew clothes, prompting the deeply panicked nerd to frantically clarify that he has only ever made outfits for dolls. Yua innocently reasons that if he can make clothes for dolls, he can easily do it for actual people, to a comically simple line of logic that leaves Otakura-kun internally screaming in pure disbelief, as the rest of the class eagerly jumps on the idea. Caught in the spotlight, Otakura-kun awkwardly stammers that he has absolutely zero experience sewing human-sized garments and would never be able to produce enough outfits for the entire class. He explains that if they actually go through with the cosplay cafe, everyone will have to sew their own outfits themselves, completely stunning his classmates. Instead of being discouraged, his peers enthusiastically crowd around him, declaring that is more than enough, and eagerly begging him to teach them his sewing secrets. As the class gets completely fired up about pulling off an end of the Edo period, cafe and incredibly smug, Yua playfully tells everyone to calm down and let him finish speaking, proudly basking in the glory of being the one who brought his talent to light. Her moment of pride is instantly shattered when her classmates completely sideline her swarming Otakura-kun with endless questions about material costs and specific historical costumes, while a bewildered Yua desperately tries to get their attention back. While a thoroughly ignored Yua stands on the sidelines pouting in comical frustration, the official decision is made, placing Otaku-kun completely in charge of the entire cafe's wardrobe department. True to his new role, Otaku-kun spends the next half a month meticulously working on costume prototypes, before finally bringing the completed samples straight to school. The classmates are left completely awestruck by his beautiful handiwork, and though a humble Otakura-kun points out that crafting the difficult hakama pants will be the real challenge, they enthusiastically promise to handle that part themselves. In a school preparation scene, the kendo club members explain that they can easily borrow a few pairs of equipment, and mention that the girls from the archery club have also offered to help, which his classmate enthusiastically notes would be incredibly helpful. When Otakura notices that he hasn't seen any girls around the preparation area at all, his classmate explains that they are currently in the staff room gathering supplies, adding that very few girls were assigned to help with the preparations today anyway. His classmate suddenly teases him by pointing out that, putting the other girls aside, he is actually just looking around for Narumi-san, causing Otakura's heart to skip a beat in pure embarrassment. As Otakura frantically tries to deny it, the rest of the boys immediately swarm him and eagerly join the gossip, directly questioning if he is actually dating Narumi-san, while he desperately tries to wave off the rumors. His classmates argue that they are always seen together, prompting Otakura to frantically explain that it is simply because Yua-san is incredibly friendly with everyone, though the other boys remain highly skeptical of his defensive excuse. The boys ruthlessly point out that she doesn't really treat any other guys that way and highlight the fact that he is the only male student she has ever given a special nickname to. They argue that she absolutely does not act this close with just anyone, leaving a completely stunned Otakura to quietly process the reality of their unique relationship. As he recalls all the incredibly intimate physical contact and close moments they have lately, he begins to nervously question if what his friends are saying might actually be true. While his friends joke around and tell him to keep working instead of just chatting, Otakura remains completely lost in his own thoughts, internally panicking over the terrifying possibility that he might have completely misunderstood all of her friendly actions. Their gossip is abruptly interrupted when Yua-san suddenly enters the room and cheerfully asks if someone called her, instantly triggering a massive panicked scream from a startled Otakura, as his classmates laughingly declare she appeared right on cue. Otakura explains that since the sample costumes are completely finished, he wants them to try wearing them, leaving his classmates totally blown away by how incredibly fast he managed to complete them, although he notes they still do not have the smaller accessories ready. Yua is incredibly thrilled as she tries on her costume, happily celebrating that it finally feels like a real festival, while Otakura's heart beats wildly as he gazes at her, desperately trying to laugh it off and claim it is nothing when she notices his intense staring. He internally panics and sweats over the fact that he accidentally stared directly at her, feeling immensely guilty. Because of all the weird romantic rumors going around, just as Yua's friend notices his flustered face and gets a mischievous matchmaking idea. Yua's friend suddenly interrupts the group, announcing that she nearly forgot they still need to purchase a few more crafting supplies to finish preparing their classroom decorations. She directly turns to Yua and Otakura, politely asking if the two of them could head out to the store together as a pair to pick up the remaining materials. The unexpected suggestion completely blindsides them both, leaving a red-faced Yua and a shocked Otakura to stammer in surprise at the thought of going on a sudden shopping trip alone together. While Otakura awkwardly mumbles his agreement about needing more costume materials, his classmates watch them with intense, excited grins, leaving him sweating over the incredibly tense matchmaking atmosphere in the classroom. With no way out of the heavy social pressure, Otakura and Yua blush and reluctantly agree that they should get going, only to be suddenly interrupted by a firm voice calling out from behind them. The class president suddenly steps forward and raises her hand, calmly declaring that, as the class representative, she thinks she should accompany Otakura on his shopping trip instead. Yua's friend stands completely stunned by the unexpected intervention, while the quiet class president, Yukimitsu Ayaka, calmly confirms her firm decision to go along with him. The classmates enthusiastically remind Riko that managing the collected money is entirely the class president's job, prompting her to confidently agree and take full responsibility for handling their funds. Yua cheerfully tells Riko and Otakura that she is leaving the entire task in their capable hands and promises to wait for them, leaving a slightly confused Riko to double-check if she is really okay with leaving them alone. As they walk away down the hall, Yua's friend quietly calls out her name and sincerely apologizes for not being of any help with the situation, leaving Yua slightly surprised by the sudden confession. 3 agonizing hours quickly pass by as the afternoon drags on without a single sign of the missing duo. Back in the classroom, the other students start wondering why Otakura and the class president are so incredibly late, leaving a quietly anxious Yua fanning herself at her desk as she waits. When the boys start jokingly speculating that the missing duo might actually be out having a fun tea date, Yua suddenly realizes they might be completely right and frantically throws open the window to check outside. Sticking her head out the window, Yua's face instantly lights up with pure joy as she happily announces to the entire class that Otaku-kun and Riko have finally returned. Her bright smile completely freezes into absolute paralyzed shock the second she actually gets a clear look at the two of them casually walking back to the school building together. She watches in stunned silence as a highly energetic Otakura excitedly chats with a deeply flustered Riko, prompting the embarrassed class president to nervously fiddle with her hair and speed walk ahead, while the cheerful nerd pumps his fist in pure excitement. The two of them return to campus surrounded by an undeniably bright and sweet atmosphere, with Riko sporting a massive blush and a beautiful smile as she happily walks right by the cheerful nerd's side. Standing by the window, Yua can only pout in absolute lingering frustration as Riko and Otakura finally return to the classroom together, loudly announcing their arrival, while Otakura notices her uncharacteristically quiet mood. Completely ignoring Riko's greeting, Yua suddenly turns directly to Otaku-kun and abruptly demands that they go to the pool together, sometimes soon catching him entirely off guard. Slapping her hands onto the desk, she passionately lists off a massive summer bucket list, including the beach, camping, and movies, leaving a sweating Otaku-kun to try and calm her down with a nervous chuckle. He gently points out the obvious reality that they cannot possibly fit all of those activities into a single summer, but he instantly freezes when he notices that she looks genuinely devastated and on the verge of tears. Glaring at him with a deeply flushed face and teary eyes, Yua trembles in absolute silent frustration. When Otakura-kun nervously tries to call her name, she suddenly screams that she does not care anymore, completely catching Riko and the rest of the class off guard. In a comically massive huff, she storms straight out of the classroom to drag Riko along to buy food, violently slamming the door shut behind her, while a deeply panicked Otaku-kun desperately calls out for her to wait. Left completely alone and sweating in the classroom, a totally bewildered Otaku-kun is left to wonder if she is actually in a bad mood. Staring at the paper crafts left on the desk, he is left completely clueless, deeply wondering what could have possibly gone wrong to trigger such an intense reaction. In a sudden memory, Yua-san angrily demands that they go to the pool or beach next time, eventually declaring that she doesn't care anymore when he turns down her suggestions. Lying awake in his room, Otakura quietly tries to process her unusually intense reaction. He cannot shake the feeling that something was completely off about Yua-san during their cultural festival preparations, silently concluding that she seemed unusually strange today. He reasons that while it is perfectly normal for her to get easily excited about random things like visiting coffee shops or borrowing notes, she has never once gotten genuinely upset whenever he turned down her invitations in the past. As he deeply contemplates her unprecedented irritation, a sudden realization flashes through his mind as he wonders if there is a specific reason behind her anger. He excitedly jumps to the conclusion that because they haven't done any classic summer activities together, yet she must simply be dying to experience something fun before the season ends, completely unaware that his theory is totally incorrect. Desperate to plan a classic summer event, he consults his light novels for inspiration, before eagerly sending a text message to Yua-san and Riko-san to invite them both to light some fireworks at a nearby park the following night. Otakura checks his phone and is surprised by an incredibly fast reply, only to find that Riko cannot join their fireworks gathering because her relatives are currently visiting. He eagerly checks to see if Yua has responded next, instantly finding a bright notification confirming she is definitely coming and asking what time they should start. He chuckles in amusement when her next text eagerly asks how many rocket fireworks they are going to fire into the sky, noting that the hyperactive question is exactly the kind of thing she would say. Feeling relieved that she seems to be in a much better mood than she was during lunch, Otakura texts back warning her that rocket fireworks might annoy the neighbors, and suggesting they stick to quiet ones, which she cheerfully agrees to. She texts back suggesting they go shop for the fireworks together tomorrow, since he has not bought them yet, leaving a happy Otakura humming a cheerful tune in his room in pure excitement for their upcoming plans. The next day, they head over to the store together, where a highly enthusiastic Yua excitedly points out the massive variety of colorful fireworks on display. They end up purchasing a massive mountain of fireworks, laughing over how completely shocked they both were by the expensive bill, before heading down to the local park, while Otakura reminds her of the strict rules for using handheld fireworks in the residential area. Arriving at the park, Yua is thrilled to spot a few other families already enjoying sparklers, adding to the warm summer night atmosphere. Otakura volunteers to go fill up their bucket with water, prompting a cheerful thank you from Yua, as she offers to start sorting through their massive pile of fireworks in the meantime. As he heads over to the park tap and turns it on to fill the bucket, Otakura is suddenly caught off guard when he notices a nearby family staring directly at him in silent confusion. Under the starry night sky, the nearby family politely smiles and tells the two of them to take their time, leaving Otakura-kun completely bewildered as to why they are suddenly packing up and heading home. While Otakura-kun comically wonders if the family thought they were going to be too loud, the truth remains entirely lost on him that they actually mistook him and Yua for a cute high school couple and wanted to graciously leave them alone for their romantic fireworks date. Prepared for action, they set up their safety bucket of water and light their starting candle, eagerly declaring that it is officially time to begin the fireworks show. An excited Yua immediately picks out a pink sparkler to try first, while Otakura-kun proudly opts for a flashy four-color changing sparkler, declaring it to be a true man's romance. Reaching out, they slowly touch their sparklers to the candle flame to ignite the fuse. The sparkler immediately ignites, throwing off a brilliant shower of golden sparks that leaves Yua completely enchanted. Yua excitedly waves her sparkling stick around, gushing over how beautiful it looks and urging him to look, which immediately fires up Otakura-kun to ignite his own. When Otakura-kun's sparkler begins changing colors, an ecstatic Yua strikes a pose and frantically begs him to quickly snap a picture of her with his phone, which he happily agrees to. The camera shutter clicks, perfectly capturing her radiant laughing smile as she cheers about how much fun she is having. Overflowing with playful energy, Yua holds up another sparkler and challenges him to a classic endurance match, which a dramatic Otakura-kun graciously accepts, while she confidently boasts that she has no intention of losing. Yua aggressively waves her sparkler around like a weapon to attack Otakura, prompting him to calmly warn her that shaking it so violently will just make hers fall off first, which she arrogantly tries to deny right before the burning tip immediately plummets to the ground. Otakura smugly points out that he literally just warned her about that exact outcome, leaving a completely devastated Yua to stare at her empty stick in absolute tearful shock as she processes her massive loss. Refusing to accept her embarrassing defeat, she immediately demands a rematch, but he confidently shuts her down by declaring that he will easily win no matter how many times they play, instantly sparking her fierce competitive anger. Quickly brushing off the previous game, Yua excitedly holds up the absolute largest firework in their entire stash and eagerly asks Otakura if she can be the one to light it. He casually gives her the green light, prompting her to happily cheer as she crouches down to ignite it, but she quickly complains that the stubborn fuse refuses to catch fire and wonders if the big sparkler is actually a total dud. While awkwardly crouching over the stubborn firework, her sandal suddenly slips against the hard concrete, causing her to instantly lose her precarious balance. Completely losing her footing, she lets out a panicked gasp as she begins tumbling straight backward, catching the boy entirely by surprise as she rapidly falls. Realizing she is about to take a brutal spill onto the hard ground, Otakura loudly yells out a desperate warning and frantically lunges forward to try and break her fall. He successfully manages to catch her right before she hits the ground, but his desperate, panicked rescue attempt leads to a massive accident as his hands blindly grab tightly onto her chest to support her weight. The sudden shock of the highly inappropriate catch completely stuns her, causing the massive, unlit firework to immediately slip right out of her grasp and clatter uselessly onto the ground. Otakura accidentally grabs Yua's breasts from behind, leaving both of them completely frozen in a stunned, sweaty silence, as they desperately try to process the incredibly compromising situation. Trapped in a highly intimate back hug position with his hands resting directly on her chest, a terrified Otakura internally panics and desperately wonders what on earth he is supposed to do next to get out of it. As Yua lets out a few quiet, flustered noises, Otakura's mind completely short-circuits as he internally screams over how incredibly soft she feels trapped in the accidental embrace. Yua sits in a heavily blushing silence while Otakura continues to violently freak out, finally fully comprehending the undeniable reality that his hands are firmly grasping her breasts. Realizing he needs to back away immediately, he anxiously calculates that shifting abruptly will cause them both to fall over, since she is fully leaning against him, opting instead to carefully slide his hands downward while her heart violently hammers in her chest. Trying to break the thick, heavy tension hanging in the air, a sweating Otakura nervously calls out her name, finding her entirely speechless with a massive blush spread across her cheeks. While he anxiously wonders why she refuses to say anything about his massive slip-up, she suddenly breaks the silence and softly directs his attention up toward the stars. Completely ignoring the physical contact, she casually notes how clearly they can see the night sky, prompting a highly flustered Otakura to stammer out a quick agreement before awkwardly looking up at the space above them. Speaking incredibly fast to cover up her lingering embarrassment, Yua immediately starts rapidly listing off constellations like the Summer Triangle in the Milky Way, leaving Otakura totally impressed by her extensive astronomical knowledge. His otaku instincts instantly kick in as he cheerfully explains that a famous anime-themed song actually uses those exact same star names in its lyrics, proudly declaring it a piece of essential nerd trivia, while she listens in mild surprise. Otakura blushes furiously and frantically denies that he specifically wanted to talk about the stars or anything romantic like that during their walk. He embarrassedly explains that he simply could not think of any other topic to talk about to break the quiet tension, leaving a surprised Yua to softly admit that she had no idea. Yua's face lights up as she asks if constellations were thought up from a really long time ago, prompting a nervous Otakura to confirm they were created about 3,000 years ago, before she excitedly prepares to declare what that implies. She wonders if new constellations created today would still be talked about far in the future, prompting a speculative response from him, before she cheerfully points up to the night sky and names her own custom-made Yua and Otaku-kun constellations. She giggles and explains that the Otaku-kun constellation looks exactly like a pair of glasses, while hers spells out her own name, completely brushing off his bewildered confusion by laughing that it looks absolutely perfect to her. Staring up at the shimmering stars, Yua flashes a truly warm, radiant smile and quietly whispers how incredibly beautiful the night sky is today. The quiet, peaceful moment suddenly reminds her of the sparkling custom fingernails Otakura had designed for her back when their unique connection first began. They sit peacefully side by side under the vast, shimmering canopy of stars, reflecting on how those early custom-made nails were just as bright and sparkly as the beautiful summer sky above them. Sometime later, they safely arrive home as Yua leans out of her window to wave a warm goodbye to a smiling Otakura, officially wrapping up their perfect summer night. Yua quietly gazes out of her window, keeping her eyes fixed on his departing back, as he strolls down the quiet street, cherishing the lingering warmth of their unforgettable evening together. Yua enthusiastically points up at the night sky, cheerfully declaring that she has found the Yua constellation and the Otaku-kun constellation, while he stands awkwardly beside her. Otakura gazes up at the stars and quietly notes her name, internally suspecting that she was actually pointing directly at Altair and Vega, before quickly trying to convince himself that he is just completely overthinking things. He nervously reasons that identifying those specific stars holds a massive romantic implication, since Vega famously represents Oriheim and Altair represents Hikoboshi, the legendary star-crossed lovers. Quickly brushing off the romantic fantasy, he bluntly concludes that there is absolutely no way she meant it like that, only to immediately plummet into total despair, as he severely regrets whatever awkward mistake he just made. Meanwhile, a completely flustered Yua is absolutely reeling in shock, frantically panicking over the terrifying realization that Otakura definitely felt her racing heartbeat during their accidental embrace. Thrashing around furiously on her bed at home, she internally screams that she could clearly hear his heart pounding too, before violently cringing at her own incredibly cheesy line about naming constellations after themselves. Burying her blazing red face directly into her pillow, she violently curses her own stupidity for accidentally implying they were the legendary romantic lovers Oriheim and Hikoboshi, desperately whining as she struggles to handle her overflowing embarrassment. Completely exhausted from her massive freakout, she eventually flops flat onto her back and lets out a heavy, lingering sigh as she tries to catch her breath. Covering her eyes with her arm, she continues to squirm in the absolute silence, completely overwhelmed by the intense wave of flustered emotions coursing through her. With a deep blush spreading across her cheeks, she softly covers her mouth and finally admits to herself that she is totally in love with Otakura. As late August officially rolls around, the school building serves as the busy backdrop for the upcoming festival preparations. Bursting into the room with massive energy, Yua proudly holds up a giant paper chain, excitedly asking Otaku-kun how it looks and joking that she must have broken a world record with the sheer number of rings. Otakura-kun calmly points out that her massive creation is so ridiculously long that it is dragging all over the floor, requesting that she split it apart, to her absolute vocal shock. With the calendar officially turning to late August, the school is buzzing with intense culture festival preparations, drawing heavy praise for the art club's spectacular wall decorations, while an exhausted Yua struggles to keep up. Inside Class 1E, the students are fully immersed in crafting materials for their ambitious end of the Edo period cosplay cafe, frantically searching for missing scissors and worrying about running out of duct tape amidst the chaotic workload. Despite everyone working tirelessly throughout their summer break, a notoriously clumsy Yua finds herself relegated to only the simplest paper folding tasks, left staring blankly at her leftover creations and wondering what she should do with them. The classmates excitedly suggest lending costumes to customers to use in their upcoming photo shoot space, while a nervous Otakura finds himself standing incredibly close to a happily smiling Yua in the background. Noticing her sudden tense silence, Otakura anxiously asks if something is wrong, prompting a heavily blushing Yua to frantically wave it off and aggressively deny that anything is the matter. A classmate suddenly calls out from across the room and asks Otakura to come lend a hand if he is free, forcing the nervous nerd to quickly excuse himself and leave a silent Yua standing by herself. Left entirely alone with her racing thoughts, Yua tightly clutches her pounding chest and internally realizes that she is definitely falling in love with Otaku-kun, desperately wondering what she is supposed to do next. Completely overwhelmed by her newfound feelings, she absolutely panics over being way too hyper-aware of his presence, frantically stressing that sticking too close to him is dangerous, but pulling away suddenly would be incredibly suspicious. Losing her mind over the confusing social dynamics, she desperately grabs her head and internally screams as she tries to remember how she even normally acted around him before a classmate suddenly interrupts her massive meltdown. A classmate walks in carrying a massive tray of treats and asks everyone to help select which sweets they should serve at their cafe, confirming that full taste testing is allowed as long as they provide proper feedback. The students excitedly marvel at the wide variety of defrosted manju and dango available on the tray, with one girl immediately demanding they wait a second so she can snap a quick picture of the impressive spread. As the girls happily agree that the delicious, easy-to-prep treats are absolutely perfect for the cultural festival, compared to baking complex cakes, a heavily drooling Yua stares at the food and completely gives in to her massive appetite. Yua enthusiastically calls out to Otaku-kun and suggests they join in on the taste testing, but she quickly points out that he desperately needs to wash his hands first, since he managed to get himself completely covered in brown paint while helping out earlier. After Yua casually points out that he has a mess on his collar, Otakura nervously asks if his face is dirty as well, ultimately deciding to quickly excuse himself to the bathroom to clean up while she cheerfully bids him goodbye. Heading straight to the restroom sink, he immediately turns on the tap and begins scrubbing his hands under the running water to completely wash away the grime. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he lets out a heavy sigh of relief and notes how completely refreshed he feels, casually brushing off the fact that his uniform shirt got totally soaked, since he knows it will easily dry off later. While wiping his face with a towel, he cannot help but heavily question why Yua was sticking so incredibly close to his body all day, ultimately trying to convince his racing heart that he is just imagining things, since she naturally lacks any normal sense of personal space anyway. His internal debate is abruptly interrupted when he overhears a guy standing right next to him casually bring up Yua's name, instantly catching the stunned nerd completely off guard. The random classmates continue their chat, confirming they are talking about the popular long-haired Gyaru, leaving a tense Otakura to silently listen in, as they start openly discussing how incredibly attractive she is. The locker room talk quickly takes a highly disrespectful turn as the guys grossly joke about her visible underwear, and mockingly mention how she was totally pressing her chest against some weak-looking nerd with glasses, causing Otakura to completely panic upon realizing they are talking directly about him. Taking their crude disrespect even further, the bullies grossly speculate about her sex life and eagerly joke about asking to sleep with her, but their disgusting banter is violently cut short by a booming, deliberate fake cough right from behind them. The startled students quickly turn around to see who just interrupted their conversation, only to be met with a completely silent, terrifyingly enraged Otakura glaring them down with an incredibly dark and menacing aura. Without uttering a single word, Otakura aggressively cracks his knuckles with a loud, intimidating snap, sending the two terrified bullies into an absolute panic as he steps up to fiercely defend Yua's honor. The two frightened guys immediately agree to leave the area as fast as possible, while Otakura calmly walks away in the background. The boys sprint away in a massive panic, screaming to know what on earth is up with that bizarre wet buff guy, leaving a quiet Otakura standing completely alone. Inside the empty public restroom, Otakura stands silently in front of the sink, having temporarily placed his glasses down on the ledge next to the running tap. Putting his glasses back on, he lets out a heavy sigh of relief, thanking his lucky stars that those guys chose to run away instead of picking a fight, since he knows there is absolutely no way he could have won against them. As he leaves the restroom, his mind remains deeply troubled by the incredibly creepy and predatory conversation he accidentally overheard those boys having about Yua. Strolling down the hallway, he anxiously debates his next move, wondering if he has a responsibility to warn Yua that there are predatory guys looking at her in such an unsettling way. His anxious thoughts are suddenly cut short when Yua spots him returning from the restroom, letting out a cheerful exclamation of greeting. She beams with pure joy, warmly welcoming him back with a radiant smile that instantly eases some of his lingering anxiety. She teasingly points out that he took quite a long time, cheerfully handing him a sweet snack she bought for him as well, which he gratefully accepts. As they stand comfortably side by side, Otakura takes a bite of the delicious treat, quietly cherishing her immense kindness while she watches him with a sweet, affectionate smile. Yua affectionately nudges Otakura, completely unaware of the massive internal panic her casual physical contact is causing him. As Yua cheerfully leans heavily against him, Otakura sweats nervously and realizes this intense clinginess is exactly what their classmates were talking about, deciding that he desperately needs to warn her about it. He internally reasons that if she clung this closely to other boys, they would immediately misunderstand her intentions, concluding that she shouldn't act like this just because she feels comfortable around him, before nervously calling out her name. Leaning in with an unusually serious expression, a highly flushed Otakura awkwardly stammers as he prepares to deliver his warning. He completely closes the distance and softly begs her not to cling to any other boys besides him, instantly sending her into a state of absolute shock. Realizing how wildly possessive his accidental wording just sounded, he violently flinches and tries to backtrack, while Yua stares at him with a massively flushed, overjoyed expression. Desperately adjusting his glasses, he frantically tries to clarify that while he is totally used to her clingy behavior, she absolutely shouldn't do things that would give other people the wrong idea, nervously asking if she understands, while she just vibrates with pure silent happiness. Completely overwhelmed by his unexpectedly protective request, a deeply blushing Yua covers her mouth and happily stutters out her agreement while totally surrounded by an intense aura of floating hearts. Relieved that she seemingly got the message, Otakura cheerfully declares that everything is fine, though he quickly pauses in mild confusion at her completely melted love-struck reaction. As the two of them happily agree to eat their treats and get back to work, their classmates silently watch the overly sweet display from the hallway, completely sweating over the undeniable fact that the duo is just shamelessly flirting in their own little world again. On another blistering hot day at school, the popular gals loudly complain about the unbearable heat, while the quiet class president stands silently nearby, completely lost in her own thoughts. She glances over to see Otakura-kun happily laughing and chatting with others before quietly turning around to walk out of the classroom. Heading down the quiet stairwell alone, she lets out a heavy, defeated sigh and completely slumps down onto the steps in pure exhaustion. Burying her face in her arms, she sadly reasons that Otakura-kun would naturally prefer a bright, popular girl like Yua over someone as dark and gloomy as herself. She flashes back to the start of the school year when a classmate carelessly bumped into her in the classroom, knocking her book to the floor. But while the boys casually brushed off the accident, Otakura-kun immediately stepped in to help her. Handing the book back to her with a warm, genuine smile, he politely tells her, "Here you go." Spotting the book, an excited Otakura-kun eagerly points out how interesting the series is, and gushes about being moved by a specific scene in the 5th volume, prompting a deeply embarrassed class president to quietly mutter that he really shouldn't discuss such things out loud in front of other people. Instantly panicking, Otakura-kun frantically apologizes, internally kicking himself for acting so forward just because he got overexcited about seeing someone reading a book he loved. In reality, she was simply too embarrassed to talk about light novels in the classroom, though she secretly wanted to tell him that she loved that exact scene too, but was just too shy to say it. From that day forward, Otakura-kun was always incredibly kind to her, secretly whispering to ask if she had read the newest volume of their favorite series, and eagerly offering to help her carry materials to the staff room. Riko internally confesses that even though she knew her growing feelings might be bad for Narumi, she selfishly ended up wanting more anyway. Leaving the campus together, Otakura cheerfully remarks that going shopping right after school is a little exciting, prompting a mildly surprised Riko to quickly agree with him as they walk past the storefronts. Their trip takes a sudden detour when they stumble upon a pop-up food truck hosting an anime collaboration cafe right in the middle of their route. Spotting the promotion, an excited Otakura points at the truck and asks Riko if they can drop by for a second, enthusiastically explaining that ordering a drink comes with a free promotional coaster. Riko internally teases him for being a bad boy, before boldly declaring that she must properly observe him as the class president, cleverly using the strict excuse to accompany him to the register and order the exact same drink. As they cheerfully clink their cups together to say cheers, Riko secretly hopes that while he can be as friendly as he wants with Narumi and his other friends, he won't become anyone else's just yet. Sometime later, Riko sits completely alone on the quiet school stairs, internally confessing that she desperately wants to talk more with Otakura. She buries her blushing face in her arms and frustratingly wonders what type of girls he actually likes, stressing out over the thought that she will never catch his attention unless she becomes as pretty as Narumi. Clasping her hands tightly together in front of her face, a gentle smile breaks through as she silently steals her newfound determination. Sitting quietly on the staircase, Riko firmly accepts her chosen path and confidently tells herself that she knows exactly what she has to do next. The scene shifts to the quiet school hallways, specifically focusing on the closed door of the second literature club room. Inside the club room, a chubby student wearing glasses suddenly erupts into a booming, triumphant villain laugh. He and his fellow club member proudly celebrate the absolute immorality of reading their brand new comic doujinshi inside an air-conditioned room, enthusiastically plotting to start their own circle by winter before a sudden knock at the door abruptly cuts off their nerdy scheming. Wondering who could possibly be visiting their isolated haven, the two boys watch in suspense as a female student casually opens the door to step inside. The two nerds freeze in sheer bewilderment as the mysterious girl verifies they are indeed the members of the second literature club, before directly asking them for a massive favor. Flashing a deeply unsettling smile while radiating an intensely dark and terrifying aura, the girl politely but firmly demands to know exactly what kind of fetishes Otakura has. Sometime later, a sudden and massive rainstorm violently strikes the school campus out of nowhere, prompting annoyed complaints, as students are quickly ordered to head back inside to escape the unexpected downpour. The quiet atmosphere is suddenly broken by the sharp sound of confident footsteps marching into the room. A painfully proper honor student-type girl steps right up to the faculty and casually drops a massive bombshell, leaving the totally stunned teachers stammering in sheer disbelief as they try to process her wild inquiry about Otakura's personal fetishes. The completely flustered educators frantically sweat drop and nervously laugh off the bizarre situation, desperately trying to convince themselves that their ears are just playing tricks on them. One of the teachers passionately argues that a perfectly polite class president would never casually throw around such a wildly inappropriate word, only for the deadpan girl to immediately shatter his reality by bluntly confirming that she absolutely meant exactly what she said. Maintaining a flawlessly innocent and polite smile, she completely doubles down on her absurd investigation, firmly demanding that the utterly bewildered faculty give her a detailed breakdown of the exact character archetypes Otakura goes crazy for in his favorite anime and video games. The tall teacher nervously whispers to his colleague that despite not fully understanding the absurd situation, he can clearly tell this seemingly perfect class representative is actually an incredibly strange girl, prompting a quiet murmur of agreement from his partner. The panicked educators begin sweating profusely as their imaginations run completely wild, terrifying themselves with worst-case scenarios, where she either plans to publicly humiliate Otakura by exposing his weird preferences to the entire class, or ruthlessly use his deepest secrets to violently blackmail him. Fueled by a sudden burst of dramatic camaraderie, the two teachers firmly resolve their absolute loyalty, fiercely declaring that they will never sell out their fellow otaku brother, no matter how much pressure they face. Desperately trying to cover for their friend, the teachers awkwardly laugh off her intense interrogation and loudly claim they have absolutely no clue what his specific interests are, leaving the girl to stare blankly at their incredibly obvious lie. Her polite facade instantly crumbles as a terrifyingly dark aura overtakes her expression, leading her to aggressively demand whether the faculty members are deliberately trying to keep Otakura hidden away from her. The two nerdy club members shriek in absolute terror as the menacing girl violently lunges at them without warning. Aggressively grabbing the chubby nerd right by his tie, she furiously demands to know why he is hiding the information, absolutely insisting that he must know Otakura's secret tastes, while his terrified clubmate desperately screams out for his brother. Flashing a deeply psychotic glare with terrifyingly empty eyes, she aggressively orders them not to get in her way, leaving the other club member to hysterically cry out that both her threats and her facial expressions are absolute nightmare fuel. Completely breaking under her overwhelming pressure, the chubby nerd frantically surrenders and agrees to spill everything, completely ignoring his friend's desperate pleas to stay strong and protect their comrade's dark secrets. Pointing directly at the club's computer monitor, the defeated nerd nervously reveals the exact location of Otakura's highly classified digital folder, prompting his dramatic friend to tearfully lament how quickly his brother sold out their friend to save his own skin. As the girl menacingly mumbles about Mo culture, the chubby guy explains that they use the D computer to store their own personal collections of cute images, while his devastated friend practically reads Otakura his last rites and vigorously prays for his doomed soul. Wasting absolutely zero time, the intense girl seizes the mouse and rapidly double-clicks to crack open the highly guarded digital stash. A massive barrage of incredibly cute, highly stylized anime girls instantly floods the computer screen, completely exposing the nerdy boy's deepest character design preferences for the entire room to see. The terrifying interrogator stares unblinkingly at the monitor, her pitch-black eyes intensely analyzing every single detail of the secret digital collection. She calmly notes that a massive portion of the saved characters happen to have pink hair, prompting the chubby nerd to sagely agree that his friend definitely has a major weak spot for pink-haired girls, completely ignoring Otakura's distant psychic protests that he genuinely likes other colors too. A teacher casually asks Riko if she knows about the Sunday morning anime Miracle Cure Run, revealing that Otakura actually watches it every week to cheer on the pink heroine, while the other teacher proudly adds that he personally prefers the blue-haired character. Riko coldly processes the embarrassing information and demands to know if there is anything else, instantly intimidating the glasses-wearing teacher as he nervously struggles to come up with more details. The teacher suddenly remembers seeing Otakura hanging around a gal lately, prompting a highly flustered Riko to completely lose her mind and mentally scream that she is already painfully aware of that fact. The other teacher suddenly recalls that right before summer break, Otakura was doing a ton of online research about something called Jurei makeup, leaving a confused Riko to question the unfamiliar term. The teacher immediately pulls up the search results on the computer and points out the exact style Otakura was looking into. Staring closely at the monitor, Riko observes a photo of a girl in a dark, ruffled outfit, learning that the trendy aesthetic revolves around looking simultaneously pained and incredibly cute. The teachers casually speculate that since Otakura was actively saving so many of these specific images, he must definitely have a strong personal interest in that particular fashion. Riko's eyes widen in intense realization as she fully convinces herself that this dark aesthetic is exactly the type of girl Otakura is secretly attracted to. Without missing a single beat, a heavily sweating Riko furiously clicks the mouse to aggressively save all the reference images to the cloud at lightning speed, while the two teachers watch her sudden frenzy in stunned, awkward silence. Watching her incredibly obsessive behavior over the nerd, the two bitter teachers quietly confess to each other that every single time they see Otakura surrounded by cute girls, they secretly curse him to die in hell for being a lucky normie. Reflecting on the past, one of the club brothers quietly admits that he wants to take back his previous doubts, solemnly swearing to stand by Otakura-kun's side as a new semester finally begins. The long summer break officially draws to a close, paving the way for the busy start of a brand new semester. Arriving early for class, a sleepy yawning Otakura-kun enters the empty classroom only to realize that absolutely nobody else has showed up yet. Grumbling about how incredibly unlucky he is to be assigned classroom day duty on the very first day back from break, he sits down to fill out the classroom logbook, only to be suddenly startled when the door slides open. A bright, cheerful voice echoes through the empty room offering him a warm morning greeting. Instantly recognizing the voice, Otakura-kun turns to return the greeting, but the words completely catch in his throat as he stares in absolute speechless shock. Standing at the doorway is the class president, completely transformed with a stunning pink twin-tail hairstyle, a massive matching bow, and a beautifully customized uniform. His pen instantly clatters to the floor as his brain completely short-circuits, leaving her to tilt her head and nervously ask if something is wrong with her new look. Snapping out of his daze, a highly flustered Otakura-kun frantically stutters out a nervous denial to assure her that everything is perfectly fine. Stepping nervously closer to his desk, she quietly murmurs that she wanted to ask him a critical question just in case, leaving the highly tense otaku waiting in absolute suspense for whatever she is about to say. Riko completely struggles to comprehend Yua's massive transformation, hesitantly pointing out the drastic changes to her hairstyle and color, while a sparkling Yua proudly asks if her friend finally noticed the obvious differences. Yua excitedly declares that she completely went all out to completely overhaul her entire image, prompting Riko to warmly compliment the bold new look, while Yua beams with absolute delight. Completely shifting her attention, Yua excitedly leans right into Otakura's personal space and eagerly demands to know what he thinks is the absolute best part of her new style, catching the flustered otaku completely off guard. Quickly gathering his thoughts, Otakura highly praises her overall outfit coordination and color palette, specifically noting that the flawless curls of her twintails absolutely tie the entire aesthetic together perfectly. The bewildered nerd is completely amazed that her hair is actually real given the perfect symmetry of the curls, prompting Yua to admit she abandoned the idea of wearing a wig and instead spent over a grueling hour styling her natural hair. Blushing softly, Yua sweetly confesses that all her intense hard work was completely worth the massive effort just because he actually noticed all the tiny details, leaving Otakura entirely speechless at her heartwarming sincerity. The wholesome moment is suddenly interrupted when a sudden realization completely strikes Otakura, prompting him to loudly announce that he almost totally forgot about a very important detail. Rummaging through his bag, he suddenly pulls out a mysterious item and asks a highly curious Yua if she has any interest in fake nails, explaining that he completely forgot to apply them earlier and happened to have some leftovers on hand. He presents an absolutely stunning set of highly detailed Gothic-style custom nails and kindly offers to let her try them on, prompting an incredibly eager Yua to ask for permission, which he happily grants without hesitation. He casually explains that he remembered her expressing interest in the dark Jurei-kei aesthetic, confessing that he originally crafted the elaborate nails for Riko, but they were instantly rejected for being way too edgy, prompting a highly motivated Yua to immediately excuse herself to go put them on. Otakura gently holds Yua's hand as he carefully applies the final intricate details to her nails, leaving her quietly captivated by his intense, unwavering focus. The bright morning light casts a highly romantic silhouette of the two of them standing intimately close together by the window, making the totally innocent styling session look like a deeply dramatic scene. Wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, Otakura cheerfully announces that the delicate masterpiece is finally complete and asks for her verdict, while Yua just stares at her newly styled hand in absolute silence. Showing off a spectacularly detailed set of jewel-encrusted Gothic nails, Yua flashes him a beautifully warm smile and sincerely thanks him, entirely overjoyed by the flawless results. The quiet, tender atmosphere is abruptly shattered when a pair of shoes aggressively stomps right up to the classroom entrance. Two of Yua's gal friends suddenly arrive at the door, with the blonde girl freezing right in her tracks while her companion playfully complains about the sudden roadblock. The blonde friend stares absolutely wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before her, completely short-circuiting as she desperately tries to process what she just walked in on. Completely misreading the situation, the girls instantly freak out and loudly demand to know if the two of them were just holding hands. Otakura politely tries to greet them like normal, but they furiously accuse him of dodging their wild questions while a sweating Yua awkwardly struggles to figure out how to untangle the massive misunderstanding. The dark-haired friend playfully grabs her blonde companion by the shoulders, happily laughing as she smoothly explains that Yua only came to school this early to take full advantage of Otakura being on styling duty. She cheerfully admits that they purposefully left their houses early, hoping to score a completely free hair and makeup session from him, as well instantly leaving the poor, thoroughly overworked otaku completely baffled by their casual ambush. The classmates are completely stunned to realize the stylish pink-haired girl is actually their class president, instantly crowding around her to shower her with enthusiastic compliments on her cute hair and coordination. Noting that the classroom has suddenly gotten incredibly lively, a highly relieved Otakura-kun decides he can comfortably postpone his boring logbook duty until a bit later. When Otakura-kun kindly offers to help style the class president's hair, she is absolutely thrilled and eagerly thanks him while a curious Yua watches their interaction closely. As he asks what kind of style she would like today, she brings out a picture of a cute look she likes on her phone, drawing the attention of her nearby peers. Watching the group from the side, her classmate lets out a surprised murmur as she observes the cozy, close dynamic between Otakura-kun and the girls. While Otakura-kun and Yua happily check out the hair ideas on her screen, they are completely oblivious to the class president's increasingly serious and tense expression. Sensing the sudden shift in the room's atmosphere, her classmate sweat drops and excitedly wonders if they are finally witnessing the dramatic arrival of a romantic rival. She teasingly asks Yua what she plans to do about the sudden competition, while a brightly smiling Yua happily plays it cool. The sun slowly sets over the quiet town, bringing a peaceful night as the summer draws to a close. A bright new morning soon breaks over the neighborhood, signaling the official start of a highly anticipated new month. One day in September, the highly anticipated Shuka High School Cultural Festival finally arrives, with the school entrance beautifully decorated with colorful balloons and banners. Although the autumn sun keeps the weather feeling a little warm, Shuka High School's spectacular cultural festival officially gets underway. With the festival officially open to the public for 2 consecutive days this year, the school is instantly packed to the brim with excited visitors, as student staff guide them toward the reception area. Inside, visitors are warmly greeted with free pamphlets and slippers, while various announcements promote exciting events like the hourly chemistry experiment show and the traditional tea ceremony club experience. While a live band gears up to play in the courtyard, Chobam enthusiastically advertises the Second Literature Club's highly unique research exhibition on ancient internet literature. Out in the courtyard, the student band kicks off a high-energy performance, instantly drawing a massive cheering crowd. Thanks to the hard work of all the student volunteers, Class 1E's highly anticipated end of the Edo period cosplay cafe turns out to be a spectacular packed success, with visitors swarming to experience the beautifully decorated shop. Behind the scenes in the staff-only area, the class president frantically warns Otakura-kun that the queue of customers waiting to rent out their cafe costumes is rapidly getting out of hand. When she suggests they could boost their costume supply by renting out the staff's own outfits, Otakura-kun calmly tells her not to worry, revealing that he and Yua have already cooked up a secret plan. Putting his styling skills to use, Otakura-kun applies the finishing touches of makeup to their classmate Kanda, declaring his look officially complete, before sending the comically horrified boy straight out to the front lines. Stepping out to address the crowd, Yua loudly calls for the attention of everyone waiting in the long line. One of the boys brightly announces that they are kicking off a special photo shoot event featuring Class E's beautiful poster girl, Kanda-chan, dressed as a traditional city girl, instantly causing the waiting crowd of girls to squeal in pure delight. He explains that anyone can get a photo with her simply by purchasing some of their cafe sweets, prompting the visitors to frantically scramble into line, and leaving the class president completely stunned by the massive success of the strategy. While they happily note that the strategy successfully split the long lines, and Yua cheerfully praises Kanda for being such a massive hit with the ladies, a deeply humiliated and cross-dressed Kanda silently seethes, swearing he will make them pay for this. Suddenly, a pair of polite young visitors approach Riko and shyly ask if they can take a photo with her too. Thrilled by the request, Riko happily calls out for Yua, asking if she can quickly snap a photo of her with the two adorable guests. Wiping away her previous grumpiness, Riko's face lights up as she prepares for the photo, warmly asking them to get ready. Agreeing to the photo without hesitation, Yua enthusiastically flashes a classic gal peace sign with the two adorable guests, warmly thanking them for complimenting her cute kimono as they wave goodbye. Seeing her pose so beautifully, a group of boys immediately swarms Yua to eagerly ask if they can get a photo with her too, catching the popular gal completely off guard as the crowd continues to grow. The queue of eager visitors waiting to take a photo with her stretches incredibly far, completely stunning everyone with the sheer, unexpected scale of her massive popularity. As the staff frantically manages the massive crowd, Otakura-kun quietly notes that she is the true poster girl of their cafe, while their classmates jokingly point out that Kanda's brief reign as the crowd favorite was brutally short, earning a sharp glare from the humiliated cross-dresser. Resting in the quiet staff area, an exhausted Yua lets out a massive sigh of relief now that she is finally able to sit down after the hectic morning rush. Otakura-kun walks in to warmly thank her, announcing that thanks to her incredible crowd drawing power, all of their sweet manju cakes for the entire day have completely sold out, leaving her absolutely thrilled to hear she went super viral. When she points out that he must have had an incredibly tough time in the back too, Otakura-kun laughs and admits that the hectic non-stop preparations definitely reminded him of his intense sewing days. He casually mentions that since he doesn't have much else to do today or tomorrow, he actually swapped his remaining shifts with another classmate, meaning he is completely free for the rest of the day, and catches her entirely off guard. Her heart skips a beat as she absorbs the exciting news staring at him as she prepares to make a sudden bold proposal. With her face burning bright red, she looks directly at him and enthusiastically suggests that they go around and enjoy the cultural festival together. When Otakura-kun enthusiastically suggests a solid game plan, including visiting Riko's classroom, checking out the manga research club, and stopping by the second literature club, Yua happily agrees, cheering that they should absolutely do exactly that. Suddenly realizing how much work she just put in, Otakura-kun cautiously asks if she is too tired to walk around, but a beaming Yua instantly assures him that she is already feeling completely energized. Left alone with her thoughts for a second, Yua internally giggles to herself, celebrating how incredibly lucky she is to get to spend the rest of the cultural festival exploring the campus, alongside Otaku-kun. The two of them stand in a heavy stunned silence in the school hallway, completely frozen as they gaze inside the classroom. Right inside Riko's classroom is an exhibit titled The World of Jellyfish, decorated with elaborate sea-themed paper props, leaving Otakura-kun completely bewildered by the unusual theme. Yua sweat drops and notes that while she has walked past the classroom a few times, Riko's class chose an incredibly serious topic that doesn't really seem like a crowd-pleasing fun exhibit. Stepping inside the classroom to investigate, they are formally welcomed to the deep sea by a student, but the two of them instantly freeze in absolute wide-eyed shock at what is standing right in front of them. They find themselves face to face with three girls comically dressed up as jellyfish, wearing frilly translucent skirts and giant paper caps on their heads, who brightly announce that they will be explaining the exact ecology of jellyfish today. Standing right in the middle of the group is an incredibly flushed and deeply humiliated Riko, which instantly causes a red-faced Yua to desperately struggle to keep from laughing out loud, while Otakura-kun watches in pure wide-eyed delight. Completely losing her composure, Yua totally loses her cool and laughs her head off, loudly screaming that Riko is incredibly cute, driving a highly embarrassed Riko to comically yell in tears and demand that she stop laughing at her. Riko internally screams in utter humiliation, regretting that Yua found out about her shift, since she knew she would get teased mercilessly, while their classmates warmly greet Yua and Otakura-kun, noting that Riko is always in their care. Seeing that the shop is relatively quiet, her kind classmates suggest that Riko take an immediate break, assuring her that they can easily handle the shift without her for a little while. They happily encourage her to go explore the rest of the cultural festival alongside Otakura-kun and Yua, leaving the surprised Otaku completely caught off guard. The sudden idea of walking around the festival with Otakura-kun immediately sends Riko into a deeply flustered, blushing frenzy, as she nervously stutters and fidgets. Overcoming her hesitation, Riko decides to accept her classmate's sweet offer, but she quickly adds that she is going to go change out of her costume first, triggering an immediate shocked protest from Yua. Yua passionately argues that she should absolutely stay in her jellyfish costume since it is already so incredibly cute, prompting a deeply irritated Riko to point out her sheer hypocrisy after all her relentless teasing earlier. Defending her stance, Yua insists she is being completely serious, turning directly to Otakura-kun to get him to back her up on how adorable Riko's costume really is. Analyzing the outfit with his intense crafting expertise, Otakura-kun details the clever use of the tulle fabric's see-through effect and the plastic strings to capture a realistic jellyfish look before preparing to deliver his verdict. When he warmly concludes that her costume is indeed quite cute, as well, Riko's heart violently skips a beat, leaving her staring at him in complete red-faced shock. While Otakura-kun and Yua wear perfectly peaceful, innocent smiles, a comically trembling Riko is left standing before them in a state of absolute silent embarrassment. Suddenly letting out a massive embarrassed scream, Riko is comically held up by her panicked classmates, while Otakura-kun quietly notes that she looks way more like a boiled octopus than a jellyfish now. Taking a quiet moment to recover, a deeply flushed and sweating Riko quietly confirms that she has finally calmed down after her intense freakout. As they head down the decorated hallway, Yua asks where they should explore first, prompting Otakura-kun to suggest the Manga Research Club before they quickly arrive at the exhibit entrance. Stepping inside the club room, they are instantly amazed by the highly detailed drawings and creative displays arranged all over the walls. Yua and the class president look over the displays, marveling at the impressive illustrations drawn by the members and browsing through their unique, highly interesting manga recommendations. Spotting a funny 4-panel strip on the board, a highly amused Yua excitedly waves Otakura-kun over to look at a character comically named Otaku-kun, featured inside the comic. When she reads out that the comic features a gal who is incredibly kind to an otaku nearby, classmates with a deep knowledge of internet memes instantly overhear the conversation, whispering in absolute shock and wondering if they heard her right. Staring directly at the drawing of a gal grabbing an otaku's hand, the class president innocently wonders out loud if holding hands really counts as being kind, prompting a highly panicked Yua to laugh nervously and desperately wish she wouldn't look too deeply into it. Stepping closer to him with a playful smile, Yua softly asks Otakura-kun if he actually enjoys it when someone does that to him, leaving him completely confused. Suddenly sliding in close, Yua tightly squeezes his arm with a radiant, happy smile, sending a furiously blushing Otakura-kun into a state of absolute heart-pounding shock, while the nearby students watch in wide-eyed disbelief. Nearby onlookers awkwardly watch the two of them, whispering in utter shock about how they have never seen anyone actually get called Otaku-kun before, and admitting they had no idea girls who were nice to geeks even existed. Riko watches the scene unfold, pouting in irritation and complaining about how they are acting completely lovey-dovey right in the open again. Fired up by her previous embarrassment, Riko decides to retaliate by suddenly grabbing his other arm, locking a completely stunned Otakura-kun right in between her and Yua. The onlookers are completely flabbergasted, screaming in absolute envy over the fact that a plain nerd somehow has a gorgeous flower in each hand. Both girls look up at him eagerly, with Riko directly asking him which manga recommendation he would personally recommend, leaving him completely sweating in the heavy, buzzing atmosphere. While the crowd comically gossips about the dramatic love triangle, Otakura-kun desperately tries to remain calm, completely caught in the middle of Riko's playful revenge and Yua's hesitation to pull away. He internally screams as he feels the heavy pressure of dozens of eyes staring directly at him, completely stealing the spotlight of the entire festival, as he comically becomes a bigger attraction than the exhibit itself. Staring at a sizzling, perfectly decorated okonomiyaki savory pancake, a deeply craving Yua can only pout in absolute silent struggle. Looking at the long lines wrapping around all the delicious festival food stalls, she contemplates her very limited options. She desperately tries to hold herself back, internally crying that she blew way too much of her monthly allowance already, especially since she was already forced to buy a giant snack from the younger Murata sisters' stall as a favor. As the second day of the cultural festival gets underway, her classmates cheerfully celebrate their upcoming class get-together tonight, excited about the prospect of eating tons of free food there. After finally wrapping up all their official classroom duties, for the day the trio of Otaku-kun Yua and Riko head out together to explore, only to instantly freeze in awe at the massive crowds. With the afternoon lunch rush officially hitting, the hallways are completely jammed, and Riko worries that lining up at each food stall individually will take them forever, which Otakura-kun quickly agrees with. Yua brightly proposes a clever solution, suggesting they each go buy exactly what they want individually and then meet back up at the spacious food booth in front of the main corridor. Otakura-kun happily agrees to the plan, and Riko confirms they should split up for a second, promising to send them both a text message the moment she finishes buying her food. With their game plan perfectly set, the three of them head off in different directions to proceed with their own independent activities. As Yua walks down the corridor, her phone suddenly vibrates with a new text from Riko announcing that a table has opened up, and they have already sat down, leaving her relieved that they secured a spot. Searching around the crowded corridor for the table, Yua wonders if she is in the right area, only to suddenly hear Otakura-kun calling out her name. He waves at her, happily calling out that their table is over here, prompting a brightly smiling Yua to head straight toward him. Otakura-kun cheerfully points to the table, telling her she can sit down, but Yua instantly freezes in absolute shock as she realizes they are not alone. Riko and the class president are already sitting there, leaving her to frantically wonder why there is one extra person at their table. Otakura-kun happily beams, expressing how truly wonderful it is that everyone was able to meet up and get back together, while a skeptical Riko quietly sweat drops in silence. Yua lets out a highly strained, nervous laugh in agreement, while the class president maintains her perfectly calm, unreadable expression. Both Yua and Riko mentally freeze, furiously questioning when the class president was ever meant to be included in their group, while the quiet Prez politely waits for her turn to speak. Otakura-kun cheerfully explains that he ran into the class president earlier while he was shopping, and since they were both planning to have lunch at the exact same time, they simply decided to join forces, bringing a massive wave of relief to Yua. With a polite smile, the class president directly asks Yua if she doesn't mind her joining their table, leaving a slightly sweating Yua to awkwardly stutter out that it is totally fine. Suddenly, snapping out of her good mood, Riko delivers a swift comical elbow right into Yua's side to cut her teasing off, prompting a sweating Yua to quickly confirm her mistake. A startled Yua screams to ask what she is doing, but Riko bluntly replies that she should be the one asking that, admitting she is just as confused about the class president's sudden presence as Yua is. Yua explains to Riko that the girl is their class president, and that she has seen her chatting with Otaku-kun a few times, before noting that she is actually quite friendly, while the class president prepares to chime in. Pointing at her beautifully decorated fingernails, the class president happily notes that those are the custom nails Otaku-kun originally made specifically for her. Though Riko silently wonders what their actual relationship is, Yua quickly suggests they put the questions aside to hurry up and eat before their hot food gets completely cold. Digging into his warm bowl of curry, Otakura-kun glances over at Yua and cautiously asks if that tiny single stick of food is really going to be enough to satisfy her appetite, catching her completely off guard. While Yua nervously insists she will probably be perfectly fine with her snack, the class president nibbles on her takoyaki and admits she had no idea she possessed such a remarkably small appetite, prompting Riko to quickly set the record straight. Eating her warm yakisoba noodles, Riko bluntly explains that Yua's tiny lunch has absolutely nothing to do with her appetite, reminding them that they are talking about a fashion-obsessed gal who undoubtedly spent her entire monthly allowance on new clothes. Struck by the brutally accurate call-out, a sweating Yua reluctantly admits Riko is completely correct about her empty wallet, prompting a kind Riko to immediately offer to her yakisoba, which a deeply embarrassed Yua tries to politely decline. Seeing her struggle, Otakura-kun and the class president immediately reach across the table to generously offer her some of his curry, and her takoyaki causing a deeply flustered Yua to frantically wave her hands and beg them not to worry. She suddenly pauses in realization, pointing out that she doesn't actually possess any chopsticks or utensils of her own to eat their offered food, leaving them to quickly agree that eating with her bare hands would indeed be quite awkward. Flashing a deeply embarrassed look, Yua hesitantly glances over and whispers that if he is seriously offering to his food with her, she might accept, leaving Otakura-kun completely surprised. Comically agonizing over the fact that sharing his spoon would constitute an indirect kiss, Yua decides she is simply too hungry to care, happily closing her eyes and opening her mouth for a bite. Suddenly, the class president steps in and ruthlessly shoves a whole hot takoyaki ball directly into Yua's open mouth, telling her, "Here you go." As a tearful Yua comically chokes and burns her mouth on the boiling hot takoyaki, Riko comically notes that their actions are not friendly at all, while Otakura-kun laughs nervously and their other classmate wonders when they all became so close. Cautiously deciding not to disturb the two bickering girls, a peaceful Otakura-kun turns to Riko and asks how she liked the slow-life Isekai light novel he lent her the other day. Riko admits the book was actually quite good and emotional, explaining how moved she was when the father sacrificed his life to save his son, causing the class president to quietly tear up in agreement as she listens. Close-up of the class president looking deeply moved, her eyes comically welling up with tears, as she remarks that scenes like that really make you tear up. In a sudden intense burst of passion, the class president grabs Riko's arm and asks if they can talk for a second, completely terrifying Riko, who frantically screams over her sudden aggressive approach. With a black translation box explaining that the prez is simply trying to say she loves that light novel too, and desperately wants to discuss it, she comically lunges across the table, leaving a sweat-dropping Riko to scream and ask what on earth is wrong with her. As the translation box clarifies, she is just trying to ask if Riko enjoys light novels too. Her intense delivery makes Riko defensively yell back that she only reads them a little bit, and ask if she is not allowed to. Leaning in closer, the class president intensely asks Riko if she can inquire about their earlier conversation in great detail, while a comically sweating Riko screams that she is being incredibly terrifying. While Riko internally panics over why the class president is suddenly leaning in so aggressively close, a sweating Yua quietly worries if her friend is going to be okay, while an oblivious Otakura-kun simply laughs and notes that the two of them are really getting along. Watching the intense conversation, Yua notes that the class president is surprisingly high energy today, before realizing that this distraction might actually be her perfect golden opportunity to get closer to Otaku-kun. Sneaking in quietly, she gently taps Otakura-kun on his arm, whispering his name to grab his attention while he turns around in surprise. The moment he turns around, Yua comically chews on her snack, pointing directly at his plate of curry to signal her intentions while he stares back in utter confusion. Looking down at his plate, Otakura-kun's brain slowly pieces the clues together, assuming she must be trying to hint that she really wants a bite of his delicious curry. Smiling warmly, Otakura-kun scoops up a bite and feeds it directly to her, while a blushing, happy Yua closes her eyes and opens her mouth wide for the bite. A beautiful sparkling wave of romantic energy sweeps over the scene, framing their sweet D moment. Chewing happily, a deeply blushing Yua giggles that the food is incredibly delicious, prompting Otakura-kun to flash her an incredibly warm, tender smile of pure happiness. After she sweetly thanks him for sharing, the narration explains that time quickly flew by, and before any of them even realized it, the sun began to set over the bustling school grounds. As the cultural festival finally draws to a close, the class president announces that she must head off to complete the cafe's accounting duties, promising to see them later in the evening while they thank her for the delicious snack. Having strolled around the entire campus, Otakura-kun and Yua find themselves visiting the Second Literature Club's old internet literature exhibit at the absolute tail end of their tour. Stepping inside the club room, a cheerful Otakura-kun warmly greets Chobam and Engine, praising them for all their hard work during the busy festival. When Otakura-kun asks how their day went, Chobam happily looks up from playing his portable console alongside Engine, assuring him that everything was remarkably calm and easygoing. Chobam casually reveals that Otakura-kun's younger sister Kimori actually dropped by earlier with a group of her friends, a surprising piece of news that instantly sends Yua and Riko into an excited frenzy over wanting to meet her. When Otakura-kun apologizes for leaving the entire exhibition in their hands, Chobam warmly assures him it is completely fine, explaining that since they didn't have any class duties, they simply enjoyed playing video games together whenever things got quiet. Chobam jokingly adds that if Otakura-kun had tried to act heroic by staying behind while forcing them to leave, it actually would have been way more of a headache for them anyway, prompting a laughing Otakura-kun to assure him he would never do that. Expressing his gratitude, Otakura-kun presents them with some traditional tea and sweets from his class cafe, prompting Chobam and Engine to ecstatically cheer and declare that they should feast on the delicious treats immediately. Happily munching on the sweets, Chobam suddenly realizes Yua and Riko are standing right there, comically offering a very formal apology for not noticing them sooner, which Yua quickly laughs off as perfectly fine. Yua curiously asks Chobam and Engine if the two of them didn't actually want to go explore the rest of the cultural festival themselves, leaving them both to freeze in a hilarious wide-eyed silent panic. Chobam proudly boasts that they are proud dwellers of the shadows who infinitely prefer having fun in a quiet space like their club room, explaining that playing video games while the regular students are out partying has its own unique, quaint charm. Yua warmly offers that if they ever change their minds and want to explore the festival with them, they should just speak up, while Riko kindly adds that she can help cover their duties, prompting a laughing Chobam and Engine to deeply praise their pure kindness. Suddenly, the school's PA system chimes to life as the festival executive committee officially announces that the cultural festival is nearly over for the day. As the announcer advises everyone to watch their step and make their way safely home, Chobam notes that their time is finally up while they hear the other classes in the hallway packing up their exhibits. A sudden idea instantly lights up Yua's mind, prompting her to excitedly suggest a brand new plan to the rest of the gathered group. She enthusiastically proposes that they all stand in a tight circle to do a classic group cheer to celebrate their hard work, completely catching a bewildered Otakura-kun off guard. While Chobam and Engine happily agree that they are totally down to participate, Riko also shrugs and admits that although she isn't actually a club member, she will gladly join in on the fun as well. Chobam insists that Otakura-kun should lead the cheer, which Yua enthusiastically backs up by pointing out that he is the main connection holding their entire unique group together. Staring back at the warm, expectant smiles of his friends, Otakura-kun clears his throat and prepares to address the group. Looking incredibly sincere and happy, Otakura-kun prepares to deliver his heartfelt speech about their memorable cultural festival. Standing in their circle, Otakura-kun warmly admits that although they had to deal with a mountain of tedious preparation and hard work, he never expected the cultural festival to actually be this much fun. Riko smiles softly and chimes in, noting that this is officially the very first high school festival any of them have ever experienced together, while Chobam and Engine happily agree. Gazing warmly at the group, a brightly smiling Yua expresses her heartfelt gratitude to everyone as they all stack their hands together in the center of the circle. Deeply touched by the sweet moment, Otakura-kun's eyes shine with absolute joy as he a warm, meaningful smile with his friends. On three, they all enthusiastically throw their hands up and scream in celebration, cheering for a job incredibly well done. Waving a cheerful goodbye to Chobam and Engine, Otakura-kun and Yua explain that they need to head off to their class festival after party, promising to see them both next time. Shouting from inside the club room, Chobam and Engine comically warn them to stay completely safe on their way home, reminding them that the festival isn't officially over until they step inside their houses and telling them to have a blast at the after-party. Walking back down the quiet school corridor, Yua suggests they head back to the classroom, which Riko casually agrees with. Yua mentions she can hear music playing from outside, prompting Otakura-kun to explain that the student council is currently hosting an after-hours festival, while Riko chimes in that she heard they will have fireworks too. A cheerful Yua thinks the festival events sound great and tries to remember which karaoke store their class after-party is supposed to be at, but her train of thought is suddenly cut short when she checks her phone and notices a missed call from her mom. Surprised by the notification, she explains she has to take a call from her mom, waving a quick apology to Otaku-kun and Riko, as she tells them to head back to the classroom without her. As Yua eagerly runs down the hallway trying to call her mom back, Otakura-kun turns to Riko and suggests they continue heading back on their own. He turns in confusion when she suddenly stops walking, only to find her standing in complete silence, blushing intensely and looking incredibly nervous. Though she is internally burning with curiosity over what his real relationship with the class president is, Riko quietly whispers to herself that she would never possess the actual courage to ask him that out loud. She remains silent while clearly struggling to articulate her thoughts, leaving a completely bewildered Otakura-kun to look at her in utter confusion. Quickly backpedaling, she comically blurts out that it is nothing and tells him to just forget about it, while his mind instantly races as a sudden realization begins to piece itself together. Staring down, his sleep-deprived brain comically jumps to the most absurd conclusion imaginable, leaving he is utterly convinced that she is anxious because she desperately wants him to pat her on the head again. Otakura warmly pats Riko on the head, expressing how incredibly proud he is of all her hard work over the past couple of days. As she lets out a confused squeak, he cheerfully adds that the jellyfish girl look suited her perfectly, completely oblivious to how much his casual praise is flustering her. Before he can finish his thought, a completely panicked Riko loudly cuts him off and frantically grabs his arm. Demanding that he come with her for a second, she forcefully drags the utterly bewildered boy down the hall and shoves him into a random room. She quickly pulls him inside an empty classroom to escape the busy hallway. Catching her breath, Riko furiously reminds him that she strictly forbade him from petting her head in public, since anyone could have easily walked by and seen them together. Otakura quickly apologizes, nervously explaining that he just assumed she wanted to be petted, which prompts a heavily blushing Riko to awkwardly stammer out that it was not exactly that she entirely disliked it. Trying to shift the focus, she suspiciously asks if he ever pets Yua like that too, causing him to hesitate, before casually admitting that he probably does it every once in a while. Riko stares back with a terrifyingly cold expression, leaving the completely intimidated nerd sweating profusely, as he frantically tries to downplay his actions by claiming a popular gal would never care about his affection anyway. After he nervously adds that Yua probably does not even enjoy it, Riko completely snaps at his ridiculous lack of self-esteem and aggressively orders him to lean his head down towards her. Otakura nervously crouches down in the empty room, asking if he has lowered himself enough, while Riko instructs him to lean down just a little bit more to reach the perfect height. Once he is finally low enough, Riko steps in close and completely catches him off guard by wrapping her arms around him and gently resting her hand right on top of his head. She begins softly patting his hair, explaining that this unexpected affection is payback to thank him for always doing so much for her and Yua, while sternly telling the highly flustered boy to start having a little more respect for himself. As a deep blush spreads across his face from the comforting warmth of her hand, she casually asks if Yua has ever petted his head, before prompting him to instantly and completely deny that such a thing has ever happened. Pressing further, she quietly asks if he actually dislikes being petted by her, and when he nervously admits that he does not mind it at all, she boldly questions if the head pats make him happy. A heavy silence falls between them as she stares intensely at him, waiting for his answer, until he finally cracks under the pressure and softly confesses that it does indeed make him happy. Satisfied with his honest answer, Riko simply murmurs her understanding, before suddenly grabbing both of his cheeks and forcefully pulling his face toward her with a bold, determined expression. The incredibly intimate moment is instantly shattered by the loud voices of approaching students, causing Riko and Otakura to freeze in absolute panic as footsteps echo right outside their open doorway. Two chatting girls walk briskly down the hallway right past the classroom, completely oblivious to the highly flustered duo hiding just out of sight inside the room. After the girls safely pass by, a thick, incredibly awkward silence completely takes over the room as a furiously blushing Riko quickly turns away to hide her face, while Otakura nervously stammers in a desperate attempt to break the heavy tension. Blushing furiously, Riko points directly at the flustered nerd and aggressively yells at him to just let her know if he ever wants her to pet his head again, prompting him to awkwardly agree to her wild terms. Completely overwhelmed by her own bold offer, she violently slams the classroom door shut and immediately sprints down the hallway, loudly yelling her goodbyes as she leaves him totally stunned in the empty room. Left completely alone with his thoughts, Otakura quietly reflects on the incredibly intimate interaction, realizing that up until now he has always been the one casually dishing out the head pats. A massive wave of realization finally hits the clueless otaku as he blushes wildly, suddenly understanding just how emotionally destructive a head pat can actually feel, and growing absolutely terrified that he has been casually inflicting that crazy feeling onto the girls this entire time. The scene smoothly transitions back to the bustling school hallways right outside the doors of Class 1E. Catching up in the corridor, Yua casually asks if he just got back, mentioning that she tried calling her mom without any luck, which prompts the nervously sweating nerd to stammer out that he simply took a minor detour. Before he can properly explain himself, a massive group of eager classmates suddenly swarms them, enthusiastically ordering Otakura to quickly grab his bags and forcefully dragging the protesting boy along to their highly anticipated after-party. The lively group makes their way through the busy evening streets, eventually arriving right outside a brightly lit local karaoke joint to kick off their grand celebration. Stepping inside their reserved room, they are instantly greeted by spinning disco lights illuminating an unusually spacious and strangely empty party area. Admitting that this is his very first after-party, Otakura nervously points out that they are missing a massive chunk of the class, since only about 10 students showed up to sit awkwardly far apart, prompting one of the girls to dryly ask if he really wants to open up that depressing conversation. Yua excitedly explains the missing students' absence, dropping the massive gossip that while they claim to be busy, some of them actually skip the party to go on secret dates as couples. Otakura practically jumps out of his seat in shock, asking if there were actually couples hiding in their class, prompting Yua to enthusiastically agree that she was also totally clueless, until their classmates bluntly point out that literally everyone else already knew about the romances. The blonde girl, Kanon, cheerfully declares that everyone present is officially single and should just focus on getting along, though the dark-haired Shen dryly notes her sister's wild optimism while pointing out that Kanon does not even belong in their class. Exchanging a fiercely mischievous glance, Kanon and Shen suddenly declare that this is their perfect opportunity, hyping each other up to launch their grand unspoken plan. Before the confused nerd can even process what the girls are plotting, a hand smoothly taps his shoulder and calls out his name. The two sisters ruthlessly trap Otakura right in the middle of the couch, leaning in dangerously close and boldly asking what he thinks of them, instantly sending the terrified boy into a full panic, while a completely shocked Yua watches from the sidelines. Kanon shamelessly flirts with him, praising his nice body and skillful hands, while officially rating him as top-tier material, prompting Shin to smoothly agree that his taste in women's fashion is incredible, as the desperately sweating nerd frantically wonders what is happening to him. As they continue to aggressively tease him by calling him a high-spec boyfriend, Otakura awkwardly stutters out a denial until Yua suddenly snaps and screams at the top of her lungs. Absolutely furious, Yua aggressively orders Otakura to get away from the teasing sisters and demands he sit right next to her, fiercely threatening to explode with anger if they do not stop messing with him, as the frightened boy hastily scrambles to obey her command. As Otakura slumps onto the sofa and lets out a massive sigh of relief over being rescued, Kanon and Shin quietly celebrate their total victory in the background, absolutely thrilled that their devious little trap forced Yua to act exactly as they predicted. A sharply dressed girl with cute twin tails playfully excuses herself as she smoothly takes the open seat right next to a heavily sweating Otakura. Otakura and Yua Both completely lose their minds, loudly screaming in pure shock, as they suddenly realize the boldly dressed girl is actually their serious class president. The wild karaoke after-party quickly dissolves into a chaotic blur of loud laughter and joyful shouting, as the fun times effortlessly fly by for the entire group. Taking full advantage of their scheduled day off, a completely exhausted Otakura sleeps the entire next day away to deeply rest and recover his energy. The following day brings everyone right back to reality as the students spend the entire day doing heavy cleanup duty across the campus to officially wrap up their cultural festival. Later that quiet afternoon, Otakura enjoys a peaceful moment to himself, calmly scrolling through his phone while relaxing at his classroom desk. His quiet downtime is abruptly interrupted when Yua smoothly sneaks up directly behind him to playfully peek right over his shoulder. Making herself completely at home, she casually hops up and takes a seat right on the edge of the desk, next to the slightly startled nerd. Showing him a photo on her phone of a highly conservative, elegant long skirt ensemble, Yua cheerfully asks for his honest opinion on whether she should try wearing an outfit like that next time. Otakura genuinely agrees that the mature style would look great on her, while casually pointing out that it is a massive departure from her usual wardrobe, since she normally prefers outfits that show off a lot of skin, a factual observation she happily confirms. Yua nervously wonders aloud if people think her usual clothes are way too revealing, prompting Otakura to warmly assure her that he does not believe that is true at all. Relieved by his reassurance, Yua happily decides she should just buy more of her usual wardrobe, while Otakura casually adds that, although her bold outfits often surprise him, they always look incredibly cute on her. His genuine compliment instantly short-circuits her brain, sending a heavily blushing Yua into a fit of highly embarrassed giggles, just as Otakura suddenly notices something else entirely. Confused by his sudden shift in attention, Yua quickly drops her flustered act and curiously wonders what caught his eye. He gently points out that the protective coating on her custom fingernails is actually starting to peel off, instantly bumming Yua out, as she sadly admits she was trying her hardest to keep his beautiful handiwork completely pristine. She awkwardly apologizes for accidentally scraping them up, but Otakura smoothly comforts her by pointing out that the natural wear and tear is just undeniable proof of how much she genuinely loved and used the design. To lift her spirits, the talented nerd casually offers to make her a brand new set with the exact same design, leaving Yua absolutely thrilled, as he confidently confirms he can easily pull it off. Yua enthusiastically suggests he use some spare nail tips she has lying around at home to help out, prompting Otakura to propose they swing by her house right away to pick them up, making the gal even more excited. As they start heading out, Yua casually brings up some hair extensions she recently ruined by washing them, complaining that the curls are a massive pain to fix, until a highly reliable Otakura easily agrees to take a look at those for her too. Utterly blown away by his endless array of beauty skills and his constant willingness to fix all of her problems, she loudly praises the plain nerd as an absolute god while they happily walk out together. Standing by the shoe lockers, Otakura brings up the new cosmetics Yua previously mentioned, asking if she could show them to him. She happily agrees, but teasingly wonders if simply looking at them will actually be enough for his grand plans. Gathering his courage, he nervously asks if she would be willing to act as his actual test subject for the makeup, prompting Yua to burst into bright laughter and enthusiastically agree to the idea. As they walk side by side, their hands gently brush against one another, sending a sudden spark of romantic tension heavily through the air. The brief touch quickly turns into something much more intimate, as their fingers naturally hook together, entirely closing the physical distance between them. Both of them immediately freeze, blushing deeply as they silently process the massive leap in their relationship without saying a single word. Breaking the heavy silence, Yua boldly intertwines their fingers and breaks into a cheerful sprint, happily calling for him to hurry up as she drags the utterly stunned nerd along behind her. The scene smoothly transitions to the bright afternoon sky as the pair happily makes their way toward her neighborhood. As they excitedly run through the front gates of her home, Otakura gently reminds the eager gal that there is absolutely no need to rush so much. Their playful momentum is abruptly cut short when her bag suddenly begins to vibrate loudly, alerting her to an unexpected incoming phone call. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, a coworker checks in with Yua's mother at her office, asking if she ever managed to finally get a hold of her daughter just as the call smoothly connects. Staring out her office window, Yua's mother quietly tells her coworker that her daughter hasn't answered, wondering aloud why she isn't home yet, because she really needs to discuss a certain matter with her. The story smoothly jumps forward to a crisp lunchtime in late October, as Otakura nervously approaches Yua in the school courtyard to ask her a quick question. Pointing out that her birthday is coming up this Sunday, he completely surprises the gal, who excitedly beams that he actually remembered her special day, while her nearby friends happily confirm the date. Teasingly wondering if he plans on giving her a present, Yua is completely caught off guard when a heavily blushing Otakura boldly asks if she will go on an actual date with him to celebrate. The incredibly straightforward invitation completely short-circuits her brain, leaving her staring blankly at the nervous nerd in absolute shock. Her consciousness totally detaches from reality, sending her mind floating through a literal outer space of pure confusion, as she quietly stammers out a bewildered sound. The sheer magnitude of his romantic request finally registers, triggering a massive mental explosion, as the realization that he actually asked her on a date violently echoes through her head. Snapping wildly back to reality, Yua aggressively clutches her head and starts heavily hyperventilating in absolute panic, prompting a completely terrified Otakura to frantically ask if she is all right. Still struggling to catch her breath, Yua wildly reassures him that everything is fine, while Otakura frantically apologizes and completely backpedals, nervously assuming that directly asking her out on a date was way too much for her to handle. Before the nervous nerd can fully retract his invitation, Yua completely ignores his panic and loudly demands that he repeat what he just said, claiming she didn't hear him properly the first time. Taking a deep breath, Otakura loudly and confidently asks her if she would like to go on a date with him this Sunday so he can pick out her birthday present, to which Yua instantly and excitedly screams yes at the top of her lungs. Caught off guard by her immediate and intense agreement, he nervously double-checks if she is really okay with Sunday, prompting her to happily confirm the plans without a single second of hesitation. Relieved by her enthusiastic response, Otakura cheerfully promises to contact her later to figure out all the fine details, leaving a wildly blushing and overjoyed Yua to happily agree. As Yua stands frozen with her heart racing out of control from absolute happiness, she suddenly feels a heavy, ominous stare practically burning a hole into her from behind. Snapping her head around, she finds Kanon and Shin fiercely watching her from a nearby bench, with the two sisters absolutely losing their minds over how incredibly flustered and cute Yua is acting, while completely failing to hide their massive excitement. Watching Otakura walk away from the successful proposal, Shin warmly notes how incredibly nervous he looked, while Kanon confidently suspects that someone definitely had to give the clueless nerd some serious romantic advice to pull that off. The story then cleverly jumps back exactly 15 minutes to reveal the secret mastermind behind Otakura's sudden burst of romantic courage, shifting the focus right to the doorway of Class 1D. Inside the classroom, Riko casually eats her lunch when she suddenly notices someone silently standing right next to her desk, holding a stylish tote bag. Otakura wanders around the chaotic classroom trying to locate Riko, only to get spotted by her friends, who quickly realize he is searching for her. After they point him in the right direction, Otakura finally notices Riko among the crowd and cheerfully calls out her name to get her attention. Riko and her group of friends wonder what he could possibly want from her, prompting a deeply blushing Otakura to nervously admit that he needs to discuss something important with her. The sudden mystery immediately sends her friends' imaginations into overdrive, as they instantly suspect he is about to deliver a romantic confession. The dramatic romantic tension is instantly shattered when Otakura reveals that he actually just wants some shopping advice on what to buy Yua for her upcoming birthday. The incredibly mundane question completely catches the girls off guard, causing Riko and her friends to collectively fall over in utter disappointment. One of Riko's friends immediately loses her temper, furiously screaming at Otakura, for having the absolute audacity to ask her close friend for gift suggestions for another girl. A sheepish Otakura tries to defend himself by explaining that he simply valued Riko's taste and wanted some helpful advice, forcing a completely deadpan Riko to officially throw away any lingering romantic expectations she might have had. Riko casually proposes a simple solution, advising him to just invite Yua out on an actual date and let her choose what she wants herself. The casual suggestion completely throws Otakura into a massive panic, as his brain short-circuits over the mere concept of going on an official date with Yua. Otakura frantically argues that their previous hangouts were strictly casual shopping trips, and that going on a real date is on a completely different level, but Riko's friend happily chuckles and tells him he is seriously overthinking the whole thing. Her friend gently clarifies that since Yua would probably be too polite to reject a bad present anyway, going shopping together is simply the safest bet, which Riko reluctantly confirms is exactly what she meant to say in the first place. Just as they are settling on the plan, Riko's other friend suddenly halts the conversation to bring up a highly critical detail, directly asking Otakura if Yua actually has a boyfriend. After quickly picturing how incredibly close and clingy Yua constantly acts around him, Otakura confidently declares that there is absolutely no way she has a partner. Seeing his complete lack of doubt, the girls happily conclude that there is officially no barrier holding him back from inviting her out. Riko's friend explains that Yua definitely wouldn't mind being asked out by a male friend. She completely trusts a sentiment her other friends quickly back up by noting how critical building trust really is. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the group's sudden relationship theories, Riko tells Otakura to stop relying on them and just figure out his approach on his own. Realizing that their lunch break is rapidly slipping away, Riko and her friends aggressively shove a startled Otakura out the door, ordering him to stop spacing out and go find Yua immediately. As Otakura leaves, Riko's friends playfully tease her about her own winter birthday, leaving her to grumblingly ignore their jabs. Thus, the fateful date between Otakura and Yua is officially set, leaving nothing left but to wait for the big day, though a major complication is already brewing. When the night before the long-awaited date finally rolls around, both Otakura and Yua find themselves completely unable to sleep, lying wide awake as a massive wave of intense nervousness hits them both. Otakura aggressively panics, deeply regretting that he let himself get swept up into proposing a date in the first place, and desperately questioning if a plain nerd like him has any right to be going out with a popular girl like Yua. Meanwhile, Yua is having her own massive meltdown, screaming internally because her mind completely short-circuited when he initially asked her out and left her totally unprepared for the sudden reality of their upcoming hangout. Both of them spiral into a synchronized panic of dating insecurity, with Otakura frantically wondering if he should resort to researching dating tips on social media, while Yua desperately stresses over what they are even supposed to do and what kind of outfit she should wear. In a sudden, desperate moment of sheer panic, the exact same brilliant idea hits both of them at once to contact Riko for emergency advice. Meanwhile, a completely oblivious Riko is simply trying to finish her nightly routine in peace when she suddenly glances down at her buzzing phone with a look of pure, unadulterated annoyance. Riko's phone lights up with desperate panic texts from both Yua and Otakura at the exact same moment, leaving her to silently curse them both for blowing up her phone with their dating emergencies long after midnight. Riko aggressively vents that she couldn't care less about what kind of date Yua and Otakura end up going on, though she secretly looks completely exhausted by their constant midnight drama. Despite her initial annoyance, Riko's soft side quickly wins out as she texts back to ask them what time they are meeting, smoothly transitioning the story into the next morning. The big day finally arrives, and Otakura finds himself waiting at the designated meetup spot, feeling a highly nervous mixture of excitement and sheer disbelief that this is actually happening. Even though their date is not scheduled until 10 o'clock, a deeply anxious Otakura arrives a whole hour early, meticulously outfitted in the exact clothes, shoes, and cologne that Yua and Riko picked out for him. While debating whether it is way too early to send Yua a heads-up text message, he is suddenly jolted out of his thoughts by a loud, cheerful shout calling out his name. Otakura is completely stunned to find Yua running up to him, having also arrived an hour early. She excitedly explains that she left super early out of sheer worry about potential train delays, nearly blurting out that she was just incredibly hyped for their special day together. Quickly catching her own slip-up, a blushing Yua tries to play it cool by reminding him that the rush is only because it is her birthday, prompting a highly flustered Otakura to formally congratulate her on turning another year older. Stealing his resolve, Otakura reminds himself that he is the one who needs to step up and properly lead her on this birthday date, nervously asking if she has managed to eat breakfast yet today. Hearing that she hasn't eaten, Otakura suggests they grab breakfast at a nearby cafe since he is also hungry, which Yua happily agrees is a fantastic idea since no other shops are open this early anyway. Otakura takes the lead by recalling a nice cafe nearby, guiding a highly enthusiastic Yua as they cheerfully set off to officially kickstart their big birthday date together. Having decided to spy on them after all, Riko awkwardly attempts to blend in as a passing child, monitoring their movements through binoculars, as she notices they are finally heading off to start their date. Riko desperately tries to convince herself that she is not actually curious about their date, defensively arguing that her childish outfit isn't a disguise, but rather some nostalgic old clothes, though she feels a sudden sting of sadness upon realizing her 5-year-old skirt still fits her perfectly. Riko firmly reassures herself that her only objective today is to gather some premium material she can use to relentlessly tease them later, completely oblivious to the fact that the passing crowd is already staring at her in sheer bewilderment. Suddenly, another group of highly suspicious, heavily masked figures enters the scene, watching Riko's weird detective routine in stunned silence. The mysterious figures turn out to be the Murata sisters, Kanon and Shin, disguised as intimidating bad gals who instantly recognize Riko in her incredibly bizarre children's outfit. The sisters quickly deduce that Riko is following Otakura and Yua, finding her tracking attempt absolutely hilarious, since they are secretly out on the streets doing the exact same thing. Kanon and Shin enthusiastically cheer, declaring there is absolutely no way they would ever miss out on witnessing this legendary date firsthand. As Otakura and Yua happily make their way inside the warm cafe, their secret stalkers excitedly note their arrival and prepare to follow them right through the doors. Following up on the previous chapter's events, Otakura had a serious discussion with Riko regarding what he should get for Yua's birthday present, which ultimately led to Riko bluntly suggesting he just invite her out on a date and ask her directly. As the pair officially meets up early in the morning for their big date, a heavily disguised Riko secretly tails them from behind to keep a close eye on things, completely unaware that the chaotic Murata sisters are also secretly tailing her from even further back, instantly turning the entire outing into a massive multi-layered spying mission. With the incredibly high-stakes birthday date officially underway at a local cafe serving up a morning menu, the burning question remains of exactly what kind of chaotic events are about to unfold between the two of them. Inside the cafe, a polite waitress kindly clears away their empty plates and warmly encourages the pair to take their time, prompting a slightly nervous Otakura to quickly thank her for the delicious meal, while Riko remains completely hidden in the booth right beside them. A helpful layout perfectly illustrates everyone's current seating arrangements, showing Otakura and Yua sitting quietly together, while Riko desperately eavesdrops from the booth directly behind them. And the Murata sisters secretly listen in from the very next booth over as a painfully heavy and awkward silence completely overtakes the entire restaurant section. Secretly observing the painful quiet, the Murata sisters quietly whisper to each other about how the couple isn't talking at all, and must be incredibly nervous, just as a heavily sweating Yua finally musters up the courage to break the agonizing silence by suddenly calling out Otakura's nickname. Completely losing her composure, a heavily blushing Yua loudly blurts out a direct question, demanding to know exactly why he suddenly decided to invite her out on a date, instantly catching the startled Otaku completely off guard, while she internally panics over actually letting the bold question slip out. Her mind completely races out of control as she internally rationalizes that a guy absolutely wouldn't invite a girl on a formal date if he only had a normal, friendly amount of affection for her, leading her to intensely anticipate the massive heart-pounding possibility that Otakura might actually harbor genuine romantic feelings for her. Yua's heart hammers wildly in her chest as she silently wonders if Otakura is finally about to confess his feelings to her right here, and now leaning in anxiously as he begins to explain his true reasoning. Shattering her romantic tension completely, a brightly smiling Otakura innocently explains that when he asked Riko for advice on her birthday present, she explicitly instructed him to just invite Yua on a date and ask her directly. The massive romantic build-up instantly crashes down around Yua, leaving her staring blankly across the cafe table as she internally groans over the totally anticlimactic revelation. Processing the absolute sheer density of the boy sitting in front of her, Yua quietly acknowledges that Riko orchestrated the entire setup, while a completely clueless Otakura cheerfully sips his coffee and confirms the story. Otakura casually continues dropping massive truth bombs by adding that Riko's friends told him it is totally normal to invite a single girl out on a date, to pick her own present, making Yua realize exactly who fed him this excuse, while internally picturing a furious Riko screaming at the dense otaku for exposing their entire secret setup without a single ounce of delicacy. Forced to keep a strained smile on her face, Yua internally screams in absolute frustration that his brutally honest explanation just made this entire situation 1,000 times more complicated to navigate. While she is genuinely thrilled and deeply thankful that he took her out on a date at all, a massive wave of insecurity hits her as she realizes that if her friends had not explicitly pushed him into it, he probably never would have invited her out in the first place. She totally loses her mind and grabs her head in sheer panic over how wildly the scenario has derailed from her romantic expectations, prompting a highly confused Otakura to innocently ask if there is actually a problem with his invitation. Staring right at her with a gentle, slightly nervous smile, the plain guy completely catches her off guard by sincerely asking if it bothers her that he was the one who asked her out on a date. Instantly blushing a bright crimson and incredibly flustered, Yua aggressively leans forward across the table to loudly declare that it absolutely does not bother her at all, desperately explaining that she was just momentarily confused while trying to string together her true feelings. Yua accidentally drops a massive bombshell by loudly blurting out that she likes him, causing both Riko and her disguised spying companion in the adjacent booths to instantly choke on their drinks in sheer shock. A passing waitress is left completely baffled by the sudden wave of hacking coughs echoing through the cafe, deeply confused as to why multiple customers started violently choking at the exact same time. As a stunned Otakura begins to question if she just confessed her feelings, a heavily blushing Yua frantically cuts him off and aggressively backpedals, loudly claiming she was simply asking if he had a crush on anyone else. Otakura nervously laughs and accepts her clumsy excuse, while Yua forces out a painfully awkward chuckle, internally screaming in absolute agony over being too pathetic to follow through with her perfect confession opportunity. Otakura sincerely answers that he does not currently have a crush on anyone, prompting a desperate Yua to immediately deflect by asking if he likes Riko instead, specifically pointing out how small and adorable her friend is. Otakura humbly agrees that Riko is indeed very cute, but he quickly dismisses the idea by stating that a popular girl like her would never take a plain guy like him seriously, causing the eavesdropping Riko to violently choke on her drink all over again. Riko desperately covers her mouth as she completely hacks up her lungs in pure embarrassment, leaving the passing waitress to sympathetically wonder if the tiny girl she completely mistakes for a grade schooler is suffering from a severe sore throat. While Riko completely short-circuits and blushes furiously over being called cute by the oblivious nerd, her disguised companion internally screams in pure frustration, absolutely bewildered as to why Yua would ruin her own date just to randomly throw another girl into the romantic mix. Yua initially lets out a massive sigh of relief upon confirming that Otakura does not have a crush on anyone, only for the devastating realization to instantly strike her that his total lack of romantic interest means she isn't in the running either. Quietly sipping his drink, the completely clueless otaku observes Yua's erratic behavior and logically deduces that she must be acting this strange because she is hiding a secret crush of her own, utterly failing to realize that he is the actual target of her affection. He seriously debates digging deeper into the conversation to ask exactly who she is talking about, but a sudden heavy wave of hesitation completely stops him in his tracks. He internally admits to himself that he is simply way too absolutely terrified of the potential answer to even consider asking the question out loud. Desperately trying to escape the overwhelming tension, he aggressively chugs his coffee to mask his massive internal panic, while Yua watches him in complete silence. He forcefully places his cup back down onto the table, firmly declaring to his own frantic mind that there is absolutely no point in overthinking the terrifying mystery right now. Quickly pivoting to save his own sanity, he loudly insists they strictly focus on enjoying their current date, and enthusiastically suggests they go browse some clothes, a grand idea that Yua instantly and happily agrees to. As Otakura ensures Yua has all her belongings before they leave their booth, a pair of mysterious spies frantically duck behind the adjacent seating to stay completely hidden, eventually trailing the couple as they stroll out into the open shopping center. Arriving at a massive clothing storefront, a sparkling Yua immediately finds a cute outfit and cheerfully asks Otakura for his honest fashion opinion. She happily poses with a stylish bow-covered sweater dress in front of the mirror, prompting a heavily blushing Otakura to instantly praise how incredibly great it looks on her. He smoothly asks if she wants to buy it, but she nervously hesitates and opts to look around more, getting completely flustered when he continues to highly praise every single item she picks up, until she finally panics and aggressively drags him away to a totally different store. Trailing closely behind the couple, two incredibly suspicious figures, heavily disguised in bucket hats, sunglasses, and face masks, aggressively stalk them through the mall, secretly monitoring the entire date from the shadows. Riko's disguised friends secretly stalk the pair from a distance, astutely observing that Yua is being unusually indecisive today, instead of her typical habit of buying everything she touches, correctly deducing that the smitten gal is intentionally dragging out the shopping trip to prevent her precious date with Otakura from ending too soon. As Otakura helpfully suggests looking into cosmetics, Yua playfully shoots down every single option he points out, claiming the colors are slightly off, or that she already owns similar items just to keep the shopping momentum going. The prolonged window shopping completely drains the two hidden friends, tailing them, leaving them yawning heavily and complaining in sheer boredom over how incredibly long the uneventful stakeout is taking. The grueling marathon of browsing store after store continues as a quietly patient Otakura simply watches Yua meticulously inspect yet another display shelf without actually committing to a purchase. The sun eventually begins to set on the massive shopping center, signaling the end of their exhausting all-day shopping expedition. Stepping outside into the evening air, a totally drained Yua heavily sighs and sincerely apologizes to Otakura for selfishly dragging him around the entire mall all day long without any real direction. Taking a break on a nearby bench, Yua deeply regrets her failure to actually pick out a birthday present during the massive trip, but Otakura kindly waves off her apologies and brightly assures her that he genuinely had a ton of fun just hanging out. The two exhausted stalkers celebrate the impending end of the date from afar, while bitterly clicking their tongues over the total lack of romantic progress between the pair, completely unaware that Otakura is suddenly struck with a brand new conversation topic. Trying to keep the conversation flowing, Otakura curiously asks Yua what kind of birthday present Riko ended up getting for her this year, momentarily catching her off guard. Yua happily reveals that Riko gifted her a brand new pair of earrings, proudly showing off the exact set she is currently wearing, while Otakura brightly compliments how perfectly cute they suit her. Otakura asks Yua if he can get a closer look at her ears, causing her to shyly agree, which instantly sends their secret stalkers Shin and Kanon into a frenzy of excited cheering. While the Murata sisters excitedly joke that a reality show would end with a kiss right now, a highly irritated Riko internally seethes, grumbling that Yua is just using her birthday present as a cheap excuse to act all lovey-dovey. The romantic tension reaches an absolute boiling point when Otakura suddenly asks Yua to close her eyes for a second, leaving their secret spy squad completely frozen in sheer shock. Yua nervously complies and shuts her eyes, sending their hidden audience into an absolute mental tailspin as they wait for the worst. Convinced a kiss is absolutely imminent, Riko and the Murata sisters collectively lose their minds screaming internally in pure panic over whether he is actually going to pull off such a bold move. Otakura softly tells her that she can finally open her eyes, cutting right through Yua's racing heartbeat and leaving her momentarily confused as she blinks. She hears a gentle metallic jingle and looks down to discover that he has actually slipped a beautiful sparkling heart necklace around her neck. Otakura beams and wishes her a happy birthday once again, leaving a highly flustered and thoroughly bewildered Yua stammering out her gratitude while trying to process the sudden gift. Quickly using her phone camera to inspect the necklace, Yua excitedly squeals over how incredibly cute it is, asking him when he possibly bought it, while he sheepishly admits he secretly picked it out during their shopping trip earlier. Otakura gently explains that the shimmering gem on her new necklace is a pink tourmaline and sincerely hopes she likes it, leaving Yua completely speechless as she stares at him in pure heartwarming awe. Yua absolutely beams with pure joy, excitedly declaring how happy she is and warmly thanking Otakura as she proudly shows off the brand new necklace she received as her birthday present. Meanwhile, from a safe distance away, a heavily disguised Riko silently observes the couple hanging out near the plaza benches, keeping her intense surveillance mission going strong. Completely exhausted from hiding, Riko bitterly mutters to herself about how incredibly stupid she feels sneaking around in her ridiculous disguise just to watch the two of them. Her stealthy complaining is abruptly interrupted when the Murata sisters suddenly ambush her from behind, cheerfully pointing out how tiring it is to follow the couple around all day and enthusiastically suggesting they all just head home together. A completely panicked Riko frantically demands to know how they figured out she was tailing the couple while desperately trying to break free from their grip. But the sisters just laugh off her questions and cheerfully drag her away to get some tea instead of explaining anything. Shifting back to the date, Otakura repeatedly calls out Yua's name as she remains completely captivated by the beautiful new jewelry resting gently against her neck. Otakura warns her that it is super dangerous to walk around without paying attention to her surroundings, though he internally admits he is incredibly relieved she loves the gift so much even if she won't stop playing with it, while Yua playfully argues that she just hasn't admired it enough yet. As he firmly tells her she's going to trip if she keeps acting so distracted, Yua lets out a cute pout before suddenly closing the distance and tightly clinging right onto his arm to perfectly anchor herself. Gazing up at him with a heavily flushed face, she playfully touches the necklace and sweetly teases that she is completely safe now that she is holding on to him, leaving a deeply embarrassed Otakura to awkwardly grumble in response. Otakura casually sighs and admits he has no choice but to let her cling to him since it is her special day, prompting a thrilled Yua to enthusiastically agree, while he warmly reflects on the pink tourmaline gemstone he specifically picked out for her gift. Standing at the jewelry counter, Otakura quietly listens as the cheerful sales clerk explains that the specific gemstone he chose is actually October's birthstone, sharing the charming local rumor that wearing it will magically grant the owner's deepest wish. Reflecting on the secret crush Yua is apparently hiding, the thoughtful Otaku sincerely hopes that gifting her the special birthstone will somehow give her the exact boost of luck she desperately needs. Flashing a remarkably soft and warm smile, he completely roots for her hidden romance, genuinely wishing that the magic stone will successfully bring her closer to the mystery person she truly likes, remaining utterly oblivious to the fact that he is the actual target. His earnest and entirely selfless wish perfectly captures his pure intentions as a crisp autumn breeze smoothly scatters fallen leaves through the air to beautifully seal the heartfelt moment. Meanwhile, the diligent class president tries to relax at home with a good book, while entirely off-duty, only to suddenly pause her reading and stare off into space, as she instinctively senses a massive disturbance in the romantic atmosphere somewhere nearby. The season quickly shifts to the very end of October, bringing spooky Halloween decorations to town and prompting local adults to prepare fun treats for the neighborhood kids, perfectly setting the festive stage in Yua's quiet suburb, where a sudden household crisis is about to drop. Desperately clasping her hands together in a heavy begging gesture, Yua's mother aggressively pleads with her daughter to step up and take over the neighborhood association's annoying Halloween event duties in place of her and her father. Yua completely balks at the sudden request, loudly complaining from the couch about the ridiculously short notice, while her mother stubbornly insists she already brought the event up days ago, leaving the shocked gal to completely question her own memory. Yua's mother angrily scolds her daughter for completely ignoring her phone calls, reminding her that she specifically warned Yua to keep her schedule wide open for an important favor. Stepping in to diffuse the tension, Yua's father gently apologizes and explains that while they genuinely wanted to help out with the local neighborhood association's seasonal event, their demanding work schedules will keep them entirely tied up that weekend. Yua stubbornly refuses to care about the boring chore until her mother smoothly pulls out a crisp 5,000 yen bill, prompting the teenager to instantly completely change her tune and enthusiastically accept the job. As Yua joyfully dances around the room celebrating her newly acquired cash, her mother lets out a tired sigh of relief over how incredibly easy their daughter is to bribe, while her father nervously hesitates to bring up a lingering concern. Her father points out that the neighborhood patrol starts after dark and expresses genuine worry about letting Yua walk around completely alone at night, instantly causing a panicked Yua to freeze in pure terror at the sudden threat of her easy payday being revoked. Desperate to secure her cash, Yua rapidly brainstorms a flawless solution and enthusiastically announces she will just invite Otakura to tag along as her bodyguard, a proposal that instantly earns her mother's absolute approval while leaving her father entirely confused. Staring in absolute disbelief, her father is completely bewildered that his daughter casually refers to a male friend by such a blatantly insulting, nerdy nickname, prompting his wife to calmly step in and clarify the bizarre dynamic. Her mother calmly explains that Yua is actually close friends with an incredibly reliable boy named Otakura, a glowing endorsement that Yua happily backs up by enthusiastically praising the otaku as an absolute god at handling every single favor she throws his way. Taking the new patrol plan very seriously, her mother casually mentions that she will call Otakura's house directly to ask his parents for permission, completely startling Yua, who frantically insists she can just invite him herself while her father silently stews in the background. Completely ignoring the logistics of the phone call, her father's face drops into an incredibly intense protective scowl as he quietly repeats the boy's name, intensely stewing over the sudden realization that some unknown guy is apparently taking special care of his precious daughter. Following a brief moment where someone off-screen speculates about a girl having a nice male friend, the story jumps straight to after school the very next day as someone calls out for Otakura. The familiar voice continues to call out for both Otakura and Riko as they arrive right outside of classroom 1E. Inside the classroom, Yua warmly thanks Otakura and Riko for agreeing to help out with her neighborhood's upcoming Halloween event, while a text box playfully notes that the two of them ended up getting completely dragged into her chaotic plans. Yua pulls up her phone to reveal the incredibly conservative which outfit her parents picked out for her, bitterly complaining about how dull it is, while Otakura and Riko quietly observe that the costume maximizes defense, but completely lacks any actual cuteness. Otakura tries to be the voice of reason, logically arguing that a plain witch costume is perfectly fine since they are simply handing out candy to neighborhood kids, but a highly stubborn Yua loudly rejects his boring practicality. Riko smugly hits the nail on the head, teasingly pointing out that Yua is only upset because the modest costume prevents her from showing off her usual amount of skin, immediately triggering a highly flustered and aggressive denial from her embarrassed friend. Quickly shifting the topic away from her fashion preferences, Yua asks Otakura about his own Halloween plans, prompting the excited nerd to proudly declare his intention to dress up as a mummy, completely reviving his edgy inner Chunibyu, while Yua cheerfully praises the classic idea. Yua instantly gets jealous and sulks that she wants to be a mummy instead, innocently commenting that wrapping her entire body up in bandages sounds incredibly fun, which immediately causes Riko to let out a panicked gasp. Both Riko and Otakura completely short-circuit as their minds instantly conjure up a highly suggestive mental image of Yua wearing absolutely nothing but tight bandages, leaving them both heavily blushing and sweating in sheer panic over the scandalous concept. A frantic Otakura desperately tries to educate her on proper costume etiquette, explaining that she needs to wear regular clothes underneath, and only wrap her exposed skin in bandages, leaving a totally clueless Yua surprised by the actual logistics, while Riko bluntly warns her that her original idea would literally get her arrested. Transitioning to their costume plans, Riko casually reveals that she is going to dress up as a vampire by simply having Otakura modify some of her existing clothes, completely blowing Yua's mind as the popular gal realizes she entirely forgot they had a personal tailor in their friend group. Jumping on the brilliant idea, Yua immediately begs Otakura to alter her costume as well, prompting him to nervously agree to some light modifications, while internally stressing out over accidentally ruining an expensive outfit originally bought by her parents. Thrilled that their plans are officially set, Yua enthusiastically declares that they need to go buy their materials and costumes, immediately forcefully dragging a totally bewildered Otakura right out of his seat. As they rush out of the school, Yua loudly insists that they need to hurry up and spend all her available cash, since Halloween is right around the corner, leaving Otakura to awkwardly try and talk her down from blowing her entire budget so recklessly. The story suddenly jumps forward to the actual night of Halloween at the Narumi household, where Otakura, completely decked out in a bandaged costume, nervously calls through a closed bedroom door to ask if Yua managed to put on her newly modified outfit by herself. Yua cheerfully confirms from behind the door that she got the outfit on, perfectly stepping out into the hallway to reveal her brand new costume and letting out an excited gasp of pure awe as she admires the spectacular results of his handiwork. Yua proudly shows off her incredibly cute witch costume alongside Riko's vampire outfit, completely amazed that the plain otaku managed to turn her previously dull clothes into such an absolutely adorable ensemble. Admiring her outfit, Yua playfully suggests that she should just take off the cape and tights to show a little more skin, instantly prompting Otakura to cut her off and call her name with a deeply serious, authoritative tone. Otakura sternly demands that her cape and tights must stay on, bluntly warning that removing those specific layers will turn her from a witch into a bitch, which completely startles Yua into nervously laughing it off as a joke, while Riko stands by looking totally weirded out by his intense fashion strictness. Seamlessly switching gears, Otakura checks in with Riko about the hem of her skirt, which she casually dismisses as perfectly fine, before cryptically asking him if he brought a specific item, leaving a thoroughly confused Yua watching in silence as the plain nerd confidently confirms he has it ready. Fully dressed in her festive witch costume, Yua tilts her head in total confusion and asks what exactly her mother is talking about. The scene shifts to Riko wildly flailing as she tries to balance in a pair of massive platform boots, amazed by her suddenly higher field of view. While Yua explains her mother found the old shoes in a closet, Otakura quietly whispers that the extreme footwear is absolutely necessary to ensure their tiny friend does not get mistaken for an actual trick or treating child, and wander off, prompting a stubborn Riko to yell that she will get used to walking in them immediately. Riko's brave facade immediately crumbles as she trembles and weakly begs to borrow Otakura's shoulder for physical support, leaving Yua to happily muse that the struggling girl looks exactly like a newborn fawn, desperately trying to walk in a vampire costume. The fully costumed trio finally arrives at the local neighborhood festival, with a cheerful Yua proudly announcing their designated candy distribution station for the night. They quickly spot another volunteer handing out treats nearby, but Otakura immediately notices that the young trick-or-treaters look incredibly disappointed with whatever they are receiving. Otakura casually remarks that he can easily guess the problem, while Riko dryly points out that the oblivious adult volunteer seems completely satisfied with his own efforts, despite the kids' gloomy reactions. Otakura theorizes that the expensive, stylish department store sweets chosen by the adults are simply way too small to impress children. Realizing they have a massive advantage, he confidently declares that, as teenagers, they know exactly the kind of junk food that kids actually want to see in their baskets. Putting their brilliant theory into action, Yua enthusiastically presents the next group of children with massive bundles of cheap, popular commercial snacks, instantly replacing their disappointment with pure, wide-eyed amazement. The kids are absolutely thrilled by the massive candy haul and eagerly double-check if they are really allowed to take so much, which Otakura cheerfully confirms. Caught up in the infectious festive energy, Yua completely abandons her distribution duties and excitedly starts yelling trick or treat right alongside the children, prompting an amused Riko to gently scold the teenage gal to wait her turn in the single file line. While Riko is hanging out at the local event, a sweet little angel girl suddenly tugs on her outfit, catching her completely off guard by calling her a big sister. The little girl flashes a brilliant smile and sincerely thanks her for all the amazing treats, completely melting Riko's heart and leaving her blushing in pure helpless adoration. Overwhelmed by the sheer cuteness, a highly flustered Riko frantically stammers out a welcome as she quickly turns away while Yua and Otakura warmly watch the adorable interaction from the background. The busy evening smoothly transitions as twilight deepens over the town, wrapping up the successful Halloween festivities for the day. The local organizers warmly thank Yua and the group for their hard work, letting them know they are free to head home for the night as the trio waves goodbye and begins walking back down the pathway. Yua stretches happily and celebrates a job well done, while Otakura cheerfully adds that he is incredibly glad all the local kids seem to have such a fantastic time. Yua heavily credits Otakura for the success, thanking him for suggesting those nostalgic retro sweets, and joking that her parents might recruit him again next year, to which he happily laughs and says he would be totally down for. Walking slightly behind the chatting pair, Riko quietly observes their comfortable chemistry, falling completely silent as she gets lost in her own deep thoughts. Still touched by the little girl's sweet words, Riko reflects on her own height and wonders if stepping onto a nearby raised curb would finally bring her perfectly eye to eye with Otakura. Riko calls out to Otakura to test her theory, but she suddenly loses her footing and tumbles right forward, sending a deeply panicked Otakura scrambling to catch her as she falls. A sudden loud crash instantly catches Yua's attention, causing the startled girl to spin around in confusion as the chaotic sound echoes behind her. Yua is absolutely shocked to find that Riko completely tripped and crash landed right on top of Otakura, prompting her to playfully scold her clumsy friend for rushing ahead, while a completely squished Otakura weakly confirms he somehow survived the heavy impact. Recovering from the chaotic tumble, Otakura quickly fixes his glasses and assures the girls he is totally fine, while a heavily blushing Riko awkwardly averts her gaze and urges him to just brush the embarrassing moment off. The brief relief is instantly cut short when Riko suddenly cries out in pain, realizing she actually sprained her ankle during the massive fall, and leaving a highly concerned Yua wondering how she is supposed to make it all the way back home. While Yua desperately tries to figure out a temporary footwear swap, Otakura loudly interrupts and boldly volunteers to carry Riko himself, confidently declaring that the heavy lifting will basically just serve as an intense physical training session. Instead of throwing her usual stubborn fit, a deeply flushed Riko quietly apologizes for the trouble and completely accepts his offer without a single complaint, leaving Yua absolutely stunned by her friend's incredibly rare moment of total honesty. With Riko securely riding on his back, Otakura suggests they take the walk home nice and slow, though Yua cheekily points out that both of their faces are burning bright red, prompting a highly flustered stammer from the nervous nerd. Continuing down the path, the undeniable physical closeness of the piggyback ride sparks a heavy unspoken tension that quietly settles over the flustered pair. Otakura's mind suddenly flashes back to the exact moment of their chaotic collision, heavily replaying how incredibly close their faces actually got when she initially crash-landed on top of him. Both of them completely short-circuit as their minds perfectly sync up over the massive realization that her lips definitely brushed right against his cheek during the fall, leaving the two heavily blushing teenagers utterly paralyzed by the sheer weight of the accidental intimacy. A lingering thought stubbornly dismisses the unlikely romantic scenario, drifting off into the quiet, starry night sky to officially close out the eventful evening. The story jumps forward to early November as autumn leaves gently fall across the school campus to signal the changing season. Inside the school, two extremely tense club members sit in dead silence, aggressively staring down a computer screen with heavy anticipation. The silence is instantly shattered when a massive email notification pops up prompting the taller student to absolutely lose his mind and scream that the highly anticipated Kami Fest lottery results have finally arrived. Panic completely takes over the room as the taller guy frantically urges his buddy to hurry up, while simultaneously screaming at him to calm down, leaving his sweating friend to nervously announce that he is about to open the fateful message. With trembling hands, the glasses-wearing student finally clicks his mouse, and both boys desperately bite their nails as they sweat bullets waiting for the email to load. The screen proudly displays the official comic festival notification, directly confirming that their circle, the Second Literature Club, has successfully secured a booth in the West Ward for the massive upcoming convention. Staring blankly at the glorious acceptance letter, the two nervous otakus are completely paralyzed by sheer disbelief, slowly processing the mind-blowing reality that they actually managed to get into the highly exclusive event. The story abruptly shifts focus to the school hallway where an excited voice suddenly yells out, "To get moving," officially announcing that the Second Literature Club has boldly decided to enter the upcoming Kami Fest. A few days later, Otakura sends an unexpected text message to both Yua and Riko, politely asking the two girls to stop by the Second Literature Club room after school, because he has a huge favor to ask them. Arriving outside the club room, a highly curious Yua wonders out loud about what Otakura could possibly want, catching a heavily blushing Riko completely off guard, since she is secretly still agonizing over their recent cheek kiss, forcing her to awkwardly stammer out an agreement, just as Yua knocks on the door. Peeking her head into the room, Yua cheerfully announces their arrival to Otakura and his two nerdy friends Chabam and Engine, only to be met with a deeply bewildered gasp from inside. Stepping fully into the clubroom, the girls are completely shocked to find Otakura and his buddies slumped over a desk in absolute despair, radiating a massively depressing aura that immediately prompts Yua to loudly demand to know what on earth is going on. A deeply concerned Yua steps closer and asks Otakura if something is wrong, prompting the exhausted nerd to finally look up and quietly admit that they actually have a massive problem on their hands. Otakura reveals that their current crisis revolves around an upcoming doujinshi sale event, catching the girls' attention and prompting a highly curious Yua to ask for clarification on the unfamiliar nerdy terminology, while he solemnly confirms the details. Otakura explains that his club is participating in a massive end-of-year doujinshi convention, and that his friends are supposed to be drawing a manga for it, immediately hyping Yua up, as she excitedly leans in and begs to see their current manuscript progress, making Chabam visibly groan in pure agony. Completely breaking under the immense pressure, a devastated Chabam loudly cries out that despite the impending deadline, they have not actually managed to complete a single page of their manga, yet leaving both girls standing in absolute stunned silence at the disastrous revelation. Gathering for their club meeting, the circle leader admits he totally underestimated their production schedule by assuming drawing one page a week would be enough, prompting the others to bluntly point out that is the classic excuse of someone who completely fails to plan ahead. Riko suddenly teases Yua for pulling the exact same procrastination stunt with her summer homework, causing a flustered Yua to desperately deny the connection, while the other club members complain about their own creative bottlenecks stalling the entire project. Desperate for fresh ideas, the club officially begs Yua and Riko to lend them their strength and join the brainstorming session, though the girls remain highly skeptical about how much help they can actually provide to an otaku circle. The intense club leader violently slams his hands on the table and enthusiastically declares that their help is absolutely crucial because their upcoming project is officially a gal-themed romantic comedy, loudly shouting that they have already locked in the genre with the event administrators. Completely desperate for authentic research, he violently invades Yua's personal space and aggressively begs her to teach them real gal slang and speech patterns, forcing a heavily sweating Yua to desperately tell him to back off and calm down. The club members furiously scribble down notes as Yua lists off trendy topics like viral dances and personality tests, casually adding that there is one more specific game girls play to kill time during their school breaks. She introduces them to a popular romance challenge, thoroughly explaining the simple rules where two people sit face to face, and confess their love to each other, with the first person to break eye contact or blush instantly losing the match. Yua cheerfully laughs about how hilarious it is to watch her friends completely short-circuit and turn bright red during the game, while Otakura listens in awe and the other club members suddenly lock in with terrifyingly intense expressions. The pure romantic potential of the game instantly strikes the two veteran otakus like a bolt of lightning, causing them to sweat profusely and loudly declare that they have finally struck absolute narrative gold. Their hyperactive imaginations immediately transform the innocent game into a full-blown romance novel scenario, enthusiastically cheering to each other that forcing a cute girl to blushingly confess her feelings practically turns their mild comic into a high-tier dating sim. The Otaku Club guys get incredibly fired up to kick off their game, hoping to unlock a real-life scenario where a popular girl who is exceptionally nice to geeks actually confesses her love to them. The guys quickly usher a deeply confused Otakura to take a seat while simultaneously guiding Yua and Riko over to join them without giving any immediate explanation. Sitting them down face to face, the club guys suddenly request that Otakura and Yua demonstrate how to play the infamous confession game, causing a startled Otakura to shout in utter disbelief. Otakura desperately protests being put on the spot, but when the guys beg him to do it for the sake of their creative work, he reluctantly caves in, warning them not to complain if things do not play out the way they are imagining. Setting the official rules, the guys instruct Otakura to maintain direct eye contact, while Yua agrees to take the first turn and deliver her confession. As Yua nervously prepares to start her turn, Otakura braces himself by squinting heavily, desperately trying to survive the intense awkwardness of the moment. Staring at his blushing face, Yua finds him incredibly cute and begins to spiral into her own thoughts, wondering if he actually has feelings for her and seriously debating whether she should just use this game as a chance to deliver a completely real confession right then and there. As the crowd of onlookers watches in absolute anticipation, Yua hesitatingly calls out his name, struggling to push the words out as the heavy silence hangs over the room. Yua tries to say the words but immediately gets completely overwhelmed by her own racing heartbeat, stammering and hiding her face as she collapses into a blushing mess before she can even finish. Having failed to say the words without crumbling under the pressure, the club guys loudly declare Otakura the victor and announce that Yua is officially disqualified from the game, leaving her to laugh off her massive embarrassment. Otakura has to break the news to a devastated Yua that their opponent's victory is indeed official, leaving her to wail in dramatic defeat while their classmate casually celebrates his win. Still recovering from the sheer intensity of the match, Otakura frantically tries to calm his racing heart, internally sweating over how dangerously close he came to completely losing his composure. Yua admits that looking at him straight on was almost too cute to handle, but she quickly shakes off the embarrassment to forcefully drag a highly reluctant Riko into the hot seat for the very next round of the game. Highly annoyed by the ridiculous rules of the game, Riko resolves to just deliver the cheesy phrase to Otakura immediately and get the embarrassing ordeal over with as quickly as possible. The moment Riko crosses her legs right in front of him, Otakura's nerves instantly short-circuit, leaving him wide-eyed and blushing furiously under the sudden tension. Leaning in close to find the right words, Riko awkwardly stammers as she struggles to figure out the best way to deliver her line to the incredibly nervous Otakura. While their classmates watch in suspense to see if this tactical talk strategy will actually work, Riko takes a softer approach by sincerely praising his genuine kindness and reliable character. She quietly admits how much she appreciates how he is always there to help her out without a second thought, leaving a heavily blushing Otakura completely paralyzed by her unexpected sincerity. Wrapped in a surprisingly romantic aura, a deeply blushing Riko prepares to drop a massive confession as she softly murmurs that she has always felt a certain way about him. The sheer weight of the words completely breaks her cool facade, leaving her to stutter frantically and blush to her absolute limit as she utterly fails to force the heavy confession out of her mouth. The tall club member aggressively plays the role of the referee, shouting into a makeshift microphone to declare that Riko has officially been eliminated from the game, sending Otakura into a screaming panic, while another member collapses in dramatic defeat. A completely defeated Riko drops to her hands and knees in pure shame as Yua desperately tries to console her, while the referee loudly praises Otakura for maintaining a flawless winning streak through his perfectly clear, unfazed state of mind. Staring at her own hands on the floor, Riko internally agonizes over the massive lingering tension from a recent accidental encounter between them. Blushing heavily and sweating in pure embarrassment, Riko silently screams to herself that there is absolutely no way she could ever manage to directly declare her love to a guy she recently accidentally kissed on the cheek. Watching her dramatic collapse, a heavily blushing Otakura completely misunderstands the high-stakes tension of the game and secretly admits that he genuinely thought Riko was about to drop a real romantic confession on him right then and there. As Yua continues to comfort Riko, an unexpected voice suddenly chimes in from off-screen, casually pointing out that since the other two girls have already taken their turns, it is officially time to switch places. Otakura jumps in sheer surprise as the class president suddenly slides a chair right in front of him and confidently takes a seat. The entire club room erupts into pure chaos as everyone hysterically screams to ask when the class president even arrived, but she simply smiles with absolute composure and calmly announces that she completely understands the rules of their little romance game. The rest of the club watches in stunned silence as the class president locks eyes with Otakura and softly calls out his name, prompting him to nervously respond. Without a single ounce of hesitation, the class president boldly tells Otakura that she loves him, sending the entire club into absolute shock, while an internal translation reveals she simply meant it as a completely platonic expression of deep gratitude for him always taking the time to read novels with her. Completely overwhelmed and heavily blushing, Otakura awkwardly chuckles to himself as he struggles to figure out what to say next. Yua politely thanks Otakura for playing, immediately prompting Chabam to aggressively yell out that his friend's turn is officially over as he gets completely eliminated from the game. As Otakura meekly admits that he just isn't used to these kinds of intense social games, a deeply jealous Riko silently fumes in the background, internally agonizing over the fact that she desperately wanted to be the one to make him blush so heavily. Capitalizing on his crushing defeat, an overly excited Yua enthusiastically orders the flustered nerd to give up his seat and immediately demands to know which of his two otaku friends is brave enough to step up and take the next turn. Chabam and Engine frantically try to back out of the game by nervously making excuses about just wanting to see Narumi play, but an incredibly intimidating Yua ruthlessly shoots down their protests and firmly declares that both of them are stepping up next. The terrifying command completely breaks the two nerds, causing them to cling to each other and scream in absolute horror as their inevitable doom swiftly approaches. Their agonizing screams echo all the way out into the hallway, but the chaotic clubroom game actually yields incredible results, successfully curing Chabam's writer's block and finally putting their manga manuscript on a steady track to completion. Later on, Yua casually drops a massive bombshell by brightly declaring her love for Riko, leaving her deeply flustered friend to awkwardly accept the praise while secretly questioning the sudden burst of affection, completely missing the fact that Yua simply meant she loves having a fellow novel enthusiast around to chat with. As the stressful end of semester exams finally wrap up, December officially arrives, bringing a sudden freezing winter chill that has students sneezing on their way out of the school building. Walking home from school, a group of shivering girls complains about the abrupt drop in temperature, quickly agreeing to cancel their after-school hangout plans and just head straight home to watch live streams instead. One of the girls casually pivots the conversation to the upcoming holidays, curiously asking her friend Kanon if she has any exciting plans lined up for Christmas yet. Kanon cheerfully laughs off the question and bluntly admits she has absolutely zero plans for the holidays right now. She excitedly explains that she is currently way more invested in following the dramatic love lives of reality TV stars than worrying about her own non-existent romance, prompting her friend to suddenly remember a juicy piece of local gossip. The friend eagerly brings up the bizarre situation surrounding Yua and Riko, noting that the two popular girls have recently been spending all their free time holed up with Otakura's nerdy crew in the second literary clubroom. Spilling the dramatic tea, she reveals that when she walked past their clubroom earlier, She actually heard the girls intensely screaming about fighting for their absolute lives, leaving Kanon completely shocked by the intense rumor. Kanon's imagination immediately runs wild as she wonders if the two best friends are actually throwing down or caught in a spicy love triangle, with the club president cheerfully agreeing that their classmates' real-life drama is way more entertaining than any reality show, as the girls resolve to interrogate Yua over winter break. However, contrary to the juicy romantic rumors spreading through the school, the intense fight for their lives actually has absolutely nothing to do with love triangles or friendship drama, but rather a hellish, sleepless struggle involving ink rulers and manga drawing guides. The truth is finally revealed as the exhausted club president violently slams down a freshly inked manga page, desperately screaming out to Otakura that they are pushing through the absolute crunch time to finish their manuscript for the massive upcoming winter doujinshi convention. After working himself to the point of literal exhaustion, Otakura lets out a tired sigh and tells Riko he has finished the backgrounds and solid colors for the page, advising her to take a quick break while he scans the page in. Having fully gotten the hang of using the drawing tablet, a highly focused Riko confidently tells him to leave the rest of the screen tone work entirely to her. The storyboards are also moving along nicely, with a highly stressed Hamchop nervously confirming to Yua that his portion of the creative writing will be fully finished in just a few moments. Looking to ensure the dialogue sounds perfectly authentic, Hamchop asks Yua to review his use of popular slang, only for Yua to point out that he has completely overloaded the script with a hilarious amount of outdated phrases. Yua clarifies that it is not necessarily bad, but just incredibly funny how frequently they pop up in his draft, leaving a sweating Hamchop to take her feedback to heart. Thanks to their incredibly organized division of labor, the team successfully drives their manga project into its very final stages, though they are suddenly interrupted by a loud knock at the clubroom door. The school president enters to deliver some fantastic news, revealing she successfully filed the paperwork to extend their clubroom hours, earning Otakura's immediate and heartfelt gratitude. She sweetens the deal by handing over a generous bag of snacks, driving Otakura to praise her as a total lifesaver, while a highly jealous Yua and Riko glare from the sidelines, privately grumbling over how incredibly feminine she is. Fueled by the fresh delivery of snacks and caffeine, the boys intensely lock back into their work, utilizing the ultimate power of teamwork to grind through the final pages of their manuscript. With Otakura and Riko operating in complete synchronization, they click the final save button on their digital files, successfully wrapping up their portion of the artwork. The second literary club reaches a massive milestone as they finally complete their very first doujin manuscript, prompting the entire team to loudly celebrate their hard-won victory in front of the computer screen. Otakura is so deeply moved by the incredible achievement that tears of pure joy stream down his face, completely overwhelmed by the emotional payoff of all their sleepless nights. With their club rep taking over to handle the printing process and thanking everyone for their hard work, Yua excitedly marvels at her review copy as she realizes their digital manuscript is actually about to become a real book. She happily explains to Otakura that modern print shops handle small quantities with student discounts, making the entire project feel incredibly official and legitimate. Yua cheerfully suggests that Otakura and the rest of the crew can finally kick back, relax, and take it easy until the big Comifes event while they wait for the printing to wrap up, but her innocent assumption instantly sends a violent twitch of absolute panic through the club's hardcore members. The veterans loudly shut down her relaxing idea, asserting that finishing the manuscript is actually where the real challenge for Comifes begins. As Yua looks on in complete shock, a highly stressed Otakura begins counting down the massive mountain of preparations still ahead, from designing their booth display to creating a catalog and setting up their table. But most important of all, a towering heavy directory catalog slams onto the table to signal the arrival of the ultimate challenge they must conquer before the big event. With pure fiery determination, Otakura and the boys loudly cheer about their urgent mission to construct a highly strategic treasure map detailing the exact floor layout of every single booth they want to visit. The sudden wave of intense nerdy energy leaves a completely bewildered Yua and Riko staring in sheer disbelief, utterly confused by their bizarre level of excitement. As the guys intensely huddle up to devise a flawless strategy for tackling the major booths, Riko quietly pats her friend's shoulder and deadpans that Otakura is clearly going to be completely booked until the end of the year, hitting a blushing, grumbling Ewer right where it hurts regarding her secret hopes of inviting him out for Christmas. Deciding to call it a night since it is getting incredibly late, the club members prepare to head home when one of the boys suddenly stops to ask Yua if the stuffed mascot keychains hanging from her school bag have somehow multiplied. Yua cheerfully explains that her parents actually gave them to her, proudly showing off her bag and asking if they aren't completely adorable, while her friends warmly agree that the matching stuffed toys are indeed incredibly cute. Otakura reflects on the classic game Slumen Quest, noting that its iconic monster mascots are from a timeless gaming masterpiece that completely dominated the Showa and Heisei eras. He recalls that a major game company is actually releasing a highly anticipated remake of the flagship title next spring, suddenly realizing a massive connection as he thinks back on recent events. Remembering that Yua owns a bunch of trendy new Slumen merchandise like bag keychains and messaging app stickers, Otakura rationalizes that it completely makes sense for a popular gal to casually follow the booming retro trend, internally wondering if he should ask her if her parents were fans, before she abruptly snaps him out of his deep thoughts by calling his name. Brushing off his spacing out as nothing, Otakura quickly apologizes when a cheerfully smiling Yua playfully calls him a weirdo and demands that the club members stop flirting with each other so she can finally lock up the room. The busy school days quickly fly by as winter break officially begins, swiftly jumping the timeline all the way forward to a freezing cold December 29th. On the early morning of the first official day of the massive winter Kami Fest, Otakura and his two nerdy club members arrive outside the iconic Tokyo Pig Sight venue, staring up in absolute awe as they proudly declare they finally made it to the Holy Land. Walking into the bustling convention grounds, Otakura casually asks his buddy how many copies of their brand new doujinshi he actually decided to print out, receiving a prompt answer of 100 copies before a sudden realization completely hits him. He completely freezes in his tracks as his brain takes a moment to properly process the absolutely massive printing number. Completely losing his mind, Otakura frantically yells at his friend for ordering way too many books and demands to know if he is absolutely insane, prompting a highly confident Chabam to calmly explain that he simply followed the results of an online social media poll. Chabam proudly shows off a poll overwhelmingly voting for the maximum amount of copies, while boasting that everyone on the internet is eager for their success, leaving a heavily sweating Otakura to brutally point out that his naive friend definitely fell for a massive wave of internet troll votes. Standing outside the bustling convention venue, the club members completely lose themselves in massive delusions of grandeur, excitedly predicting that their doujinshi will sell so well that professional publishing companies will try to scout them, leaving a heavily sweating Otakura to internally cringe over their absolute failure, to realize that online popularity polls are completely unreliable metrics for estimating actual sales. The group officially splits up as the club members head off to prepare their cellar booth, cheerfully wishing Otakura the best of luck, since he has an early entry ticket to brave the intense buyer lines, prompting him to nervously wish them luck, right back, fully knowing they are going to need it once reality shatters their massive sales expectations. Letting out a heavy sigh of relief, Otakura completely wipes his hands of the club's impending doom, deciding to completely push their ridiculous print counts out of his mind, so he can fully focus on his own mission as he heads straight toward the massive early entry line. The clock officially strikes 10:30, and a booming voice announces that the lines are finally starting to move, instantly shifting a sweating but highly determined Otakura into absolute serious mode as the true convention battlefield opens up. Otakura gets completely swallowed up by a massive chaotic sea of fellow otakus aggressively swarming into the venue halls, surrounded by the constant yelling of dedicated convention staff, frantically ordering the massive crowd to walk slowly with their hands raised. Fully adhering to the absolute strict rule against running, Otakura completely locks in and engages the legendary convention power walk, aggressively speed walking through the halls at absolute lightning speed to secure his highly anticipated loot. Over the next hectic 30 minutes, Otakura completely surrenders to the sheer adrenaline of the event, frantically throwing his cash around and desperately screaming to buy one of absolutely everything on the tables before his favorite limited edition art books completely sell out. By 12:10, the massive adrenaline high completely wears off and crashes down on him like an absolute truck, leaving the totally exhausted nerd hunched over and heavily panting in the middle of the hall as he tightly clutches his heavy bag of secured loot. Swaying unsteadily on his feet, a completely drained Otakura finally reunites with the club members, casually apologizing for the wait and lamenting that a bunch of items were already sold out, despite him managing to grab the bare minimum, leaving the other nerds absolutely astounded by his hardcore dedication. Slumping heavily into a chair, Otakura tiredly admits that he completely lost his sense of direction and got totally trapped in the neighboring hall trying to find his way back, prompting the veteran club members to heartily laugh and heavily praise him for surviving the chaotic crowds so well as a complete first-timer. At the bustling comic festival, the second literature club members tearfully deliver some disappointing news to Otakura about their joint doujinshi. Despite pricing their new release at a mere 300 yen, the sad reality is that nobody is even picking up the books, leaving them utterly devastated to have sold only a grand total of 2 copies. To make matters even more depressing, one of those 2 sales was actually just a polite pity exchange with their neighboring booth creator. Although the harsh rejection stings, Otakura tries to stay positive and reassures his weeping friends that their dismal sales are simply due to a lack of advertising, internally noting that every single beginner has to endure this exact same rite of passage. Hoping to lift their spirits, Otakura kindly offers to watch over the booth by himself so his exhausted teammates can go grab a much-needed break. The 2 defeated creators instantly jump at the generous offer, completely ready to step away from the scene of their embarrassing failure. With his partner heading off into the massive crowd to hunt down some of his own highly anticipated doujinshi, the chubby club member slumps behind the table with a heavy sigh, grateful for the chance to finally rest. As they sit behind their massive mountain of unsold copies, the chubby club member awkwardly chuckles and admits that this entire convention experience is incredibly hard work. He confesses to feeling pretty embarrassed about their debut, sheepishly noting that since it was their very first time, they definitely ended up going way too overboard with their preparation. The chubby creator sympathizes with the struggle and recalls his own past blunder of ordering a whopping 300 copies for his first release. He explains that since the printing costs between 200 and 300 books were barely different, he foolishly chose to overprint just to be safe, only to end up with a massive mountain of leftovers when the event ended. Laughing off the painful memory, he asks how he and his friends had to miserably haul 3 giant cardboard boxes of unsold books all the way back home. He recalls that the judgmental, pitying stares from the passing crowd were absolutely brutal to endure, though time has finally allowed him to laugh at his own past misfortune. Offering some genuine veteran wisdom, the chubby friend reassures Otakura that these kinds of major setbacks happen to everyone and urges him not to let the lack of sales ruin his experience. He encourages him to simply focus on enjoying the rest of the convention, prompting a grateful Otakura to warmly thank him for the much-needed pep talk. To help drum up some actual interest, the experienced creator offers a crucial tip and suggests actively calling out to the massive crowd of passing attendees. He quickly demonstrates how to do it by cheerfully inviting nearby shoppers to take a casual look at their booth, emphasizing that the key is to keep the invitation relaxed and completely pressure-free. As Otakura thoughtfully considers trying out this new marketing strategy to attract some potential customers, a hand suddenly reaches out of nowhere. To his absolute astonishment, a passerby casually asks to buy one of their books, leaving the startled nerd to quickly stammer out a polite thank you as they make their very first organic sale. Looking over their massive pile of unsold doujinshi, Otakura-kun nervously sighs and internally admits that calling out to random strangers makes him incredibly anxious, but he quickly steels himself since he knows they will be left with a mountain of leftovers if he does not try to attract some customers. Reminding himself that everyone poured their hearts and souls into making this book, he resolves to drum up at least some interest and gulps before awkwardly calling out to a passing girl. He nervously holds out a copy explaining it is the latest publication by the second literary club about a gal who is kind to Otakus, and asks if she would like to take a look, catching the passerby off guard. As the passing girl turns around to look at the book, Otakura's heart skips a beat, as he realizes the random stranger he just desperately pitched their work to is none other than Yua herself standing right in front of his booth. Otakura's eyes widen in sheer disbelief, as Yua suddenly bursts into a massive, radiant smile, happily calling out his nickname and cheering that she has finally managed to find him in the massive venue. The sudden bright greeting from such a stunningly gorgeous gal immediately turns heads, leaving Otakura's nearby clubmates blushing in utter bewilderment as they frantically wonder who on earth this beautiful girl is and how she knows their plain friend. The thick, heavy silence is instantly broken as Otakura's fellow club members slowly whip their heads around in perfect, terrifying unison, locking onto him with looks of absolute suspicion and pure disbelief over his secret connection with a popular gal. Accidentally knocking his chair back with a loud clatter, a highly panicked and blushing Otakura screams out her name in absolute shock, frantically waving his hands, as he desperately demands to know why she is even here at the convention in the first place, while she simply flashes a playful peace sign. Otakura stares at her in absolute disbelief, internally screaming that there is absolutely no way she could have navigated the chaotic maze of Tokyo Big Sight, the legendary venue where countless otakus gather for the massive comic fest just to visit his little booth. Out of nowhere, a spectacularly dressed Yua suddenly shows up at their event stall, instantly blowing everyone away with her stylish appearance, and leaving her to happily remark on how amazing the setup looks. While Yua excitedly marvels at how the massive venue with all its customized stalls feels exactly like a real-life festival, a completely dumbfounded Otakura can only stammer in shock, asking her why she has actually come all this way to the event. Yua flashes a brilliant smile and sweetly explains that she only came to the event because she knew she would find Otaku-kun a wholesome confession that completely stuns both him and the neighboring sellers who overhear it. As the surrounding sellers start whispering in absolute disbelief over a popular girl coming specifically to visit a plain nerd, Otakura nervously asks how she even managed to get here, to which she cheerfully replies that her parents actually dropped her off most of the way. Eagerly ignoring the gossip, Yua asks if she can read the finished book they all worked so hard to create together, prompting Otakura to kindly invite her to sit behind the counter so she won't block the aisle. The moment she cracks open the cover, Yua's eyes completely light up with sparkling excitement, and she lets out a massive cheer of pure amazement at how spectacular their finished work actually turned out to be. Yua loudly heaps praise on him for successfully producing a complete professional-grade book, forcing a deeply embarrassed Otakura to cover his face and desperately plead with her to stop shouting since they are surrounded by actual professionals. Their wholesome conversation is suddenly interrupted by their very first customer politely asking for a copy, while other passing attendees immediately take note of how incredibly cute their temporary sales representative is. Otakura smoothly takes charge, thanking the customer and politely requesting that Yua hand over a copy, which she happily and efficiently does as she transitions into her new role as their official booth assistant. Holding up the completed book with pride, Yua cheerfully lets the customer know that she also did her absolute best to help craft some of the dialogue featured inside, showing just how much of a team effort their project really was. Yua happily hands a copy of the club's new doujinshi to a customer, flashing a radiant smile and cheerfully hoping they enjoy reading it, which instantly delivers a massive critical hit of pure cuteness straight to Otakura's heart in the background. The highly enthusiastic customer completely loses his mind over how adorable she is and loudly declares he will let her redundant comments slide, while a sweating Otakura frantically tries to remind Yua that reading the book is the entire reason the guy is buying it in the first place. Treating the comic like an absolute holy relic, the hyped-up buyer sincerely thanks her and loudly promises to tweet a glowing review, leaving a slightly overwhelmed Yua to awkwardly accept his intense gratitude. With Yua acting as their incredibly charming booth attendant, the massive line of waiting customers continues to move quickly and smoothly, leaving Otakura to silently marvel at the sheer power of her social skills. After effortlessly handing off yet another copy to a polite buyer, Otakura warmly praises her natural talent for customer service, prompting Yua to turn around and beam with absolute pride over officially making a sale. The wholesome moment is interrupted when the two veteran club members finally return to the booth, prompting Otakura to welcome them back, while they stare in absolute bewilderment at the bustling crowd swarming their table. The long-haired club member is completely baffled by the sight, loudly demanding to know why the incredibly popular gal, Narumi, is suddenly manning their hardcore, nerdy doujinshi booth. Before anyone can even begin to explain the bizarre situation, the sharp click of a sleek dress shoe stepping up to their table abruptly cuts off the conversation. The club members watch in surprise as a well-dressed adult couple wearing official corporate exhibitor passes suddenly approaches the booth, with the man staring directly at the gal and calling out her name. Yua completely freezes in absolute wide-eyed terror as the man casually asks if she was here this whole time, dropping the massive bombshell that the corporate adults are actually her parents attending the exact same hardcore otaku convention. Both Yua and Otakura freeze in absolute shock, letting out confused gasps as they are suddenly confronted by the unexpected visitors standing right in front of their convention booth. A stern-looking older man intensely scrutinizes the nervous nerd, bluntly asking his companion if this is the famous guy she is always talking about. The man directly addresses him by his signature nickname, leaving the completely bewildered otaku to awkwardly pardon himself in sheer confusion. Noticing Yua nervously looking away with a massive blush on her face, a highly confused Otakura leans in and awkwardly asks her who exactly these older people are. Trapped under the heavy, awkward tension, sweating Yua heavily hesitates for a moment as she struggles to answer the simple question. She quietly whispers that the mysterious couple is actually her mom and dad, instantly sending Otakura into an absolute screaming panic over the totally unexpected parental introduction. Otakura violently freaks out, frantically wondering why her parents are at the nerdy convention, and if they had been secretly shadowing her this entire time before her dad suddenly interrupts his massive meltdown. Wearing official corporate event passes around their necks, her parents warmly step forward, with her dad politely thanking Otakura for always taking such good care of Yua, while his nerdy clubmate watches the bizarre exchange in pure shock. Her dad leans directly over the display table and formally hands Otakura a business card to officially introduce themselves, which the highly flustered boy awkwardly accepts with a nervous expression of gratitude. Staring down at the formal piece of paper, a heavily sweating Otakura completely short-circuits as he realizes this is actually the very first time he has ever received a professional business card. Staring down at the newly exchanged business card, Otakura carefully reads the name of Narumi Takahiro, a major producer from Creative Studio F under the massive S Company. The sheer weight of the prestigious corporate name instantly triggers a massive wave of shock and disbelief, as the group realizes exactly who they are dealing with. The literary club members completely lose their minds, screaming in unified shock over the realization that this humble visitor is a producer for the legendary S Company. Takahiro nervously laughs off his high-status title, humbly claiming he is not actually that important, while Yua's mother politely adds how glad she is that they recognize their company's name. As any seasoned gamer or manga fan would know, S Company is an absolute juggernaut, representing Japan as a top-tier game software developer that has successfully expanded into publishing and global entertainment. Understanding that Yua's parents are incredibly influential figures at such a massive gaming empire sends Otakura into a fresh spiral of anxiety, even as her mother gently giggles and politely apologizes for their sudden, unexpected intrusion. Her mother warmly explains that they are at the convention today to assist their corporate exhibitors, smoothly handing out her own business card and inviting the kids to drop by their booth later if they find some free time, leaving the clubmates utterly speechless upon learning she is also an incredibly high-ranking big shot at the company. Noticing his daughter hanging around the table, Takahiro curiously asks Yua if she came to the convention specifically to act as the sales girl for this Dojin circle, only for a completely clueless Yua to tilt her head in utter confusion and ask what a sales girl even is. Otakura leans in to quietly whisper the definition to her, explaining that a sales girl is simply the person responsible for selling the doujinshi at the booth during the event, prompting an enlightened Yua to murmur in realization. Yua confidently clarifies that she isn't there to work, explaining that she simply wanted to drop by and see the event for herself, after Otakura mentioned he would be exhibiting, which her father quietly processes, as passing crowds begin to whisper about their unusual gathering. Realizing they are blocking the busy aisle, Yua's mother politely suggests they move, because standing there chatting will block traffic, before turning directly to a frozen Otakura, and asking if they can steal some of his time to have a much deeper conversation, sending his clubmates into a final state of absolute panic. The sudden appearance of Yua's parents completely catches the duo off guard, leaving a bewildered Otakura totally frozen, as a protective Yua immediately scolds her father for intimidating her classmate. Her flustered father quickly tries to defend himself by claiming he had no intention of being scary, while her mother calmly steps forward to thank the boy for looking after their daughter. Yua immediately offers to join her parents as they prepare to leave, but they both firmly shut her down and insist that she absolutely must stay put. Her mother calculates with cold efficiency that if their star sales girl leaves the booth, the doujinshi sales will completely plummet. The terrifyingly efficient woman decides to borrow Otakura instead, leaving Yua and her friends completely shuddering in awe of a veteran who has clearly survived the brutal battlegrounds of past comic festivals. They make their way through the massive bustling halls of the convention center as they transition to a quieter area of the venue. Once they are away from the crowd, her father politely introduces himself properly and welcomes the boy. He apologizes for calling him Otaku-kun out of habit, prompting a flustered Otakura to nervously introduce himself by his actual name. Otakura politely insists that he really does not mind the nickname at all, warmly explaining that he is actually the one who is constantly being looked after by Yua. Her mother reveals that whenever Yua faces any trouble, she always runs to him first, instead of her own family, prompting an incredibly flustered Otakura to passionately assure her that their daughter is never a bother at all. Desperately trying to keep the conversation positive, Otakura nervously stammers out that Yua has actually been an incredible help to him lately, as well. Her mother expresses deep relief at his words, awkwardly confessing that their demanding work schedules frequently leave the house completely empty and make them feel a bit lost as parents. Her father solemnly chimes in, admitting his own heavy guilt over the fact that their constant absence might be causing Yua a massive amount of unnecessary stress. A massive wave of pure relief completely washes over Otakura as he internally thanks his lucky stars, having been absolutely terrified that her parents were cornering him to brutally scold him over modifying her Halloween costume. Thinking back on their interactions, he realizes that her parents truly were never around during any of the times he went over to visit her house. He internally apologizes for his wild assumptions, admitting he had secretly been fearing the absolute worst about her home life, but is incredibly happy to learn he was just totally overthinking it. With all of his lingering anxiety completely cleared away, he flashes a warm, genuine smile as he fondly thinks about Yua. Watching the wholesome interaction, Yua's mother playfully teases her husband about how well the young nerd is treating him. While the overprotective dad continues to ramble on about whether his daughter is eating properly, his wife checks her watch and abruptly interrupts to announce that they really need to head back to work. Her father warmly laughs and apologizes for completely dominating the conversation, expressing a sincere desire to chat more in the future, before cheerfully calling out Otakura's nickname to bid him farewell. Yua's mother smiles warmly at Otakura, expressing her genuine relief that they finally got the chance to meet him and understand his true personality for themselves. The parents formally bow their heads and affectionately ask Otakura to continue taking good care of their daughter, playfully acknowledging that she can definitely be a bit of a handful at times. Completely overwhelmed by their sudden and massive seal of parental approval, a heavily blushing Otakura immediately stands at attention and enthusiastically accepts the heavy responsibility without a single second of hesitation. As the parents finally take their leave, the massive convention floor remains an absolute battlefield, completely swamped with endless waves of hardcore otakus navigating the tightly packed vendor aisles. The group's attention is abruptly drawn away from the crowds when they spot a massive cluster of attendees completely blocking the nearby path, loudly wondering what is causing such a huge holdup. Yua's mother instantly spots the staff placard and completely shocks Otakura by pointing out that the massive path-blocking queue is actually lining up directly for his literature club's booth. Frantically pushing his way to the front of the chaos, Otakura finds his exhausted long-haired clubmate desperately trying to manage the swarming crowd and urgently demands to know what on earth is happening. The heavily sweating clubmate screams that the line just magically exploded in size out of absolutely nowhere, frantically admitting that he is just as confused as anyone else about their sudden spike in popularity. The intense confusion is abruptly shattered when Yua steps right up to the massive crowd, cupping her hands around her mouth and aggressively shouting at the top of her lungs to grab everyone's attention. Yua loudly warns the swarming line that their brand new doujinshi is miraculously down to its final 10 copies, leaving Otakura and the veteran nerds completely paralyzed in sheer jaw-dropping shock over the unbelievable reality that their obscure book is officially about to sell out. The literary club member desperately shouts to the crowd that they won't be able to sell any more copies, even if people keep lining up frantically, warning everyone that they only have 10 books left. Even with the warning, eager attendees keep swarming the booth in search of the book, prompting a cheerfully beaming Yua to handle the transactions and hand over copies as fast as she can. The overwhelming demand leaves Otakura and his fellow club members completely speechless as they hold up their circle sign, utterly stunned by the insane speed of their sales. A supportive buyer warmly tells them that she will be cheering the club on, earning a deeply grateful and polite thank you in return as they complete the transaction. In an absolutely legendary debut, Run, the second literature club achieves the ultimate milestone of selling out all 100 copies of their first ever book, prompting a massive victorious cheer to echo from their booth. While celebrating their success, a deeply confused Otakura scratches his head and wonders why on earth they suddenly sold so many copies, especially since absolutely nobody was lining up at their table this morning. The neighboring stall owner suddenly leans over and tells them to look closely at their phone screen, drawing Otakura's attention to a viral post about their exact booth. The neighbor points out a highly trending post on Twitter that completely explains the mystery behind their sudden massive flood of customers. Staring intently at a viral social media post, the entire group lets out a massive synchronized gasp of pure shock upon reading a wild rumor that someone from the legendary S Company was actually spotted scouting talent on the convention floor by directly handing out a business card. Frantically scrolling through the rapidly updating feed, they find even more eyewitness accounts confirming the crazy sighting, with other users chiming in to absolutely lose their minds over the fact that the scout was actually a major executive from the massive publisher behind a popular monthly gaming magazine. As another post claims the scouted individual was called away for a highly serious discussion, a completely terrified Otakura turns to his friend and nervously questions if the internet is actually talking directly about them. His brain suddenly goes into absolute overdrive as he pieces the bizarre puzzle together, desperately demanding a quick pause, as he realizes the terrifying implication behind the massive crowd of people that just eagerly lined up at their booth. Chabam dramatically crosses his arms and concludes that the massive herd of buyers only purchased their doujinshi because they completely mistook their amateur circle for highly promising industry newbies scouted by a top-tier publisher, loudly declaring that the entire situation is an absolutely grave misunderstanding. A clubmate points out that the massive line miraculously formed the exact second Yua stepped up to the booth to help sell copies, leading Otakura to realize her sheer beauty gave the wild scouting rumor undeniable credibility, which perfectly explains why her father later apologized for carelessly causing the chaotic misunderstanding in the first place. While Yua's mother politely apologizes for accidentally causing the massive convention chaos, a completely devastated club member realizes their record-breaking sales numbers were entirely fueled by a wild industry rumor rather than their actual creative skills, prompting Engine to desperately deny the depressing conclusion. Refusing to let his friend wallow in pure misery, an excited Engine abruptly shoves his phone forward and enthusiastically points out a brand new post from a highly satisfied customer who actually bought their book and genuinely loved the story. Looking closely at the glowing screen, Yua immediately recognizes the distinct jacket the fan is wearing in the uploaded photo, casually pointing out to Otakura that she totally remembers serving that exact same guy earlier in the day. Otakura warmly confirms that the enthusiastic poster was actually the very first customer Yua happily interacted with that morning, leaving her to beam with pure pride as they eagerly read the fans' wholesome promise to post a full review of their hard work online. Yua cheerfully announces to the group that the doujinshi they worked so hard to create actually just received genuine praise, prompting the ecstatic club member to light up with pure joy and ask if that amazing news is really true. Yua's mother warmly chuckles at their wholesome celebration, noting how wonderful it is for them to receive such positive feedback. Meanwhile, the long-haired veteran nerd holds back tears of absolute artistic joy, emotionally declaring that having someone genuinely appreciate their hard work feels incredibly more rewarding than the actual sales numbers. The sweet moment is abruptly cut short when Yua's dad calmly announces that he and her mother are going to head out. A completely panicked, Yua immediately scrambles to stop her parents from walking away from the booth. Thrusting a copy of the club's new comic straight toward her bewildered parents, a heavily blushing Yua nervously explains that she had actually set this specific book aside for her own personal collection. Looking incredibly shy, she softly confesses that she actually helped write some of the dialogue for the story. Utterly surprised by his daughter's creative contribution, her father gently asks if they are really allowed to take her personal copy home with them. Yua firmly confirms that they can have it, safely passing the beautifully illustrated manga over to her parents so they can fully appreciate her creative efforts. Accepting the precious gift, her father warmly nods and promises that he and her mother will definitely read through her comic together, later leaving the proud parents visibly touched by her sweet gesture. Before finally walking away from the table, Yua's father turns his attention toward a highly alert Otakura and delivers a completely silent but deeply meaningful nod of respect, catching the nervous nerd entirely off guard. As the stylish adult couple turns around to finally navigate the crowded convention halls, Otakura immediately snaps into a stiff, respectful bow to politely see off his crush's parents. Left standing at the booth, a quiet Yua simply watches her parents disappear into the chaotic sea of convention attendees, lingering in a deeply thoughtful and silent moment of quiet reflection. As the clock officially strikes 2:30, the club's representative loudly announces that it is finally time for the event to close, giving the order for everyone to pack up and withdraw. The other club members take off to throw away the trash and carry boxes, telling Otakura and Yua to hold down the fort, while the friendly neighboring circle members also pack up their bags, wishing them well as they head out. The neighbors kindly express their deep gratitude, explaining that the massive crowd gathered around the literature club's booth actually brought some of that prosperity over to their own table, adding how amazing it was to witness a miracle sellout on their very first try. An incredibly touched Otakura bows and sincerely thanks them for all of their help throughout the day, while the friendly neighbors cheerfully wave goodbye and promise to see them at the next convention. As their neighbors chat about where to go next and gradually fade into the distance, a heavily exhausted but highly relieved Otakura sinks back into his seat and lets out a massive lingering sigh. Yua cheerfully stretches and marvels at how the entire day felt like it was over in an absolute flash, prompting an incredibly happy Otakura to wholeheartedly agree that the hectic afternoon rush made the time fly by like crazy. Looking incredibly content, Yua reflects on her very first convention experience and admits that Kami Fest is truly amazing, noting how intensely serious all the participants are and how many incredibly kind good people they met today. While Yua gazes out with a warm, peaceful smile, Otakura quietly looks over at her in complete silence, deeply touched by her unexpectedly sweet and open-minded perspective. Otakura softly notes how genuinely kind she is, catching her off guard before he explains that because this entire event is meant for otakus, who are typically not looked at very fondly by normal society, he was deeply surprised and incredibly grateful that she treats them absolutely no differently than anyone else. Yua's eyes instantly widen in stunned silence, prompting a highly flustered Otakura to immediately panic and frantically wave his hands around as he desperately tries to apologize for saying something way too serious and unnecessary. Gazing at him with a soft and sincere expression, Yua firmly assures him that she absolutely does not think otakus are gross or weird in any way, leaving Otakura momentarily stunned by her profound open-mindedness. Turning her gaze downward, she hesitates for a brief moment, before quietly preparing to open up to him about a very personal memory from her past. Looking out over the sprawling, empty venue, Yua softly breaks the silence by confessing that she was actually labeled an otaku girl herself a very long time ago. The shocking revelation leaves Otakura completely frozen, his eyes widening in pure disbelief, as he processes the unexpected connection while Yua looks on with a gentle, bittersweet smile. She takes him back to her very first year of middle school, starting the story of how her life-changing experience unfolded during her early childhood. She explains that her class was given a special show and tell assignment where every student was required to give a brief presentation about what their parents did for a living. Upon hearing her family name, her eager classmates immediately swarmed young Yua to ask with wide-eyed excitement if her parents really worked at the legendary S Company. After a young Yua innocently confirmed the rumors, her classmates initially exploded with pure envy, loudly gushing over how cool it was, and teasingly pointing out how lucky she was to play any game she wanted, though their excitement quickly shifted to hushed critical whispers behind her back. The jealous envy rapidly soured into cruel, snide remarks as her peers began mockingly whispering that her parents were actually just massive otakus, cruelly labeling her as a pure-blooded otaku herself. The sting of the harsh, critical whispers immediately caught young Yua off guard, forcing her to look back in quiet distress as her classmates began casting judgmental shadows over her school life. A somber flashback reveals a young girl standing completely alone in the school hallway as her classmates walk away from her, while a quiet realization notes that otakus are simply normal people who put a massive amount of effort into the things they love. Back in the present, Yua explains to Otakura that she tried to defend herself by denying she was a hardcore gamer, but simply refuting the baseless rumors just gave her classmates even more of an excuse to maliciously pick on her. Otakura listens to her tragic backstory with deep sympathy, struggling to find the right words as he fully realizes how incredibly unfair the entire situation was for her. Yua drops her usual cheerful demeanor and quietly apologizes to him, feeling slightly guilty for suddenly dragging the conversation down into such a heavy and depressing topic. Otakura completely loses his cool and fiercely validates her frustrations, furiously yelling that she massively lost the classmate lottery and aggressively calling her middle school peers absolute garbage for treating her so poorly just because her parents worked at a game company. Yua warmly agrees with his intense defense before explaining that the second she entered middle school, her peers immediately started forming cliquey factions that were incredibly exhausting to navigate, prompting Otakura to eagerly agree since his own introverted nature made him a prime target for teasing too. With a deeply annoyed expression, Yua bitterly recalls how she constantly received completely unwanted attention from gamer boys purely because of her family's background, admitting she is getting totally fed up just recollecting the terrible memories. Putting all the pieces together, a highly sympathetic Otakura realizes that all the unwanted male attention inevitably drew the bitter jealousy of the other girls in her class, leading to her being unfairly ostracized and constantly told off by her peers. Yua explains that, because she absolutely hated being pushed around, she actively decided to adopt a flashy gal aesthetic to exert social pressure and keep the bullies away, leaving Otakura completely amazed by the genius strategy behind her dramatic middle school transformation. She quickly flashes a cheerful smile and clarifies that she genuinely loves dressing up in trendy makeup and clothes anyway, playfully assuring him that her gorgeous style is something she actively enjoys and not just a defensive armor. Yua opens up about her lingering guilt, explaining that she once completely lost her temper and lashed out at her parents, furiously demanding to know why they were still so obsessed with talking about video games despite being grown adults. She brutally hurled the ultimate insult at them, bluntly screaming that their nerdy adult hobbies were totally gross and deeply hurting their feelings in the process. Looking incredibly guilty, Yua softly admits that her parents naturally never brought up that painful incident ever again, choosing to just quietly sweep her harsh words under the rug. Despite their gentle silence, the immense guilt heavily weighs on her heart, prompting her to sincerely confess that she deeply regrets lashing out and desperately wants to finally apologize to them. She sadly admits to Otakura that despite her best intentions, she still hasn't been able to muster up the courage to actually deliver that long, overdue apology. Otakura suddenly pieces everything together, realizing that when Yua previously defended him from Riko's harsh insults about him being a gross otaku, she wasn't just scolding her friend, but was actually desperately projecting her own lingering guilt and scolding her past self. Armed with this massive revelation about her hidden trauma, Otakura completely locks in and decides there is only one thing he can possibly do to help her resolve the heavy burden she has been carrying all this time. Looking her straight in the eyes, Otakura gently brings up the time Riko fiercely apologized to him for calling him a gross nerd, explaining that if she hadn't bravely confronted him with her true feelings, he never would have known how genuinely sorry she was. As Yua softly notes that Riko sounds like a truly good person for stepping up, Otakura seizes the perfect opening and smoothly encourages Yua to follow that exact same brave example. He passionately urges her to finally confess her true feelings to her parents, taking charge of the heavy moment to try and safely push past her lingering hesitation, as she nervously struggles to find her courage. Otakura gently holds her hand, softly reassuring a totally surprised Yua that everything is going to be completely okay. He confidently insists that her parents will definitely understand the situation, while a deeply worried Yua anxiously fears that they might just be causing her undue stress. Trying to ease her nerves, a frantic Otakura eagerly offers to accompany her to meet them, nervously suggesting they could do it at a cafe or even at her house, prompting Yua to instantly let out a cute giggle. Flashing an incredibly warm and teary-eyed smile, Yua happily brushes off his over-the-top offer and tells him that he really does not need to go that far for her. Instead, she sweetly proposes a totally different exchange, blushing deeply as she asks if he could just hold onto her hand a little while longer until she completely makes up her mind. Otakura immediately agrees without a second thought, as they tightly interlock their fingers, leading to a peaceful evening that caps off with Yua sending him a message on Lime later that night. Checking his phone, he happily finds a cheerful photo of her successfully out at her restaurant with her parents, accompanied by a cute slime quest stamp, thanking him for all his amazing support. The highly anticipated first Kami Fest officially wraps up as a massive success, leaving the tired but happy attendees to finally head on home. Not long after the big event concludes, the bright morning of the new year finally arrives to start the holiday season. A sleepy Otakura groggily wakes up and slides his glasses back on, while a soft murmur echoes from under a cozy plaid blanket right next to him. A sleepy Yua slowly opens her eyes and warmly wishes Otaku-kun a very good morning as she begins to wake up. Realizing the holiday has officially arrived, she sleepily wishes him a happy new year, and happily notes that she looks forward to being in his care for the upcoming year too. Giggling softly, she happily reminisces about how much fun they had together at the convention and eagerly suggests they make plans to go back again. However, the cozy morning mood quickly shifts as she suddenly lets out a quiet, strained sigh, feeling an unexpected wave of physical discomfort washing over her. Struggling to catch her breath, she weakly murmurs that her body is suddenly starting to feel incredibly hot and flushed. Completely overwhelmed by the intense heat radiating through her, she sleepily asks Otaku-kun if she can start taking her clothes off to cool down, leaving the poor boy entirely speechless and frozen in sheer shock. Otakura instantly panics over the phone when he suspects that Yua has come down with a sudden serious fever. He passionately yells through the line for her to stop saying weird things, take some cold medicine, and wrap herself up tightly in a blanket, leaving her completely flustered in her room. The story shifts to a freezing winter day as Chapter 28 begins focusing on Riko as she prepares for a cold New Year's shrine visit. Since Yua is stuck at home recovering from her illness, Otakura and Riko head out to visit the local shrine by themselves to ring in the new year. Otakura internally blames himself for her sickness, realizing he should have paid closer attention at the recent Comic-It, instead of letting her walk around the chilly venue in such light, revealing clothing. Noting that the temperature has plummeted even further after the previous night's rain, Otakura suggests they quickly find a way to warm up as they continue on. They blend into the massive crowd of holiday visitors making their way through the main gates of the bustling shrine. Riko marvels at the massive turnout and asks if the nearby shrine is always this packed, though a clueless Otakura has to admit he does not actually know. He sheepishly explains that he normally only visits after the busy 3-day holiday, Rush desperately hiding the sad reality that he had no middle school friends to invite before Riko calmly tells him to get in line with her. Otakura briefly slips away to a nearby vending machine to grab some warm drinks, calling out to Riko as the hot cans drop down. Standing out in the chilly winter weather, a thoughtful Otakura hands Riko a warm canned drink to help her stay warm, catching her completely by surprise as she gratefully accepts it. When she immediately tries to pay him back for the treat, he quickly insists she keep her money, prompting her to softly call out his name. Holding the warm can close, she blushes softly and quietly tells him how much she appreciates his kind gesture, leaving him quite surprised by her sweet sincerity. The two of them soon blend into the massive crowd of visitors gathered at the shrine for the traditional New Year's Day festivities. Meanwhile, a young girl standing nearby suddenly pauses as she catches a brief glimpse of a very familiar face walking through the dense crowd. Her friends quickly ask if everything is all right, prompting the distracted girl to turn around and admit that she thought she saw someone she knew. The girl is revealed to be Otakura's 13-year-old younger sister Kimori, who explains to her curious friends that she thought she saw her older brother hanging around the vending machines. However, she quickly laughs it off and says they should keep moving, reasoning that her shut-in brother would never actually visit a shrine on New Year's Day, which lets a highly anxious Otakura sigh in massive relief as they walk away. Having successfully avoided a potentially awkward family encounter, the duo finally reaches the front of the shrine and claps their hands together to start their prayers. Standing peacefully side by side, both Otakura and Riko close their eyes to silently make their wishes for the brand new year. While browsing the shrine's colorful assortment of protective amulets, an excited Otakura points out the wooden wish tablets, while a quiet Riko secretly keeps her eyes locked on a romantic love charm instead. Deciding to test their luck for the upcoming year, the duo happily steps up to draw their official paper fortunes to see what kind of destiny awaits them. They join the rest of the shrine visitors in tying their drawn fortunes to the wire racks, officially leaving any lingering bad luck behind them. When Otakura eagerly asks her what she ended up wishing for, Riko coyly keeps her thoughts a secret, prompting him to admit that he prayed for Yua's speedy recovery. Still shivering from the freezing winter air, Otakura suggests they grab a warm meal together at a nearby restaurant, with Riko pointing out that most local diners are likely closed for the holidays, before suggesting they search for an open family restaurant. As they both pull out their phones to look up open restaurants in the area, a fast-moving car suddenly speeds down the wet street right next to them. The speeding vehicle hits a deep puddle on the roadside, sending a massive dirty wave of muddy street water splashing high into the air. Before either of them can react to the sudden danger, the muddy splash rains right down on them and completely drenches Riko's outfit. Both of them stand in utter shock at the sudden disaster, with a panicked Otakura immediately rushing to check if she is okay, while a miserable Riko hopes the heavy stains will wash out later. Even though Riko points out that his pants got completely soaked too, a highly worried Otakura ignores his own discomfort, internally panicking that she cannot possibly make the cold trip back home while drenched in freezing water. Realizing how freezing it is outside, a concerned Otakura suddenly suggests that Riko should come over to his place immediately to prevent her from catching a cold, catching her completely off guard. When she hesitantly tries to object, he eagerly points out that his family is completely out of the house, right now encouraging her to use his shower and wash her damp clothes. He further sweetens the offer by proudly mentioning that their brand new washing machine even has a handy built-in dryer function, finally convincing a flustered Riko to accept. Though she admits to feeling a bit bad about imposing on him, she officially accepts his invite, prompting him to internally celebrate the massive win. Once they safely arrive at his house, he immediately hands her a clean, fresh towel to help her dry off. As she gets ready to clean up, he thoughtfully places her wet shoes in front of the space heater before telling her to just leave her damp clothes in the washing machine so he can handle the laundry. However, his casual comment about taking care of her laundry leaves her feeling slightly confused and questioning exactly what he means by that. Her suspicions are immediately confirmed when she catches him frantically searching for basic laundry instructions on his phone, causing the flustered boy to desperately stammer out an excuse. He nervously confesses that he is actually completely unfamiliar with how to operate their complicated new machine, drawing a soft, amused giggle from her. Gently teasing him for not being as all-knowing as she originally thought, she confidently steps in to figure out the controls herself, leaving him deeply impressed by her mature and reliable nature. Yua casually offers to handle the rest of his laundry, bluntly instructing him to strip off his pants and chuck them right into the wash. The incredibly bold demand completely fries his brain, leaving a massively flustered Otakura to nervously echo her instructions as he desperately struggles to process the highly compromising situation. While the terrified nerd frantically asks if she really means right this very second, Yua bluntly questions when else he would do it, completely unfazed by the awkwardness, since growing up with a younger brother made her totally immune to seeing guys in their underwear. Leaving him completely frozen in a trembling panic, she cheerfully announces that she is going to head upstairs to grab some spare clothes for him to change into, prompting him to awkwardly thank her for the hospitality. Left completely alone to comply with her bold request, the incredibly tense Otaku finally bites the bullet and completely drops his trousers to the floor. Having successfully confiscated his laundry, Yua tosses the clothes inside and quickly hits the button to start the washing machine. Deciding to get herself cleaned up as well, she heads directly into the bathroom and hops right into the shower to wash off. Standing under the running water, a massive wave of embarrassment suddenly crashes into her as she frantically questions what on earth she is actually doing right now. She mentally kicks herself for completely failing to think through the massive implications of casually showering at a boy's house while simultaneously stressing over whether she is actually allowed to borrow his body soap. Desperately apologizing in her head as she selfishly pumps out some of the soap anyway, she begins lathering up her arm before abruptly freezing as a massive realization suddenly strikes her. Wrapped up in a warm towel, Riko sits in a flustered daze as she slowly begins to process her highly unexpected situation. Taking in her cozy surroundings, she blushingly notes that the soft fabric she is wrapped in smells exactly like Otakura. Meanwhile, Otakura's energetic younger sister, Kimari, slides open the front door as she cheerfully announces her return home and eagerly calls out for their mother. Grumbling about how she couldn't get into the local family restaurant because it was way too crowded, she suddenly stops in her tracks upon realizing the house is completely silent. Wondering if everyone went out, she shivers from the bitter cold and heads toward the washroom to clean her hands, only to slide open the door and freeze in absolute shock. Standing right there in the dressing room is a highly startled Riko, looking completely caught off guard as she stands wrapped in a towel next to the washing machine. A deeply blushing Riko sheepishly apologizes and explains that she just borrowed their shower, leaving a totally stunned Kimari completely speechless. Processing the incredibly bizarre sight for a split second, the terrified younger sister immediately slams the bathroom door shut in a massive panic. Kimari's mind completely short-circuits as she frantically tries to rationalize why there is a random girl in their house, while Otakura suddenly calls out to Riko from down the hallway. The chaotic situation peaks when Otakura walks by carrying a fresh change of clothes for Riko, prompting a highly traumatized Kimari to aggressively scream at her big brother the second she spots him. Suddenly, Kimari bursts into the room in a state of absolute screaming panic, loudly pointing back toward the hallway as she tries to warn her brother about what she just found. Looking utterly bewildered, she loudly yells that there is a naked girl hiding in the bathroom before she suddenly notices his incredibly short gym pants and freezes in absolute confusion. Shocked by his highly questionable state of dress, she aggressively demands to know why on earth he isn't wearing any actual pants, leaving the highly embarrassed boy to let out a panicked groan. Her imagination immediately runs completely wild as she connects his extreme lack of popularity to a bizarre criminal mastermind scenario, instantly concluding that her older brother is currently committing a massive felony. Desperate to save him from a life of crime, a crying Kimari rapidly grabs her phone to turn him in to the police, while a terrified Otakura frantically chases her to explain the massive misunderstanding while a shivering Riko quietly watches the total chaos unfold in the background. After the chaotic shouting match finally dies down, a warm, steaming mug of tea is placed on the table to help everyone calm their racing nerves. Having finally learned the real story, a deeply embarrassed Kimari immediately bows her head to offer her most sincere apologies for making such a wild, knee-jerk accusation. She quietly admits that she simply never expected her unpopular brother to actually invite a female classmate over, especially since she mistakenly assumed the petite Riko was a grade schooler, prompting a highly flustered Riko to awkwardly apologize for causing such a scene. As Riko warmly thanks her for lending her some clean, cute clothes to wear, Kimari casually notes that anything is better than her brother's tacky black nerd wardrobe, prompting a flatly offended Otakura to internally question the unnecessary burn. Turning to face Riko with suddenly wide, sparkling eyes, Kimari eagerly calls out her name as she finds herself completely captivated by her older brother's incredibly sweet classmate. Sitting in the kitchen, a cozy Riko holds her warm mug and listens closely as the conversation turns to Otakura's surprisingly mysterious social circle. Kimari bluntly admits she always assumed her big brother had absolutely zero friends outside of his nerdy literature club, which Otakura embarrassedly accepts before she directly asks Riko if they are friends as well. Riko casually confirms that they are indeed friends, at least for now, before quickly teasing that she is only joking, leaving the younger sister totally impressed by her playful banter. Riko further fuels the fire by casually mentioning that they actually another mutual friend named Yua, instantly sparking Kimari's curious attention. Shocked to hear about yet another girl in her brother's social life, an incredibly curious Kimari eagerly demands to know exactly what this mysterious Yua is like. Riko calmly explains that Yua is a glamorous Jaru who notoriously wears revealing outfits that show off her undergarments, leaving a completely flabbergasted Kimari in a state of absolute disbelief. As they casually add that Yua is a sweet, loving blonde, Kimari stares at her brother in deadpan horror, deeply questioning the wild high school life he is secretly living behind her back. The winter months quickly fly by, paving the way for the arrival of February 14th, as Valentine's Day finally sets the stage for new romantic drama. It is finally Valentine's Day, a highly anticipated event where both boys and girls are completely filled with excitement, and Shuka High School is no exception to the buzzing romantic energy. A restless, anxious atmosphere lingers in the air from early in the morning as many of the boys show up to class an hour early, desperately waiting in suspense for any potential chocolates. Otakura-kun bitterly accepts the fact that his only treats will come from his family and random players in online games, though he cannot help but harbor a tiny shred of hope anyway. He desperately tries to convince himself not to expect any obligatory chocolates from Yua, or anyone else, ultimately resorting to pretending to be incredibly glued to his phone to hide his severe anxiety. The quiet tension in the room is suddenly shattered when the popular Murata sisters confidently slide open the classroom door, instantly drawing the eager attention of every single boy in the room. As the popular sisters stroll inside, the boys immediately begin whispering in a massive frenzy, frantically stressing over what they should do if the girls are actually walking over to hand them sweets. Having looked up on pure instinct hoping it was Yua walking in, Otakura is completely stunned when the popular girls stand directly before him and offer him a warm morning greeting. Placing their gifts directly onto his desk, they present him with a massive, beautifully decorated basket of sweets alongside a separate, elegant box of chocolates. They cheerfully confirm that all of the impressive treats are indeed from them, leaving a completely flustered Otakura to react in absolute disbelieving shock. Brushing off his stunned confusion by sweetly reminding him that they are already great friends, they accept his incredibly enthusiastic thanks, before excitedly announcing that there is actually even more. A classmate suddenly thrusts her phone directly into Otakura's face, eagerly showing him pictures of glittery nail designs, and demanding to know if he is skilled enough to recreate them. When Otakura nervously confirms that he can easily make those holographic glitter, tips the girls excitedly celebrate their future White Day return gifts, much to the relief of the nearby boys who are glad to see he has not actually become genuinely popular. Meanwhile, a classmate looks around the room in confusion and asks where Yua is, wondering if she has skipped class today, while Otakura awkwardly tries to explain her whereabouts. An exhausted Riko sighs in absolute defeat as her classmate points out that she rushed straight into their classroom to drop off her school bag before doing anything else. A cheerful Yua suddenly drops by and leans over Riko's desk, playfully whining about how long Riko plans to ignore her and begging for a casual chat, despite a confused Riko pointing out that they already talk on a daily basis. Yua excitedly brings up the fact that today is Valentine's Day, but her incredibly clumsy attempt to casually ask Riko if she plans to give anyone chocolates leaves the class president completely unimpressed by her terrible probing skills. Deciding that engaging any further with Yua's awkward interrogation will only lead to more unnecessary trouble, Riko mentally resolves to just give a simple half-hearted response to quickly end the discussion. Yua shifts gears and points out that Otakura has gone completely out of his way to help both of them a lot lately, prompting a highly intense Riko to pump her fists in passionate agreement. When Yua logically concludes that they absolutely have a responsibility to properly show their gratitude, Riko fiercely nods along with absolute determination. The sudden realization hits Riko like a massive truck when Yua boldly declares that she must be the one to give Valentine's chocolate to Otakura, instantly sending the highly flustered class president into a state of absolute screaming panic. Yua enthusiastically suggests to Riko that they absolutely must give Otakura some Valentine's chocolate to thank him for all his help, but when her friend casually agrees, Yua instantly gets incredibly flustered and starts overthinking whether she should actually go through with giving him some herself. Riko bluntly tells her to just hurry up and get out of there, prompting an energized Yua to shout her thanks and immediately sprint out of the classroom, while her friend just bids her a completely unimpressed farewell. Letting out a heavy sigh, Riko complains about what an absolute handful her friend can be, completely unaware that two of her classmates are suddenly looming directly behind her with highly intense and suspicious glares. The classmates aggressively corner her and demand to know if she is really okay with letting Narumi head off completely on her own, fiercely arguing that she should have gone along to hand out chocolates together, an idea she instantly brushes off by questioning why she would ever do such a thing. Riko quickly calms her dramatic classmates down by casually promising that she will simply give him some chocolates of her own later on, while secretly panicking over the massive private reality that she has already prepared a special batch of handmade chocolates specifically for Otakura. Yua frantically gasps to herself in the hallway, repeating that there is absolutely no way she can let anyone else see her in this incredibly flustered and vulnerable state. Walking down the hallway, Yua quietly celebrates her decision to talk to Riko, first incredibly relieved that she gets to hand over her gift to Otakura completely alone, since her friend will likely only give him basic obligatory chocolates compared to her own special gift. She intensely reminds herself that her own gift is handmade with serious romantic intent, briefly flashing back to the absolute kitchen chaos of struggling to melt and wrap the sweets, before concluding that there is absolutely no way she can hand them over in front of Riko or anyone else who might relentlessly tease her. She confidently resolves to deliver her gift the exact moment the classroom finally clears out, but her master plan is instantly threatened when an announcement declares that the entire class must immediately move to a different room today. The narrator dryly notes that Yua's carefully calculated romantic operation is definitely not going to run as smoothly as she hoped, leaving her sweating profusely with a highly strained smile on her face. The story flashes back to earlier in the school day, showing the busy classroom buzzing with activity just before the students are scheduled to change rooms. During the busy lunch break, the desperate guys persistently linger around the classroom instead of going outside, keeping a close, hopeful watch on the girls. Even after the final homeroom bell of the day officially rings, the boys stubbornly refuse to leave the room, maintaining their position in the hopes of scoring a lucky break. A highly stressed and frustrated Yua panics at her desk, desperately demanding to know why on earth all the boys have been stubbornly loitering around the classroom the entire day. The narrative explains that the hopeless guys are deliberately staying behind to see if they can get some Valentine's Day chocolates, secretly imagining a dream scenario where a classmate asks to walk with them. Clutching her head in defeat, Yua miserably laments that even though Otakura is sitting right in front of her, the massive wall of lingering boys makes him feel miles away while her friends watch her struggle. Her close friends quietly gossip about her, noting how hilariously ironic it is that Yua is completely chickening out and overthinking things now, especially since she is normally so assertive around her favorite nerd. Deciding she cannot just stand by and watch her friend suffer, Kanon holds up a massive bag of treats and confidently declares that she has a plan to get all the other girls to help clear out the room. The classroom door suddenly slides open as one of the girls casually asks the lingering boys if they are still here, before cheerfully announcing that the girls are handing out Valentine's Day chocolates. She instructs them to head straight to the empty classroom on the 3rd floor to collect their treats, instantly sending the absolutely thrilled and wide-eyed boys into an excited frenzy as they bolt out of the room. After a sudden clatter, Ayatsuka confidently decides to head out since he has nothing better to do, prompting his enthusiastic classmates to loudly praise him for being so incredibly cool. The other boys quickly decide to follow his lead since staying on top of these things is important, even though they lazily complain about how much of a massive hassle it is to figure out return gifts later. Watching the boys happily shuffle out of the classroom, a sweat dropping, Yua cannot help but think about how incredibly easy they are to manipulate. Otakura nervously wonders if he should join the crowd, but the Murata sisters quickly stop him in his tracks by pointing out that there are no chocolates left for anyone who has already received some. They tease him for being way too greedy, since he already got some from them, before cheerfully bidding the duo goodbye and leaving them alone to go hand out the rest of their treats. With the classroom suddenly completely empty, Otakura awkwardly notes that everyone else has already left, plunging the two of them into a tense and heavy silence. As they sit in the quiet room, Otakura nervously overthinks the situation and wonders if Yua is simply looking for the right moment to hand him her chocolate, only to quickly try and convince himself that she is far too bold to ever worry about timing. He continues to stress himself out in the quiet, frantically debating whether she is actually worrying about something else entirely. While Otakura internally confesses that receiving her treats would make him incredibly happy, a wildly panicking Yua loses her mind, overthinking what to say, desperately realizing she will completely lose her chance if she does not hand them over right now. Her internal panic quickly turns into pure jealousy as she frustrates over why he received chocolates from the Murata sisters without telling her, finally prompting her to gently poke him on the back to break the silence. While casually checking his phone, Otakura is caught off guard by a highly dramatic text message from Chabam asking in an unusually old-fashioned theatrical way if he plans on heading over to the literature club room today. Deciding to head on over, Otakura casually informs Yua of his plans and asks what she intends to do, instantly sending the heavily blushing girl into a state of absolute flustered panic. Forcing a bright, overly cheerful laugh to mask her panic, Yua quickly claims that she actually plans on heading straight home, while internally screaming at herself for being such a massive idiot for backing out so easily. Sensing her sudden tension, a highly hesitant Otakura speaks up and awkwardly tries to salvage the conversation before she can actually walk away. Stammering nervously, Otakura asks if she has any Valentine's chocolates prepared for Chabam and Engine, kindly offering to act as a delivery boy and hand the treats over to his clubmates on her behalf. His incredibly awkward offer hangs heavily in the air, leaving both of them completely frozen in a silent, high-tension stare down as they search each other's faces. Otakura instantly plummets into a state of pure dramatic despair, mentally screaming that he totally blew it by shamelessly using his innocent friends as a terrible excuse. He frantically apologizes to his buddies in his head, dreading that if she tells him she did not bring anything like that, he will have to head straight home to weep in his bed for the rest of the night. Blushing furiously but determination shining in her eyes, Yua suddenly speaks up and loudly declares that she actually does have some chocolates, quickly adding that she has some specifically prepared for him as well. As the initial shock of her confession settles, Yua nervously pulls out the treats and clarifies which ones are meant for Chabam and Engine, while a highly anticipant Otakura quietly waits for his own turn. Gathering up every single ounce of her courage, she warmly presents a beautifully wrapped box of chocolates, decorated with a gorgeous ribbon, and sweetly declares that this special one is meant just for him. Staring at the massive gift box she just handed him, Otakura is completely struck dumb by its sheer scale, internally screaming that the thing is literally as big as a standard school notebook. Flustered by his obvious shock, Yua quickly jumps in and desperately begs him not to misunderstand her intentions. With a furiously blushing face, she frantically explains that the huge heart was simply the only mold she could find to make the treats in. Trying to break the awkward tension, Otakura politely asks if he is allowed to open the box right now, prompting a highly flustered agreement from her. Cracking open the box reveals a massive, intricately decorated heart-shaped chocolate bar covered in white chocolate drizzle and sprinkles. Yua sheepishly explains that she ended up mixing in way too many ingredients and chose to use all of them rather than let any leftovers go to waste, which is the only reason the bar ended up so ridiculously giant. Vibrating with intense embarrassment, she quickly reassures him that he definitely does not have to force himself to finish the entire thing if it is too much, though she quietly mumbles that she would still love to watch him eat at least some of it, leaving Otakura completely speechless. Deeply touched by the fact that she went through the immense trouble of handcrafting such a massive treat all by herself, a blushing Otakura covers his mouth and softly asks if she would like to the giant chocolate and eat it together, leaving Yua completely frozen in absolute shock. Happily agreeing that eating such a giant chocolate all by himself would indeed be a massive challenge, Yua cheerfully snaps the chocolate heart right down the middle with a loud crack and offers him his half, catching a totally bewildered Otakura completely off guard by her sudden literal heart-breaking action. The intimate moment is suddenly interrupted when the duo hears a strange noise from the hallway and wonders if someone is lurking just outside, completely unaware that Yua's popular gal friends are actually hiding right next to the classroom door, desperately keeping each other quiet as they spy on the sweet scene. After nearly getting caught because of how loudly they gasped over Yua's merciless heart-snapping action, the spying girls struggle to catch their breath in the quiet hallway. Once the danger passes, the blonde gal happily holds up a small piece of chocolate and proudly asks her friend if they did not do an absolutely phenomenal job with their secret plan. She points out that orchestrating a massive chocolate-giving event was the absolute perfect strategy to clear all the other boys out of the classroom, leaving her friend to marvel at how brilliantly their free promotional chocolates came in handy for such a stealthy matchmaking operation. The girls laugh over how incredibly easy the Class E boys were to lure away with simple treats, though they make sure to give plenty of credit to the helpful E-class girls who actually agreed to stand in the hallway and distribute the chocolates to the eager crowd. Deciding that they have an absolute duty to report all the juicy developments back to everyone who helped out with the plan, the girls enthusiastically prepare for a massive romantic stakeout. As Yua happily feeds a piece of chocolate to a heavily blushing Otakura, her spying friends passionately agree that they absolutely must remember and report every single detail about the cute exchange. Riko is left completely outraged and loudly demands to know what about her own romantic chances, hilariously wrapping up the chapter on a highly chaotic and dramatic note. While Otakura and Yua are busy happily sharing their sweet chocolate feeding moment in the quiet classroom, the scene suddenly shifts back to a different corner of the school building. Confident footsteps echo down the empty corridor, heading straight toward the familiar door of the second literature club's room. A brand new chapter officially begins as a quiet Riko stands silently in the hallway, staring deeply at the sign for the clubroom. Taking a deep breath to steel her growing nerves, Riko pauses outside the entrance to adjust her uniform as she prepares herself to step inside. The quiet atmosphere inside the clubroom is suddenly shattered as a loud, dramatic shout for a brother echoes through the room. The taller club member dramatically bursts into the room, loudly declaring to his brother that today is finally Valentine's Day. He eagerly asks if his friend managed to score any sweet chocolates, prompting the chubby nerd to confidently confirm that he obviously did. The two of them proudly brag that they didn't get a single piece of chocolate between them, sharing a massive laugh, before instantly sinking into a deep, heavy sigh of depression, just as a sudden knock interrupts their misery. The door clicks open as Riko casually steps into the room, catching the attention of the Absolute Zero Chocolate Club members. She looks around and asks if Otakura and Yua have arrived, yet prompting the boys to confirm that the couple hasn't shown up, leaving her to quietly acknowledge their absence. With the main duo completely missing, the three remaining students sit together at the club table in an incredibly thick and suffocating silence. The chubby nerd totally sweats under the pressure, internally panicking, because he has absolutely no idea how to converse with a quiet Riko without Otakura and Yua around to buffer things, completely jumping out of his skin when she suddenly speaks up. Holding up a beautifully wrapped bag, Riko softly explains that she actually baked some Valentine's cookies for them too, and asks if they want some, sending the two desperate nerds into a state of absolute tearful shock. The two boys completely lose their minds and vigorously beg for the handmade treats, dramatically declaring that a full-blown grovel wouldn't even be enough to show their immense gratitude, while an awkward Riko points out that they are massively overreacting. Hyped beyond belief, the chubby nerd insists they absolutely need some proper tea to pair with the snacks, prompting his equally excited brother to eagerly agree to run out and grab some drinks from the vending machine. The chubby club member excitedly announces that Otakura will be joining them later, while the others estimate needing 5 drinks if Yua is included, right as the door suddenly clicks open with a quiet request for one more bottle. The unexpected voice at the door instantly cuts off his sentence, causing everyone in the room to freeze in tense anticipation as they look toward the entrance. The moment the door slides open to reveal the newcomer, the club members let out a deafening, unified scream of pure terror upon realizing that the terrifying class president has just walked in on them. Completely ignoring their visible panic, Riko politely holds up a small gift bag and offers to some delicious petit gâteau, with everyone prompting a highly intimidated and stuttering thank you from her terrified classmates. Desperately looking for any excuse to escape the terrifying atmosphere, the chubby club member quickly claims they need tea and bolts out of the room at full speed, leaving his horrified brother to face the president all by himself. Utterly devastated at being abandoned, the long-haired clubmate desperately screams after his runaway brother, complaining that he cannot believe he was just left entirely alone to handle such an incredibly awkward situation. Seeing the chaotic situation unfold, Hyemno also panics and immediately sprints out of the room to chase after them, leaving Riko to watch their frantic exit with a perfectly calm, knowing smile. Despite the sudden departures, the quiet tea party officially gets underway as plates of delicious petit gâteau and beautifully decorated cookies are neatly set out on the table. With the talkative Yua absent, the remaining members enjoy a quiet gathering where they highly praise Hyemno's baking and the class president's cake, though Riko maintains her deadpan expression, despite secretly being overjoyed by their compliments. As the stiff conversation completely dies down into a heavy silence, the anxious club member frantically checks his phone and wonders what is taking Otakura so long, desperately hoping his friend arrives soon to rescue them. Otakura finally rushes into the second literature club room, breathlessly apologizing for being so late, only to be warmly greeted by the waiting club members, who note that Riko and the other girls have already arrived. When they curiously ask where Yua is, he explains that she already went home, before remembering he has something to give them. He pulls out a beautifully wrapped gift box and explains that Yua specifically instructed him to deliver these custom Valentine's chocolates to Chabam and Engine, instantly sending the two dramatic club members into a state of absolute worshipful ecstasy, as they loudly declare her to be a literal goddess. While one of the club members happily admires the incredibly cute wrapping paper, the other suddenly turns to Otakura with a highly suspicious grin to ask if he received the exact same chocolate from her, instantly putting the nervous nerd on the defensive. Otakura nervously covers his tracks by lying that his portion was basically the exact same size, carefully keeping the secret to himself that his chocolate was actually massively larger in reality, prompting the oblivious club members to laugh and praise Yua for being such a kind gal to nerds. The short-haired club member suddenly raises the stakes by teasingly asking if Yua made him say "ah" while they were together, causing Riko and the other girls in the room to instantly freeze with dark, incredibly tense stares. while a small part of him desperately stammers out a weak denial to cover up what actually happened. A close-up of Otakura sweating bullets and looking away in guilty silence completely betrays his obvious lie to the entire room. Realizing his guilty reaction means the intimate feeding session definitely went down. The girls loom in the foreground with terrifyingly blank eyes, forcing the panicked club members to hysterically apologize to Otakura for accidentally opening a massive can of worms. Desperately trying to diffuse the terrifying atmosphere, the chubby member loudly announces that Riko and her friend have brought some delicious sweets, and before a panicked Otakura can make a run for the exit to buy drinks, Riko aggressively slams him into a chair and demands he sit down and accept their offering immediately. Otakura sweats under the crushing silent pressure of the girls' dark auras, quickly realizing they will absolutely not let him leave until he resolves the tense situation, but his awkward attempt to just start eating the treats is instantly cut off when Riko firmly orders him to wait a second. With a highly determined, blushing look on her face, Riko holds up a piece of chocolate right in front of his face and directly demands that he say "ah" for her, officially kickstarting her own aggressive counterattack to reclaim her territory. Otakura stands frozen with a piece of chocolate in hand, while Yua looks on in absolute wide-eyed bewilderment. In the background, his fellow clubmates Chabem and Engine scream out in complete synchronized shock at the sudden and bizarre turn of events unfolding right in front of them. Completely ignoring his polite protests, Keion firmly pushes his hand toward his mouth, insisting that he dig in right now, while a sweat-dropping Otakura desperately tries to get her to wait. Meanwhile, a completely stunned Yua can only watch the aggressive feeding session in speechless silence. Looking down with a highly flustered, guilt-ridden expression, Keion internally agonizes over her own impulsive actions. She severely lectures herself that aggressively forcing her hand in front of others is definitely not how she should be behaving, but her thoughts quickly drift back to his adorable, surprised reaction from just moments before. Mentally facepalming over her own bizarre behavior, Keion confesses to herself that whenever she imagines Otakura and Yua acting all lovey-dovey, her hand just moves completely on its own out of pure competitive jealousy. Before she can stop herself, her hand finishes the job and slips the chocolate directly into his mouth, catching them both by surprise. Chewing on the treat, Otakura's face instantly lights up as he happily declares how incredibly delicious the chocolate is. Hearing his warm, genuine praise, a silent Keion stares at him with wide, hopeful eyes, completely captivated by his sweet reaction. A beautifully soft and radiant smile spreads across Keion's blushing face as she quietly whispers how glad she is that he likes it, her previous competitive tension completely melting away into pure happiness. The peaceful moment is suddenly shattered when Otakura feels a quiet tap on his shoulder. Turning around in surprise, he finds the class president standing right behind him with a deeply unsettling, dark expression, prompting him to anxiously ask her what is wrong. Without saying a single word of explanation, the intensely focused class president holds up a beautifully wrapped chocolate cupcake and deadpans for him to open his mouth and say "ah," leaving Otakura and Keion completely frozen in sheer disbelief. The absolute absurdity of the situation sends the entire room into another massive silent meltdown, with the onlookers internally screaming in pure panic over why on earth the normally proper class president is suddenly joining in on the aggressive feeding frenzy as well. Feeling the overwhelming, terrifying pressure of her intense gaze, a highly intimidated Otakura quickly surrenders and wide opens his mouth to say "ah," leaving a slightly startled class president stammering as she prepares to feed him. Otakura reluctantly takes a big bite of Riko's cake right in front of everyone, unable to turn down the class president after having just eaten Hymene's cookies, as well, much to his friend's shock. Otakura warmly compliments her petit gâteau and tells her it is absolutely delicious, causing a heavily blushing Riko to look away as she softly admits she is truly glad to hear it. The peaceful moment quickly spirals into a quiet war of sweets as Hymeno pulls Otakura over to eat more of her treats, leading to a direct competition with Riko as they both calmly insist he continue eating their homemade creations. Both girls aggressively double-team him, sweetly demanding he open wide as they simultaneously stuff his mouth with cakes and cookies. As the girls relentlessly continue their intense feeding frenzy, The two club brothers quietly observe the chaotic scene from the hallway, completely dumbfounded by what is happening. Despite how envious the situation might seem from the outside, the brothers solemnly agree that the entire scene actually looks incredibly stressful and chaotic for their poor friend. The boys can practically see a legendary dragon and a tiger battling behind the group, fully understanding that the two girls are locked in an intense silent rivalry over the helpless nerd. Sometime later, they finally lock up the club room to officially wrap up their dramatic after-school gathering. Having eaten far too much, a heavily bloated Otakura quickly excuses himself to head home with his clubmates, while Riko and Hyemno bid them a safe trip back, before heading off together. Left entirely on their own in the hallway, the class president calmly suggests they get going, leaving a slightly nervous Hyemno with no choice but to awkwardly agree. Walking home together, Riko quietly reflects that she and the class president aren't actually close enough friends to be heading home side by side, creating an incredibly awkward silence between them. The class president suddenly stops in her tracks and turns around to confront her, causing a startled Riko to nervously flinch and ask what is going on. Cutting right to the chase with an incredibly serious expression, the class president directly asks Riko if she actually has romantic feelings for Otakura, completely catching her off guard. Riko stands completely frozen in absolute shock, as the massive question echoes deeply in her mind, leaving her to silently question whether she truly does have feelings for him. The heavy silence deepens as the class president's blunt question about her feelings for Otakura continues to hang heavily in the air. Riko gazes ahead with a highly thoughtful expression, quietly repeating the words to herself as she struggles to fully process her own hidden emotions. The class president maintains her intense deadpan stare, patiently waiting in suspense for Riko to finally confirm her true feelings. Yua casually asks Riko why she brought up the topic, prompting the twin-tailed class president to point out that Yua literally just asked Otakura to open wide for a bite of food, leaving Yua totally caught off guard. Turning the tables, Yua firmly states that she could easily use that exact same logic against her, before bluntly asking if Riko actually has romantic feelings for Otakura. Riko stares back in silence with an intensely serious expression, carefully processing the direct and massive question her friend just dropped on her. Breaking the heavy tension, Riko quietly looks away and admits that she honestly isn't entirely sure about her own feelings, prompting a slightly awkward Yua to nervously accept her vague answer. Trying to shake off the awkward atmosphere, Yua quickly decides there is absolutely no reason for them to keep discussing it in the hallway, and suggests they just head home before it gets dark, which Riko quietly agrees to. As she walks home alone, Yua internally reflects on the sudden confrontation, admitting that Riko's direct observation completely caught her by surprise. A heavily blushing Yua questions if that is really how Riko perceives her actions, trying to completely deny the idea that she likes Otakura before the scene shifts to later that night. Later that evening on Valentine's Day, Yua's phone suddenly chimes with a brand new notification message. Staring at her screen, Yua reads a series of texts from Otakura thanking her for the cookies, before he suddenly brings up her upcoming birthday and boldly asks if she wants to go on a date with him next weekend to pick out a present, completely short-circuiting her brain. She furiously curses Otakura, completely overwhelmed and sweating profusely over his sudden invitation, while agonizing over how he has absolutely no clue how they actually feel about him. An angry voice screams at Otakura for being a total thick-headed for eyes, leaving him completely startled, as a note reveals he was simply following the birthday advice Riko previously gave him. This is a scenic panel showing the exterior of the massive city building called Zaox, where their next encounter takes place. While waiting in a crowded area, Otakura anxiously wonders if he arrived a little too early for their meetup, only to be suddenly called by his name from behind. Riko nervously asks if she kept him waiting, prompting a highly flustered Otakura to quickly assure her that he has only just arrived as they start walking side by side. Otakura warmly compliments her on how adorable her outfit looks today, causing a deeply blushing Riko to shyly explain that she actually enjoys dressing up like this every once in a while. When Riko eagerly transitions the conversation to the spots she wants to visit today, she points directly to their destination, leaving Otakura completely bewildered by her choice of location. Otakura is absolutely stunned to find himself standing inside a massive consumer electronics store, highly questioning why they would visit such a place. When he curiously asks what she plans to buy, she casually reveals she is looking for a digital drawing tablet, sending the excited nerd into an absolute state of pure shock. She explains that she wanted one after helping out with the doujinshi the other day using a borrowed tablet, though she admits her attempt at drawing a simple cat went so hilariously wrong that she immediately gave up on it. Testing out her drawing skills, Riko complains that her digital lines are looking completely wiggly, prompting her advisor to heartily laugh and assure her that everyone struggles when they first start out on a tablet. He explains that once she gets comfortable with the device, she can handle everything from rough sketches to full-scale drawings on a single screen, instantly sparking Riko's intense curiosity to dive deeper. An incredibly moved Otakura realizes that Riko is genuinely trying to improve her creative skills just to help support their club's doujinshi projects, while she admits she was recommended an iPad, but found the price tag way too expensive. Filled with intense otaku pride, Otakura vows to support her creative journey as best he humanly can, enthusiastically proposing they head straight to the electronics sales floor right away, which she happily agrees to. They soon arrive at the tech store's massive display section, greeted by a sparkling variety of sleek drawing tablets ready for live testing. Riko is completely blown away by the sheer variety of options on display, admitting she had absolutely no clue that so many different models and specifications of drawing tablets even existed. Otakura's quiet observations are suddenly interrupted when Riko excitedly calls out his name from a nearby counter to grab his attention. Riko proudly shows off a cute cat drawing she easily made directly on the high-end LCD screen, praising how incredibly intuitive it feels to draw on, prompting a highly impressed Otakura to cautiously check the price tag. The two of them instantly freeze in absolute wide-eyed horror when they look down and realize the staggering price tag on the display reads a whopping 218,000 yen. Completely defeated by the massive price tag, Riko quickly apologizes and admits that dropping over 200,000 yen on a hobby she isn't even familiar with is way too risky, resolving to hunt for a far cheaper alternative instead. After spending a ton of time repeatedly testing out several different options at the electronics store, Riko feels absolutely confident that this specific high-end graphics tablet is the perfect fit for her digital drawing needs. Although she loves the device, she lets out a disappointed hum and admits that the price tag is simply way too far out of her current budget. Seeing her disappointment, Otakura quickly chimes in to let her know that there is actually a smaller model available that has the exact same functions but at a much cheaper price, instantly sparking her excitement. Thrilled by the news, Riko eagerly declares that she will purchase the smaller model instead. However, Otakura cheerfully cuts her off and declares that he will be the one buying it for her, grabbing the box tablet off the shelf before she can even protest. Dumbfounded by his sudden generosity, Riko asks if he is seriously being for real. With a warm and cheerful smile, Otakura assures her that it is the least he can do since it is her birthday, casually noting that the gift is also the perfect payback for the stylish sneakers she had previously gifted him. As she quietly watches Otakura head over to the cashier counter to politely request gift wrapping for the present, Riko is completely overwhelmed by a wave of warmth. Clutching her chest tightly, she softly whispers her sincere gratitude, her heart violently pounding over his incredibly sweet gesture. The adorable interaction does not go unnoticed as the nearby store employees quietly gush over how incredibly cute the two of them look together. They admiringly note how politely and respectfully the boy behaves, happily whispering among themselves that this is clearly a very special birthday date. As they finally leave the store, the clear afternoon sky stretches out above them, officially marking the successful end of their shopping trip. Checking his phone to see that it is already nearly noon, Otakura notes that they have officially finished their shopping for the day. Carrying her wrapped present, he warmly asks if she would like to grab some lunch somewhere, prompting an eager Riko to reply that she actually has a very specific place in mind that she wants to visit. When Otakura asks where she wants to go, Riko pulls out her phone to show him the details, explaining that she recently did some research online and found a neat spot close by where they can get both food and drinks. Turning to him with a cool, confident look, Riko instructs Otakura to follow her lead as she begins walking ahead. Although he is a bit bewildered and nervously wonders where on earth they are heading, a compliant, Otakura quickly steps in line and follows right behind her. Arriving at their next destination, the duo finds themselves standing right outside a local internet and comics cafe. Heading inside, they take in the casual atmosphere of the bustling establishment, noting the fully stocked drink bar and the massive shelves packed tightly with various reading materials. They navigate the quiet, narrow hallways of the building, passing by a few other patrons as they make their way directly toward the private, secluded booths. Settling comfortably into their private room, Yua finally connects the dots and remarks on his choice of an internet cafe while they both happily dig into some freshly ordered hot pilaf. After politely thanking him for the meal, she quietly asks him to teach her how to use the setup, prompting a confused Otakura to wonder why they couldn't just handle this at her house. She quickly shoots that idea down by explaining that her parents are currently home, and she has absolutely no clue how to install the necessary software on her D family computer anyway. Otakura decides to help Riko set up her new drawing tablet, starting with the basic driver installation. Although he is a bit taken aback by her intensity, she reassures him that she will be taking diligent notes of everything he teaches her. With the workspace cleared and their drinks set aside, Riko confirms she is ready to begin the hands-on tutorial. As she gets to work on the tablet, she is highly impressed by the useful shortcut key combinations he demonstrates. Otakura happily explains how they work, reflecting on how he only had time to teach her the bare minimum controls during their brief session the previous year. He wraps up the lesson by reassuring her that she will build up her speed once she gets used to the controls, but the quiet atmosphere is suddenly shattered by a very loud, awkward stomach growl. As Otakura nervously stammers her name, he suddenly realizes that Riko was so deeply focused on the lesson that she completely failed to notice her hand was resting directly on his thigh. Riko internally notes how incredibly simple it is to get close to someone in such a tiny room, feeling highly motivated by their current situation. The physical closeness makes Otakura completely panic, but his mind is thrown into even greater chaos when Riko complains about the heat and begins to unbutton her collar right in front of him. Otakura immediately turns his face away in sheer terror, internally screaming over how dangerously open her chest is after shedding her outer layer. He frantically kicks himself for his highly inappropriate thoughts, realizing that while he is used to Yua's casual exposure, Riko's sudden revealing look makes it incredibly difficult for him to look at her normally. Sensing his sudden tense silence, a curious Riko softly calls out his name, finding him completely frozen and blushing furiously. While Otakura desperately prays that she does not look at him, Riko curiously observes his bright red face and wonders if his intense blush is simply because they are sitting so close together. Amused by his hilariously over-the-top reactions, Riko secretly loves the idea of teasing him on purpose, completely unaware that she actually shed her outer layer solely because she was hot and has no idea how exposed she really is. She reflects on her childhood, remembering how she was always small and constantly picked on, and how even her younger brother eventually grew taller and started teasing her. But sitting beside him now, she realizes that Otakura is always the one getting easily flustered and blushing over the simplest things, finding that sweet vulnerability incredibly endearing. Staring at his embarrassed face, she admits to herself that his bashful nature is honestly just way too cute to resist. Riko is asked by the class president if they are friends and if she likes Otakura, but she decides to set all of those complicated thoughts to the side for just a brief second. She steps incredibly close to Otakura and quietly calls out his name, catching him completely off guard as he stammers in confusion. She quietly leans her head right toward him with a soft murmur, leaving a heavily blushing Otakura completely paralyzed in total confusion. Suddenly remembering their past agreement, Otakura's brain completely short-circuits as he realizes Riko is directly asking him to pet her head since they are finally all alone. Overcoming his immense hesitation, he slowly reaches out and gently pats her head, causing them both to blush furiously as the quiet moment stretches out between them. Riko softly leans her weight right against him with a cozy sigh, causing the startled nerd to let out a panicked gasp of surprise. She flashes him a truly warm, beautiful smile of pure satisfaction, leaving a stunned Otakura to stare at her in absolute awe. Looking at his departing back, Riko quietly admits to herself that at least for now, she desperately wants this peaceful moment together to last as long as humanly possible. Suddenly, snapping back to reality, Riko experiences a massive slip and falls, ending her cozy daydream with a chaotic cry of surprise, while a panicked Otakura quickly reacts. The class president checks her phone and loudly warns them they only have 2 minutes left before they must leave, prompting a rushed Riko to ask if she can just forcefully yank the tablet's cable out, forcing a terrified Otakura to scream out a desperate warning to stop her. As the calendar officially turns to March, the school enters a transition season where the cold starts to lift and graduation ceremony rehearsals finally begin. It marks a classic time of growth and change for the students as they prepare for the end of the school year. While the school year is supposed to be smoothly wrapping up, a sudden and loud commotion erupts inside Class 1E, completely disrupting the peaceful spring atmosphere. Right before homeroom officially finishes their flashy sunglasses, wearing teacher bursts into a hearty laugh and delivers a surprising announcement that there is actually a major snow warning in effect for tomorrow, leaving the students completely dumbfounded. The classroom instantly buzzes with noisy chatter as students highly question the possibility of heavy snowfall when it is already March, though a few classmates chime in that they actually remember hearing about the weird weather forecast on the news. While one student sighs that a massive incoming cold wave is going to be incredibly problematic, a classmate jokingly whispers that the warning feels completely unreal coming from a teacher who eternally looks like he is on summer vacation. The teacher immediately snaps back that he can hear every single word, prompting a startled apology amidst the class laughter. As the room quietens down, the teacher shifts to explaining the practical logistics, instructing the class on how the severe weather will directly affect tomorrow's school hours, while both Otakura and Yua listen closely. The teacher explains that any official schedule changes or delays will be sent out early tomorrow morning via the school's digital notification app, prompting a nervous Otakura to note that there is a very real chance their regular school hours will be heavily adjusted. The narrative shifts as the realization hits that tomorrow is a very special day, signaling that some major plans are about to be set in motion. While Otakura-kun anxiously plans to wake up incredibly early and leave the house the second he gets her message to avoid any potential train delays, Yua is happily celebrating that she can sleep in as much as she wants, perfectly illustrating just how completely different their ways of thinking are. Later that night, a heavy snowstorm rolls in over the town, blanketing all the houses in a thick, quiet layer of white. The next morning, the storm clears, leaving the entire neighborhood completely quiet under a pristine and heavy blanket of fresh winter snow. Venturing out into the cold, a foot sinks deep into the incredibly thick snowdrift with a satisfying crunch. Stepping onto campus, Otakura is completely amazed to find that, while it was not too bad around his house, the snow is actually incredibly deep right in front of the school. Staring at the massive winter wonderland before him, he marvels at how the entire school building has turned completely white. He realizes that even though school is scheduled to start late at 11 today, he arrived way too early at just past 8, prompting him to politely offer a helping hand to a teacher who is already busy shoveling snow. Fueled by his impressive physical stamina, he begins shoveling the massive snowdrifts at an incredibly rapid pace, quickly clearing the walkway. On a freezing, snowy morning, Otakura is casually waiting outside when he suddenly hears a familiar voice calling out his name from behind. He turns to find Riko and the class president, completely surprised to see them both arrived so incredibly early, though the class president deadpans that she simply gets too anxious unless she leaves exactly on schedule. While Otakura admits he also woke up much earlier than usual to avoid any delay, a boisterous figure suddenly crashes their serious morning meeting with a loud, echoey shout. An incredibly hyperactive Yua bounds into view, cheerfully shouting a morning greeting and excitedly screaming about how absolutely insane the heavy snowfall is today. The entire group immediately falls into a stunned, deadpan silence, staring blankly at her overflowing energy so early in the freezing morning. While Otakura internally marvels over the absolute miracle of Yua actually arriving early for once, the class president jokingly wonders if this bizarre blizzard is entirely her fault, prompting a flustered Yua to loudly protest their sheer rudeness. Yua confesses she was actually fast asleep until her parents forcefully dragged her out of bed, while the narrator notes that on the other hand, the Murata sisters and the nerdy club brothers Chabam and Engine completely skipped school to spend their snowy day off grinding special video game events in bed. Outside, the entire school grounds are completely blanketed under a thick, pristine layer of fresh white winter snow. After quickly dropping their heavy school bags off in the warm classroom, a hyperactive Yua excitedly poses in the deep snow and demands that Otakura snap a quick picture of her. She cheerfully throws herself backward to make a clean snow angel, proudly laughing about what a perfect imprint she left behind, while the class president flatly comments on the childish display. With a completely blank, deadpan expression, Riko collapses straight backward onto the thick blanket of snow. To a highly surprised Yua, she calmly declares that she has completed her move, leaving her friend staring in absolute shock. Excitedly pulling out her phone, Yua marvels at how incredibly clean and perfect Riko's snow imprint turned out to be, cheerfully declaring that she is going to upload the picture straight to her story. While Riko nonchalantly gives her permission, a heavily shivering and blushing Otakura nervously calls out to Yua. Otakura anxiously asks Yua if she is not freezing, confessing that just staring at her exposed legs is making him feel like he is about to freeze to death. Yua laughs it off and stretches her legs, cheerfully explaining that she is actually wearing beige tights and warm inner shorts, meaning her legs are not actually bare at all. Leaning in with a playful, mischievous smile, Yua teasingly asks him if he wants to take a closer look to verify. A blushing Otakura frantically waves his hands in absolute panic and loudly insists that he is completely fine, while a deadpan Riko coldly mutters that he should just go ahead and give it a try. Before the awkward conversation can continue any further, a rogue snowball suddenly flies out of nowhere and strikes Riko, abruptly cutting off her deadpan threat to report Otakura to the authorities. Stunned by the unexpected attack, an incredibly irritated Riko sits in shivering silence as her anger rapidly boils over. Wiping the snow away, an enraged Riko angrily demands to know what on earth Yua did that for. Completely unfazed by her fury, Yua bursts into a loud, mischievous fit of laughter and giggles that Riko is officially ticked off, while Keion watches the playful bickering from the sidelines in mild surprise. Refusing to let the surprise attack slide, a highly determined Riko furiously packs a snowball and loudly commands Otakura to act as her backup so she can get her sweet revenge. Hearing her sudden battle cry, a totally startled Otakura frantically panics, highly questioning why on earth he is suddenly being dragged into their chaotic snowball war. Eagerly embracing the challenge, a thrilled Yua packs her own snowball and excitedly cheers that a tag team snowball fight is the absolute perfect way to spend the snowy day, while her partner Keion deadpans that they are definitely going to win this battle. Wasting absolutely zero time, Yua wins back and unleashes a lightning-fast snowball throw with an energetic battle cry, sending her frozen projectile flying straight toward her targets at high speed. The battlefield instantly turns into absolute chaos as a terrified Otakura does absolutely nothing but scream and run around in a wild panic to dodge the incoming barrage of snowballs. Watching his completely useless performance, a heavily sweat-dropping Riko angrily demands to know how they are supposed to win any fights if he is just going to spend the entire time running away like a coward. Getting caught in a chaotic snowball fight, Riko aggressively orders Otakura to fight back, leaving the panicked nerd to scream that even if she demands that he is still in major trouble. Knowing his immense physical strength would easily hurt the girls if he threw a snowball back at them, he desperately searches for a solution and immediately lunges to shield Riko as a snowball flies right toward her. Deciding that his best option is to act as her human shield, he confidently takes the impact of the snowball, directly catching both Riko and a watching Yua completely by surprise. He leans in close to check if she is okay, instantly sending a highly flustered and furiously blushing Riko into a state of absolute sparkling shock. As the two of them, an incredibly sweet and sparkling moment together, a silent Yua and Hyemno watch them from behind, leaving the atmosphere heavily tense. Clearly unable to handle the sweet display, Yua abruptly declares that they should call off the snowball fight right there, which Hyemno immediately and enthusiastically agrees with. Otakura relievedly suggests they head back to the classroom to warm up, but a highly motivated Yua immediately cuts him off to announce their next winter activity. Completely bursting with energy, Yua excitedly proposes building a giant snowman next, sending both an exhausted Otakura and a startled Riko into a state of vocal protest. Hyemno firmly shuts down the idea by warning Yua that she will catch another cold, successfully forcing the dejected Jaru to abandon her plans and slowly walk back inside. Watching the girls stroll off together, a curious Otakura stares at their retreating backs and quietly calls out for the class president. Crouching down on the snowy field, the class president quietly starts compacting a snowball, drawing a curious and slightly anxious look from Otakura as he watches her roll it together. She softly confesses that she has actually never played in the snow with anyone else before in her entire life. Looking up at him with a gentle blush, she admits that doing things like this feels incredibly fun, almost as if they are living out a classic scene straight from a youth manga. The sudden heartwarming confession instantly leaves Otakura Riko, and Yua completely stunned into a quiet, wide-eyed silence as they process her words. While a clueless Yua looks on in confusion, the classic manga comparison suddenly hits both Otakura and Riko with a massive wave of romantic realization. Otakura internally freaks out over the amazing reality of participating in such a classic slice-of-life manga trope, while Riko blushes furiously and mutters that his protective actions earlier did make him look like a shoujo manga hero, resolving to immerse herself even deeper in the experience while a blank-faced Yua quietly watches them. Walking ahead together, Otakura and Riko ask each other if there actually is a specific manga where characters do things exactly like this, prompting a highly curious Yua to look back in confusion. While they explain to a highly impressed Yua that they aren't sure of a specific title, but it simply feels like a classic trope, the class president steps in to offer a solid recommendation that even has a live-action adaptation, eagerly capturing Yua's interest. A heavy deadpan silence instantly sweeps over the entire group yet again, as they all stand staring blankly at each other in the middle of the quiet snow. Otakura cheerfully breaks the quiet tension with a bright smile, suggesting they focus on finishing their snowman first, before finally heading back inside the warm classroom to continue their chat. The group kicks off their winter fun by rolling a massive snowball, taking care to pack the cold powder tightly to form a solid base. Yua excitedly leads the charge in shaping the snowman, leaving a surprised Riko to marvel at how effortlessly she and her classmates manage to roll the giant blocks of snow together. Not wanting to be left out of the fun, Otakura proudly brings over a beautifully rounded middle section to build up the next layer of their winter creation. With the main body stacked, the group starts hunting around the snowy courtyard for materials, collecting pine cones and tree branches to act as arms and decorative buttons. Working closely together, Yua and Otakura happily attach the pine cones to the snowman's chest, enjoying the chilly but cozy atmosphere with their friends. Riko enthusiastically suggests carving a face onto their creation, prompting Otakura to ask for a hard, thin tool to draw with, while the others chime in with various creative ideas. Yua excitedly volunteers her own stick-on eyelashes to give the face some extra flair, while Otakura uses their feedback to carefully sketch out a highly detailed expression. After putting on the final touches, they happily step back to admire their completed masterpiece, which turned out much cuter than any of them expected. The entire group gathers around to celebrate their impressive teamwork, unanimously agreeing that the adorable bare-eared snowman is an absolute triumph, despite being built in a massive rush. Their fun is suddenly cut short when the school loudspeakers crackle to life, broadcasting an urgent notice for all students to head back to their classrooms immediately before school officially starts. With school hours about to change, because of the storm, Otakura urgently suggests that they run straight back inside. While a flustered Yua touches her head and wonders if she has enough time to quickly fix her messy hair, a highly stressed Riko snaps back that they literally do not have a single second to waste. The group sprints back toward the warmth of the school building, leaving behind the cute snowman they built in the courtyard. Shortly after they disappear, their flashy teacher strolls over carrying a snow shovel, his attention instantly caught by their creation. Staring closely at the snowman left behind in the courtyard, the teacher is completely taken aback and lets out a highly amused exclamation of surprise. Laughing out loud at the beautifully detailed snowman, decorated with long eyelashes and floral buttons, the teacher playfully treats it like a real person, cheerfully welcoming it to the school and jokingly asking if it is a brand new transfer student. Worrying in a highly dramatic way that his new icy friend might catch a cold standing outside bare naked, the teacher notes that it is especially freezing today and decides to take matters into his own hands to protect the snowman. After wrapping the snowman in a loud floral aloha shirt he was planning to discard during his patrol, the teacher waves a cheerful goodbye and walks away, telling his icy creation there is absolutely no need to thank him. The hilarious-looking gal snowman wearing a summer aloha shirt quickly goes viral across the school's social media. A roaring Yua happily shows Otakura a photo of the masterpiece on her phone, laughing hysterically that the teacher and the snowman look like matching best friends.